I live like a capitalist every single day, Chank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Jessa Hunter resubscribed for 5 months.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Chank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Scribble and Dibble resubscribed for 3 months. What's happening, GG?
I live like a capitalist every single day, Chank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Wokey Militia resubscribed for 22 months. I swear this thing says it's my 22nd month every month in here.
I'm with the gang. So tuck your chain. What I can change? Shots at your brain. We ain't have a thing. They won't say my name. Go get banged. I hop on a plane. I hop on a plane. Hello? Hello? What's up, chat? Good morning. Wait, that didn't actually work. Should have worked, though. Oh, wait. Boom. There you go. Okay. Hello?
I live like a capitalist every single day, Chank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Crane Bolt Green resubscribed for 7 months.
I am back. I have returned.
Weezy out of here. Weezy out of here.
Ugh. My hair is not cooperating today. I need to retwist it. What's up, chat? Hello. I hope y'all are well. Or do I? Maybe I don't. Maybe I hope you're going poorly. Why not? Today's gonna be a fun day. I'm looking forward to Friday, personally. But yeah, you know what we're gonna watch today. Let's skip all the pretense. Let's use the thumbnail again, because were you glad Sam proved your tier list wrong? To be fair, it wasn't even wrong, right? In that it was knowledgeable and informative. Like, but yeah, he did. Sam cooked. I didn't think he wouldn't cook, but like he was a lot more contentious to Ethan than I thought he was gonna be. Here, I mean, we can make a new thumbnail. Why not? I'm thinking, okay. I'm thinking kind of similar to the last thumbnail we have. But I'm thinking of adding Sam and Hassan saying "Wake up, Ethan." Here, like this. So instead of this, Ethan says like, "Agree with me." Also, I think the worst part of the debate was freaking Dick Ryder Dan and AB coddling Ethan after it happened. Honestly, maybe not even the worst part, but that was pretty funny. Like, have you no shame? Ethan was like, "Was I owned?" And they were like, "No, no, you weren't. You weren't owned." Oh wait, so says this is a test. I was testing some things yesterday. Oops. Wait. Yeah, there we go. And then we add Mr. Seder himself. Of course. Maybe, okay, hear me out. Hear me out. Oh gosh. I have an idea. Flip him around this way. Make him stare. F all of us, actually. Let me take this. I put him in the corner over here, make him small. That's how it felt like watching the debate. Yeah, this may be too large. Just a tad large. I don't care. Honestly, I kind of like the title behind Sam. It feels like he's breaking out of the frame a little bit. Yeah, I flip this a little more. And then I edit some tears. Let's see. On Ethan. Water droplet. Oh. This is what I come to the channel for? Yeah. Yeah. So think with the song may actually work better than Agree With Me. Go. Hassan said, I don't care. Here, I'll take a Hassan model. I'll put his face here. Perfect. Perfect. Export as I'm gonna call this Sam Cedar cooked. And then we're gonna save this too. We're gonna keep this one. Cool. Now we go live on YouTube, live streaming. Then we go. Change this. Now we add this. And we save. And we go here and we press start. Perfect. And we go here and we change this title to match. Can't believe Sam got Ethan to say that he agreed to stop sending support to Israel. I think H killed E. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that. You should tier list your thumbnails. Maybe after we get a few more. Whether we're gonna talk to House about tomorrow. We'll get to it. Let me close some of these other tabs that are not particularly relevant. Does anybody have a link to the debate? I have to search for it myself. It's on Hassan's VOD. Why would I watch it on Hassan's VOD, chatter? Why would I just not watch the original thing? We also talk about how they Ethan successfully forced his employee to drop out of Creator Clash. Did I give E views? I don't care. I'm one person. He'll be all right. He'll be all right. She dropped. I mean, yeah, we can start with that. How about that? We'll start with it. We'll start with that, and then we'll get to the Sam Seder talk. Wait, okay, so he recapped the debate for basically not almost as long as the debate. No, yeah, he recapped the debate for like basically 2 hours. I guess he did something different here. Gossip talk. Right, but I was instigating. I was instigating in Hassan's chat. I was like, man, if Ethan could talk about the debate, right? If he's just gonna watch clips of you, you might as well call him now. So I was like, you're right. you're right. And I was like, yeah, if he's just, but that was you. Yeah, that was me. Yeah, that was me.
Okay. Okay. Oh.
Obviously, like, Ethan didn't accept it. But if Ethan did accept it, I would have to go down in history, a Hall of Fame level instigator. You know what I mean? That would have been funny. That would have been so funny. He wasn't gonna do it anyway, but man, would have been good.
There's another announcement that I want to make that's actually pretty big. You guys may have heard, I think a lot happened yesterday. I don't know if we've talked about that Harley dropped out officially. So Harley dropped out of Creator Clash officially. And again, Hassan, I know you're watching. I think that now your good friend Ian needs you more.
Hassan, I know you're watching is crazy. Because Hassan wasn't watching. So like, does he not feel shame? Probably not.
Than ever. And it's time to step in and take that title card, baby.
This is not what podcasts
Oh,
are.
shut up. I'm trying to help you.
It's horrible.
And now he's getting mad at a soundboard clip of Ian. Oh my goodness, what is even happening here?
This guy doesn't know when to shut up.
Horrible.
I was just saying, I prove that Ian chose the right friend. But it gets even worse for Creator Clash, I'm afraid, because today, do you want me to say it?
You could say it.
This was a tough situation for everybody. And it wasn't something that any of us took lightly, least of all, AB and Lena.
So why does he say any of us? Like it should have been his decision at all. Right? I don't know why he doesn't internalize this, but like you should not be involved in your employees' personal lives and affairs. Like
Lena specifically. It is with great regret that we announced that Lena will not be participating in Creator Clash either.
Like him announcing it is still insane. You know, I don't care if like AB and Lena gave him the okay to do so. That is crazy. That is like your boss going on their Twitter and being like on the official company Twitter being like, yeah, Josh will no longer be going to Hawaii. Why does your job care about what you do in your personal life? And why should they have a say in what you do when you are not working? Yeah, Josh will no longer be working at the local soup kitchen. It was a tough decision on all of us to come to this conclusion. Josh will no longer be handing out hand warmers and clothes to the homeless any longer.
Yes.
You're not late to the stream. The stream started just about like 10 seconds ago, honestly.
First off, I apologize to any of the fans who were going to see Lena. It's been a lot, and Lena's just sort of been thrown in the middle. She was kind of put in a really shitty situation, and boxing is a very serious thing, and you need...
By who, AB? Who put her in this situation? Because he can sit there, right? And he can say this in this way so that his boss assumes that he's talking about Ian. And he could be talking about Ian, right? Very well could be, right? But like, if you're gonna do this, you have to, like, if you're gonna pick a side, pick a side. You know what I mean? Say, yeah, no, this was all Ian's fault. Ian is a bad friend for putting Lena in this situation, and that's why she's dropping out of the event. First, I asked what the Demon Withers do. I got my answer. Actually, I have no idea. I actually have no clue what Demon Withers did. Somebody was just like, "Do you hear the Demon Withers drama?" My girlfriend yesterday was like, "Do you hear what happened with Demon Withers?" And I'm just like, "No." It was like something. Black women. I was like, you know what? I don't need to hear anything else. I don't need to hear anything else. I knew it. Once again, I've been vindicated.
Your full concentration. And it was getting to a point that she was just caught in the middle of stuff, and I was afraid, and she was distracted at practice, and there's a lot to it. And yeah,
I'm sure she was. If your boss is trying to pressure you, like, imagine just imagine you're boxing. Imagine you're practicing for boxing, and your boss is standing in the, like, your boss from your actual job is standing in the corner, being like, "You better not box in this event. If you box in this event, I don't even want to say what I would do to you." Of course you're gonna be distracted. Yeah, of course that would be distracting. Like, maybe don't be the controlling, overstepping boss that guides what your employees do in their personal lives. Our speculation, but Ethan is not above threatening to fire her if she did the event. Then what we won't know. But like, that's so gross. I had more integrity to stand up against my previous boss when I was completely broke. I think there's a difference in like AB and Lena, at least especially in this time frame of the podcast, because Lena has not been a part of the content like for a long time at this point. You know what I mean? Like, if she was here, like, you know, throwing her hand in the hate brigade and like picking a side, I'd be like, yeah, that would be like, you know, worthy of criticism. But like, Lena is literally like essentially being coerced by her boss into like stopping her personal affairs and engagement, right? And she hasn't even given any reason to do so, right? Her biggest crime is boxing in an event that somebody that Ethan hates is putting on. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, outside of like, you know, working for Ethan in the first place. And even that's not enough for Ethan. Ethan needs undying unilateral loyalty from his subjects, essentially. Paying people off to side with you is such a good look. I mean, it's crazy. Imagine having to care about your boss's personal beliefs, personal beefs. Yeah, this just proves Ian's point in his video. It does. It does prove Ian's point in his video that he puts the Ethan Klein puts the crew in an untenable situation. Right? It's either sacrifice your livelihood or pledge undying fealty to me and me alone. And now he's claiming like, oh no, it's Ian. Ian, you are forcing me to coerce my employees into stopping their personal affairs. It's your fault that I'm doing this. It's your fault that I'm doing this harassment campaign. You know what I mean? Like it's crazy.
Dropped. It was sort of
and I do agree. Like, I don't put it past Ethan to maybe not say, if you do this event, you're fired. Right? But we know from the fact that he's being sued that his workplace conduct as a boss or as an employer is not on the up and up. He's not the most solid. Right? So I wouldn't put it past him to imply that there is some ultimatum that pushed Lena to feel as though she could not continue with the event. You know what I mean? He's jokingly threatened all of their jobs on air. I imagine that continues off screen. Yeah. So
it wasn't fair to her opponent, Froggy, as well, because if Lena was to post and promote, she would get shit. And if she didn't post...
From who? Like, where is this introspection? Are we going to ignore the fact that, like, anytime... Like, and this is, like, this is provable, by the way. You can literally look at the H3 podcast episode where they react to the content cop, right? And see members of their community being like, I'm so disappointed in Lena for participating in Ian's event. She should drop out. Da-da-da-da-da. Her own boss was saying that she needs to drop out. Who would she be getting hate from? They call it a Nazi event. Yeah.
She's still getting shit, and it's not fair to Froggy and her experience. So, yeah, after talking out with everyone, we figured it was best if she drops.
After talking it out with everyone, I want to know who everyone is. Because what happened, they didn't ask Lena to drop out, but they weren't happy with the promotions coming out, so they asked Lena to ask Creator Cast 3 to stop promotions. When they refused to stop promotions, they put an ultimatum that she had to drop out. No, you're incorrect. They did ask her to drop out. They've talked about publicly how Ethan and Hila went to Lena and asked Lena to drop out and offered to pay Lena to drop out. This was like months ago. It was like in March. Yeah, they did it on air. They did it on air before the promotion using Lena came out. It was just a few days ago. It was they did it last month. I think it was early April. It was before the content cop. So we looked at it and we watched it. They said it when the video came out that she should drop. Even Hila chimed in. In the content cop release stream, A even said that IDubbbz offered to pay her if she dropped down. Ethan shamed IDubbbz for that. They mentioned it when raging against Froggy Tonic. I don't know, actually. You think like both were manipulating her so hard just a week or two ago? Lena was telling them that she wanted to do this. She was ready to fight. Yeah. Like literally, I think it was before, maybe it was after, or like slightly after the content cop dropped. Right? where Lena said, and this is coming through AB, that Lena said that she wanted to fight. And she was going to continue to fight. And somehow within the last 2 weeks, that has changed and shifted. And we won't know, right? We won't know exactly why the decision was made. But
I'm rooting for Lena 100%.
That is true.
We are.
Yeah, no, I know you guys are. I know you guys are all rooting for her. Yeah, I'm not even.
What I will say is definitely whatever you do, if you want to watch Lena fight.
yeah, who could have led to her decision dropping out in the first place? I wonder. Who could have guided this decision?
In regards to the Creator Clash 2, I appreciate, Creator Clash 3, a lot of people being supportive. I will say, just so people also know, like, there's, besides everything that's gone into it, and that I mentioned previously, like, you guys don't know how expensive, like, everything is. We've gotten robes, shorts, we've, the training, and also, like, anything that you see going forward, promo and stuff, Lena has already shot previously, like, months ago. Mm-hmm. So I don't know what the release schedule is of all that. I know stuff's coming out every day. I don't want Lena to get shit. I don't want you guys to think that, like, Lena went here and then went and recorded stuff.
I'll tell you what needs to happen. He needs to pay her to buy her out and not show her fucking shit. This was his decision, right, to make this video. Once again,
like, this is so crazy. Lena said that she wanted to fight. And Ethan is like, no, what needs to happen is Ian needs to pay her, right? Buy her out from a charity event, and then not show her promos, and then let her drop out. Like, that's crazy. As a boss to say.
He threw Dr. Kirk under the bus. He threw Lena on the bus. He did not care or think for 2 seconds about the people who was hurting doing this pointless content cut.
Also, even though it was shot before this, people are not going to know that when they post stuff.
No, if he posts that, she will get shit.
That's
There's no question about it. No matter.
From who? Ethan? I wonder why. Because, again, the same day. Is this the same day? I'm pretty sure this is it. No, this is a different day. This was more recently, right? But AB, multiple times, felt the need to go on the podcast and keep reinforcing to the audience, hey, if y'all see stuff from Creator Clash coming out that was shot months ago, like, Lena is not like a double agent working for Ian, right? Why did AB feel the need to do that? Why was he required to do that? Maybe it's because Ethan and Ethan's audience and Hila are insane. They're insane people. Maybe that's why. Because they would see, right? They would see, like, Lena with Creator Clash next to her name, and they would go harass her and be like, oh, AB and Lena are double agents or whatever. Like, they're working with Ian. They're cozying up to Ethan's enemies. They're cozying up to the enemies of the show. Which is why multiple times, wasn't just this instance, multiple times, AB felt the need to go and publicly on the show, right? Reinforce that, like, no, we're on this side, guys. We're on your side. Please don't harass my wife. We like Ethan here. Please, like, the promos you're seeing, they're old promos. We're not playing double agents. Please stop sending harassment towards my wife. Like, and Ethan, the boss, is doing nothing to stop it. And that's the craziest part. He knows the audience. Again, you can go to these actual episodes, or you can go to these episodes and look at the chat when Ethan starts talking about Creator Clash and see how the chat fills up with being like, oh, Lena needs to drop out. Why is Lena even doing the fight anyway? Like, how dare, not how dare, maybe not how dare, maybe that's a bit far, but like that sort of stuff. You feel me? And Ethan knows that's the way his audience is reacting, but he does nothing to say, hey, leave Lena alone. This is her decision. If she wants to do the fight, she can do the fight. I support her, right? You realize how, Olivia said it. Oh, we were in the middle watching this. Here, Olivia said it. Dan said it, that they support Lena. But Ethan's like, well, listen, okay, right? If she wants to do the fight, like, a button, you know what I mean? Rudy said, I can't do anything for you if the audience attacks you to Lena. No, he didn't.
I don't know what Lena wants to do. Is she even there? I don't know.
I'm here.
But yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Lena.
I was just going to say, my first thought also comes to my opponent.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say
because
too.
then they can't compete.
Well, he fucked her too.
It's
yeah, but do you want to be involved in this drama? I doubt that I doubt that they want that.
Well,
that's crazy. She's like, well, I first thought it was my opponent. I don't want to put them through that. Like, and the Ela's like, well, have you considered the fact that like you're putting her through stuff as well by bringing her into the drama, right? I don't think she would want that. So maybe you should actually drop out.
It's just that there's more to consider than just myself.
That was Ian's responsibility when he made that video.
Sometimes though, Lena, you do need to put yourself.
True. No, yeah, that's true. But and then in that case, I also think about just all the time and the training I put into this.
It's a lot mentally and physically. Like it's.
Yeah, she's dedicated months and months of her life to this. I mean, Lena goes like pretty much every day after work.
And she wakes up at 5 a.m. before work as well.
Like, is this not insane? Is this not crazy? Like, this is their boss. They have to handhold their boss by being like, no, I want to fight in this event. And they're like, well, have you considered the fact that like, maybe it's not good for you to fight in this event and maybe you should stop it for your own mental health? Like, it's very clear that Ethan and Ela specifically don't want Lena to fight in the fight. And they're trying to like, again, they're coercing her, right? No means no. If she wants to fight in the fight, let her fight in the fight. But he's been pestering her and badgering her live multiple times, trying to coerce her into dropping out. And they got what they wanted, as narcissists tend to do. They got what they wanted. And, Lena dropped out. He wants the charity event to fail so bad. Yeah, so he can then dunk on Ian. And this is the craziest part. He wants the event to fail just so he can then turn around and be like, oh, Ian, this is what happens when you come after the king. You know what I mean? Get woke, go broke. And you got woke again. That's it. That's what he wants. And so he can simultaneously, hold power over his employee and, exercise his controlling nature while forcing the charity event to fail because it will make him feel better. Because Ian made him feel bad. So if Ian made him feel bad, he can get back at Ian by, making Ian feel worse by having his event fail. It's insane. Insane. He seems like a misogynist. He seems like he's pushing Lena to be in this job, isolated the way she is. I do feel bad for her. Don't say that. You don't know their dynamic. I'm not gonna sit here and try to get between like AB and Lena's relationship dynamic. I think that's stupid and parasocial. How much money do you have to be to want a charity event to fail because someone hurt your fifis? You have to be Ethan. So he's speaking for her. Yeah, and you don't know if she asked him to speak for her. You know, you don't know. You have no idea. So just chill out. I think AB and Lena have a great relationship. You also don't know. I don't want to comment on the state of their relationship. It's not relevant. It's not relevant to anything that's going on here, actually. Just be normal. Anyway, we're gonna skip to the Sam Seder talk. But he'll say because Ian is associated with anti-Semitic people like Frogan, and he wants the charity to succeed and claim the moral high ground. I don't care what he says. I'm telling you what is the truth. You know what I mean? The truth is that he wants it to fail. But let's get to the Sam Seder talk, because this is what we're all here for, right? This is what we're all here for. I watched it yesterday, and so we're gonna go through it with a set of hindsight eyes. I might also warm up some of my leftovers because I am hungry. You know, maybe I should post that I'm watching it. On Twitter. Maybe I should post with my like that sick thumbnail that I made. Boom. Live on Twitch and YouTube, reacting to live on Twitch and YouTube, reacting to Ethan being murdered by an old man. Get in now. And I'll put the links. Twitch.tv/Sean the Black. And then youtube.com/@SeanTheBlack. Because somebody stole my freaking gosh darn name on YouTube. Post. Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. No, 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 no. But I'm not gonna lie, like Ray's probably Ethan's performance. He actually kind of destroyed Sam piece by piece. I wasn't expecting that. Bait used to be believable. Bait used to be believable.
Welcome to the show, Mr. Sam Seder.
Okay? Oh my God, it's Sam Seder.
What a nightmare. A session indicator.
Oh no, Sam Seder! What a fucking nightmare!
I will say, Ethan performed above my expectations for the first 5 minutes. Right? And I made a tweet yesterday describing what Ethan would do. I said Ethan is planning on lying to Sam about being pro-Palestine, baking on Sam on the intricacies of his pro-Israel rhetoric. Right? This is what I said. And I think he performed that relatively well. Right? He was able to, slightly, again, lie about being pro-Palestine. And be like, we only have like a few little differences or whatever. And Sam was engaging with that a little bit until Ethan tipped his hands. A little poker reference. Showed his cards. A little poker reference. And then like Sam pounced and he got cooked. Right? Flew too close to the sun and pulled out the Hassan clip. Exactly. The Hassan clip is where he lost it. If Ethan would have just stopped the conversation before he showed the Hassan clip, I think that he could have actually done what he was trying to do in this debate. So what he was trying to do in this debate, right, Ethan, is that Ethan was trying to get the clips and the overall sentiment of the debate to be that me and Sam Seder agree on everything. Right? That is what he was trying to do. That is what he was attempting to do. He was trying to be like, oh, me and Sam Seder agree. So that he can go to the conversation with Hassan and be like, you told me to talk to Sam Seder, but we agreed on everything. Right? So like, because we agree on this thing, right? If I say you're anti-Semitic, then like Sam, by proxy, is also saying you're anti-Semitic. Therefore, you're wrong. Right? He's still claiming that? Yes, he's still claiming that. But the difference is, I think for the first 5 minutes, right, it would have worked. If the debate ended after the first 5 minutes, I think it would have worked. I think it would have worked for the audience. I don't think Sam would have bought it, right, per se. But I think the audience could have latched on to that and been like, yeah, Ethan is pro-Palestine. Like Ethan dropping that he thinks that, military aid and weapon shipments should be stopped to Israel is kind of ironic because he's never believed that before. That's not a thing that he has ever said. Ever. He has never said that he thinks that weapon shipments should be stopped to Israel. Him saying they'll make their own what's hilarious. Yeah, because he's stupid. Right? Was I owed? I think he's not aware that Israel gets all his weapons from the US. I don't think it matters if he's aware or not. I don't think he cares. Right? It's a talking point that you have to filter everything he's saying through the lens of he's trying to appear as pro-Palestine to Sam. Right? You have to filter everything through that lens, right? So him saying that he wants weapon shipments to stop being the first time he's ever said that ever, 18 months into the genocide, right? The reason why it's coming up now is because he's trying to appear to Sam as if he's pro-Palestine and he's being attacked just because he's Jewish, right? And so he would be agreeing with Sam. He'd be like, yeah, weapon shipments should be stopped. Yeah, Israel is going too far. All of these different things, because he's trying to get Sam to believe that he's pro-Palestine. Right? But again, once he played the Hassan clip, he tipped his hand too far, and Sam was like, oh, you're definitely not pro-Palestine. Right? You're pro-Israel. This is what you're doing. I think Sam was holding his cards kind of close to his chest. There's a lot of poker references here. I think Sam knew that Ethan wasn't pro-Palestine, but he was arguing, and he was going to argue based upon what Ethan was giving him. So if Ethan never tipped his hand, I think Sam would have only have stayed on topic and would have like pretended that Ethan is pro-Palestine for the sake of argument. Right? But Ethan couldn't even play the role of somebody who's pro-Palestine long enough for Sam to, to believe it. You know what I mean? Yeah, he lasted for 5 minutes. He said Israel doesn't need U.S. weapons. Yeah, he got cooked. He was out of his depth. he was not prepared to have this discussion, right? Which is why if the conversation with Hassan happens tomorrow anyway, it won't be about Israel-Palestine. And I think Hassan would need to be very tailored in where he allows the discussion to go. Because something you would see if you watch Hassan is he oftentimes gives his haters a lot of leeway, right? And kind of gives them a little bit more rope than they deserve, right? Even when talking to great name chatters, he'll be like, oh, you're probably going to say that I'm a champagne socialist because I bought a house and that I have a Gucci shirt and that I lease a take-in, right? He gives the talking points so that he can adequately address them. But oftentimes, he's just offering up more ammunition for the haters to latch onto, right? It's not necessarily a bad thing when you're in a good faith discussion, but when you're in a discussion with people who are very obviously and clearly bad faith, right? It serves as a way to misdirect from the actual topic of discussion, right? And so Hassan would need to be very tailored to be like, yeah, I don't care about this drama stuff. We're going to talk about why you're doing Hasbra, right? Sanders already said he doesn't care about the smear Ethan has about him. He said that he's talking to Ethan about Israel-Palestine, and we'll see, right? I'm just telling you what Ethan is going to try to do and what Hassan will need to do to combat that, right? I'm not even saying I don't trust Hassan to have this discussion, right? I'm just telling you as the viewers, the chatters, as things that Ethan is going to do and to be aware of when he tries to do it. You know what I mean? Hassan knows that this is full of bad faith. Yeah. Which is why I said if this was Hassan 2 months ago, I think Hassan would lose. Or I think Hassan would get caught up in the weeds about like who called CPS and, the meanie bobini things that Ethan has said, or it happened to Ethan in the harassment and things of that nature. I think he would get caught up in it. But I think Hassan as of now in May of 2025, I think he knows. I think he knows. I think he's fully aware of what Ethan has done, especially seeing the conversation with Sam. You think he'll take off the kitty gloves, or will he go hard? I think Hassan will probably start with kitty gloves because that's just what Hassan does. But depending on how insane Ethan goes, either like, trying to get Hassan to talk about drama or whatever, I think Hassan will start being a lot more contentious. Right? Because this conversation is not to convert Ethan. I think Hassan is aware of that. Like with Trainwrecks. Exactly like with Trainwrecks, actually. Exactly like with Trainwrecks. If you remember the Trainwrecks conversation, right? Hassan started very amicable, right? He was very charitable to Train. But as Train started to like defend child gambling and things of that nature, Hassan got a lot more contentious, right? And I think Hassan is even more invested in this conversation. I think he'll get even further, contentious. Hope he doesn't condemn the CPS call. It makes it look like his audience and his friends has something to do with it when no one did. I think he'll condemn it, get to the root of the argument. I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I think your analysis is missing what this is for. Hassan won't be trying to change Ethan's mind. Okay, I feel like you just said exactly what I just said. You'll be trying to expose him as a fraud. This is why he's so mad at the vitriol reaction with his chat during the Sam Seder debate. Like that's been my take for the last, you hadn't said it yet. I said it 2 days ago, chatter. Okay, let's be real. I said it like 2-3 days ago. You can check the VOD. This has been one of my more consistent takes. Right, the conversation. I said it in Hassan's chat yesterday. You can pull my logs. But no, you're good. You're good. We're memeing. We're memeing. You're good, chatter. I heard Lever said it 4 days ago. You shut your mouth. Another thing I am dreading is the shitty taste from people like Papa Gut. First of all, chatter, you should not know who that is. Second of all, you should not know what their takes are. You should not be watching people like Papa Gut. I'm gonna be real. Who is that? Don't even worry about it. My partner watches them. You should ask your partner if they know why Papa Gut got banned off of TikTok. I want to know. He made a joke. He made a if she's old enough to bleed, she's old enough to breed joke. And then TikTok clapped his account. Joke, yeah. So I don't know if he's back or not, but that's why his account got banned. Originally, he's always been like a pseudo, like a Vosh type, like a crude, crass humor. Older white guy who's invested so much in like child TikTok drama for some reason. You know what I mean? Centrist V. I mean, V is a centrist V half the time. I mean, people. My partner watches these people and gives them endless charitability, and it's all in the past and it's all edgy jokes. Yeah, I mean, good luck, chatter. I was saying that Ace, you're allowed. Yesterday in this chat about Sam and Ace, you complained about Hassan's chat, as if it's not moderated. Yeah. To be fair, this is my overarching thoughts. We're gonna get to the actual debate. We're gonna watch all of it so we see what's going on here. But it's just my overarching thoughts. Good luck, Charlie. I only know who he is because he said that Adam McIntyre didn't get groomed. That sounds exactly like a thing that Papa Goat would say, honestly. If I'm being entirely real.
How have you been, Sam, since we ruined Steven Crowder's life together? Nice to see you again.
I've been feeling very badly for him.
Yes,
over the years.
It's a tragic loss of a great career and so much potential.
Okay, so because this is like the intro portion where like, and this is something that I also don't like about debates, like legitimately, which is why I don't do debates. Partially because I don't think I'm great at them. How to defend the idea of killing civilians in the first Intifada? That's not surprising. Is that like you have to do it's the glazing phase, you know? You have to shake hands with the Nazis, which is why you don't debate Nazis. You know what I mean? And because I refuse to shake hands with Nazis is why I don't freaking debate Nazis. And so if you sit down with freaking like Ethan Klein, you have to do the glaze portion. Be like, yeah, how you doing, man? It's so good to see you. You know? I wonder what he'll do with Hassan. It'll be the same thing. This is the debate decorum. It is, you know? Hassan will not do that. No, he will. I think you're wrong. You're incorrect. He will. It'll be the, hi, how you doing? You know, hope you're doing well. It's been a while or whatever. That sort of thing. Right? Ethan will do it to Hassan. Hassan will do it to Ethan. That's just how debate decorum works. And I think to a certain extent, I think it's necessary so that the debates are not immediately out of the gate unproductive. Right? You have to play this little song and dance, right? Before jumping into it so that you like, you know, warm up the opponent to like having a good faith discussion in the first place. But in reports like fist bumping before a fight, yeah. It's kind of necessary. Right, so if you think that Hassan is not going to do it, I think you're wrong. Right, I think you're incorrect. Right, I don't think Hassan is gonna like glaze up Ethan or whatever, but like I think there will be some level of like, you know, pre-debate sportsmanship. Right, that is going to happen. Hassan typing peace and love in the chat made me chuckle. Yeah, like he literally did that yesterday. He typed peace and love in chat yesterday. I'm just surprised Ethan is debating. He hates Hassan like nothing I've ever seen. Again, I said this in chat yesterday. Ethan only agreed to this debate with Hassan and Sam because he thought that he has a dunk. You know what I mean? He has something that he can be used as a gotcha against against the other person. And in this debate, it was the Hassan clip. Right? This is what I said yesterday. He thought the Hassan clip would be his dunk, his own in the debate. That would get Sam Seder to agree with him off rip immediately. You know what I mean? And he was wrong. But I think he still has something like that for Hassan. I think he's either planning on, bringing Destiny in and making Hassan look like a coward for like backing out. I think he's planning on having some clip chimp ready or some set of clips or something that he thinks he can catch Hassan on the back foot on. Right? I don't know if he'll bring on Destiny. It is a very Ethan Klein thing to do. Right? But he'll have something in his back pocket that he thinks will catch Hassan off guard. He wouldn't do it otherwise. The reason he's been dodging Hassan for the last year. You know? Is the bro tips clip? He'll bring on Loner Box? I don't think it'll be Loner Box, honestly. Loner Box is not smart enough. You know what I mean? He's not smart enough. Like, it would need to be somebody that could win or who could win a debate against Hassan. And I think Destiny has a good chance because Destiny is like bad faith and he at least is rhetorically better than like Boner Box is, you know? Like, Loner Box is like, he's just bad at his job. Destiny talking through an earpiece. I mean, he doesn't need that. Like, Destiny will just send him debate points. Like, he doesn't need like an earpiece. Bring someone Brianna. Brianna was also not smart enough. Benny Morris? Benny Morris would actually be something that like I think would or sound like something Ethan would do. Legitimately. Somebody who is like up to the date with like the Hasbro talking points. And that wouldn't get Hassan banned. I would not put it past Ethan. Eat the Oreo? No. Nicholas to Eat the Oreo is not well read enough on Israel Palestine to have a discussion. That's one who I actually thought about, actually. Yeah. He's not bringing on Harley. Would Benny Morris be willing to go on HB podcast? Yes. If to debate Hassan, 100%. 100%. We'll see, though. We'll see. We'll see. What Ethan's excuse for bringing someone else in to debate Hassan? He wouldn't need an excuse. He would just be like, it would be funny. You know what I mean? His audience won't care. His audience is bad faith. So if it makes Hassan look bad, they're not going to be like, oh, Ethan, you're a coward for bringing somebody else on. They'd be like, haha, Ethan caught Hassan on the back foot. You know what I mean? I mean, Ryan Beard, since he loves him so much, Ryan Beard's also not smart enough. What's Benny Morris going to do? Agree with Hassan that the transfer was inherently the project of Zionism, like he did for Finkelstein? You think Ela will be there to argue against Hassan? 100%. What if Ethan just shuts off the camera and starts playing the nuke? I mean, it would still be like, cowardice. But like, I don't know. I think the problem is like, I think his audience would be like, haha, that's funny. You got Hassan to watch the nuke. But like I think the average person, because keep in mind, this debate is not for Ethan's audience. It's also not for Hassan's audience. Right? It's for the outer, outside sphere. They're going to be tuning into what's going on here. People who saw the content cop and was like, I don't know what's going on with Ethan and Ian and Hassan or whatever, but I saw the content cops, but I'm still confused. Those people are still tuned in and tapped in, but they're still confused. So they're going to watch the debate. The goal is to convert those people over to your side. And I don't think Ethan is going to be able to do that if he just plays the nuke. Mia's Midnight, thank you for the 8-month free subscription. Also, Crane Bolt Green, thank you for the 7-month free subscription. Woke Witch, thank you for the 22-month free subscription. And Scribble and Dibble, thank you for the 3-month free subscription. And Jesse Hunter, thank you for the 5-month free subscription. Much appreciated. If he turned off the cam and played it, Hassan would just have their live stream to debunk in real time without cuts until Ethan hits the button. But if they're just playing, I don't think Hassan would be able to pause, but who knows?
Yes, it is. Hey, are we live now?
We are live.
Here, I'm going to go run and warm my food up. And I will be back after the Glaze session part's over.
On the H3 channel, yes.
I want to just start by sort of apologizing in that I sent you a DM on Twitter 6 months ago or something. I was just going through to find out, and then I just realized you're no longer on Twitter.
Yeah.
So that explains why I didn't hear back.
He may yeah, I didn't see it. I wish I would have, but honestly, I don't know what to do because I want to get off Twitter, but also it's kind of a pain because Twitter is the way that I would reach out and speak to most people. But I also don't want to be on a platform that's owned and perpetuates basically Nazi shit. So.
Okay. Yeah, he uses Instagram and YouTube. Not to be you're a hypocrite, Sweaty, or whatever, but that's not why he left Twitter. Why did he leave Twitter? Was it harassing a queer Arab guy? Yes. And so that he didn't have to see any what's it called? Pushback. So.
Yeah, this was, yes, I understand that.
Yeah,
but I just wanted you to know I did reach out, and it was on me not to realize that I just assumed he didn't want to respond. But
okay, well,
me.
That's nice to know that you reached out. I appreciate that. And the reason, I mean, obviously, people have been pushing for this conversation. I don't know if you know, the whole lore of it, the background of it. I
mean, this is all I know is that Hassan reached out to me sometime. I mean, I got in touch with you October 24th, and I said that I was meaning to reach out for a couple of weeks. So I assume it was sometime in early October. And my thought we were just going to do this off air. But my understanding is that you and he were getting into it, and you felt like because he wasn't Jewish, he didn't have a perspective on this, and that's why he suggested that you speak to me. I don't speak for all Jews, just to be clear.
Right.
I speak for only myself as a in any form.
Well,
whatsoever.
Sam, allow me to speak for all Jews, if I may, today.
Please.
No, actually, I mean, that's a total mischaracterization, which is kind of my problem with Hassan, which we can get into if you want. We don't even have to talk about Hassan. But basically what I told him was that I was citing polling data that shows that about 70 to 80% of diaspora Jews have some kind of positive feelings towards the state of Israel. And he was disagreeing with me. And I mean, this is available by polls, readily available by Pew Research just last month, showing that, and I don't know if if you agree with that or not, I can pull it up, but 72% of diaspora Jews have some type of at least positive feelings about the state of Israel. I was stating that fact to him, and he was saying that I was wrong. And I said, who are you to talk about this? I did not say that I only listen to Jewish people, which is a little bit of presumptuous and a little insane.
No, I don't think that's not what I took him to say. But yeah, I mean, Azan is that's irrelevant to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that I haven't seen that poll. I've seen ones that have said that they have a connection. They feel a connection, either strong or somewhat.
Yeah.
Which is different than positive per se.
So
but regardless, I mean, I think if I don't know your upbringing at all, but I mean, certainly my upbringing.
I'm back. All right. Running it back. Hassan wanted Sam in the divorce. True.
I don't know what to do because I want to get off Twitter, but also it's kind of a pain because Twitter is the way that I would reach out and speak to most people. But I also don't want to be on a platform that's owned and perpetuates basically Nazi shit. So
that's not why he left.
This was yes, I understand that.
Yeah,
but I just wanted you to know I did reach out, and it was on me not to realize that. I just assumed he didn't want to respond, but.
Okay, well, that's nice to know that you reached out. I appreciate that. And the reason, I mean, obviously, people have been pushing for this conversation. I don't know if you know, the whole lore of it, the background of it. I
mean, this is all I know is that Hassan reached out to me sometime. I mean, I got in touch with you October 24th, and I said that I was meaning to reach out for a couple of weeks. So I assume it was sometime in early October.
October 24th, 2023, by the way. I think Ethan was still on Twitter by that point, right? I'm pretty sure. I assume he's talking about 2023, not 2024. Imagine the timeline we'd be in if Ethan saw that DM. It was October 2024. Oh.
And
wait, no, I guess that makes sense, because the last leftovers conversation happened November 9th or 12th. That makes sense. 2024 makes sense.
I thought we were just going to do this off air, but my understanding is that you and he.
Wait, hold on. Sam thought they were going to do it off air.
I thought we were just going to do this October and for a couple of weeks. So I assume it was sometime in early October. And I thought we were just going to do this off air. But my understanding is that you and he were getting into it, and you felt like.
That's what Hassan suggested that you do? Yeah. So one has to ask why it was on air in the first place. To be fair, I'm glad it wasn't off air. I'm glad we got to see it. But if Ethan actually wanted to, hear what Sam had to say, he should have done it off air. I think most conversations should happen off air. They shouldn't happen on air. It's unproductive. Right? Because if you're not a content creator, I don't know if it'd be easy to understand, but you're doing a performance, right? Streaming and streamers are a lot more accessible than other forms of celebrities, but it's still a performance. You're not giving your full authentic self when you are in front of the camera, right? You're going to be performing. You're going to be more aware of how people view you. Right, your eyes are just gonna keep glancing at the chat and see what the chat's saying. Is the chat rocking with what I'm saying? Did I mess up? Did I say something wrong? It's going to be a performance, and so it's a lot easier to have a productive conversation off air where you're not worried about that stuff. But again, clout.
because he wasn't Jewish, he didn't have a perspective on this, and that's why he suggested that you speak to me. I don't speak for all Jews, just to be clear.
Right.
I speak for only for myself as a in any form.
Well,
whatsoever,
Sam,
so.
allow me to speak for all Jews, if I may, today.
Please.
No, well, actually, I mean, that's a total mischaracterization, which is kind of my problem with Hassan, which we can get into if you want. We don't even have to talk about Hassan. But
No.
basically, what I told him was that I was citing polling data that shows that
Going and trying to win, not trying to learn. Yeah.
about 70 to
Also, I want you to, if you haven't seen this yet, I want you to remember this moment where he says, we don't have to talk about Hassan. Because, oh man, we keep circling back to that issue.
80% of diaspora Jews have some kind of positive feelings towards the state of Israel. And he was disagreeing with me. And I
Also,
mean, this is available.
I want you to notice how that number shifted. He said it was 90%. Over the last year and a half, he's been saying that it's 90%. He's saying that 90% of Jews are quote unquote Zionists because they have positive feelings towards Israel. Right? Now that number has shifted from 90 to 80, and then it shifted again in this conversation from 80 to 70.
By polls readily available by Pew Research just last month, showing that, and I don't know if you agree with that or not. I can pull it up, but 72% of diaspora Jews have some type of at least positive feelings about the state of Israel. I was stating that fact to him, and he was saying that I was wrong. And I said, "Who are you to talk about this?" I did not say that I only listen to Jewish people, which is
that's kind of what the implication is, though. No. That's kind of what the implication is, right? If you make a claim and Hassan says it's wrong and you say you wouldn't understand because you're not Jewish, the implication is that you only listen to Jewish people. That's kind of the point. He's just repeating what Hassan said, but like then claiming that he disagrees with it, but then agreeing with it directly after. You know what I mean? This ends up pulling a poll after considering 7% of Jews who think that bombing in Gaza is the right amount for a ceasefire. We'll get to that stuff when we get to it.
a little bit of presumptuous and a little insane.
I don't think that 90% of Jews are Zionists. That's literally what I just said, by the way. I like verbatim 20 seconds ago. Those words left my mouth.
That's not what I took him to say, but yeah, I mean, as long as that's irrelevant to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that I haven't seen that poll. I've seen ones that have said that they have a connection. They feel a connection, either strong or somewhat.
Yeah.
Which is different than positive per se.
So
but regardless, I mean, I think if I don't know your upbringing at all, but I mean, certainly my upbringing, my Hebrew education was, I would say, 1/3 Holocaust, and I'm older, and so this was in the 70s.
Old.
1/3 into the 80s, 1/3 Holocaust, 1/3 Israel, 1/3 Hebrew, Hebrew and Jewish culture. And I certainly feel a strong connection to Israel, but I wouldn't call it positive these days.
Sure. I think what the poll attempts to is basically, if you ask Hassan or a lot of people on the left, I think an emotional attachment is the way to describe this. So it's like,
that's not positive. So that's not what you said. It's literally Ethan lying once again, or at least mischaracterizing his own words 2 minutes ago. He said that 80% of Jews have positive feelings about the state of Israel. And Sam was like, the polls that I've seen show that a lot of Jewish people have a connection with Israel, but it's not necessarily mean that it's positive. And he's like, well, Hassan is claiming that that what you're saying is wrong. I'm like, but that's not the claim that you were saying. I'm confused. So this is a way for him to try to skate around. This is a disagreement between them, by the way. Ethan loves to say that they agreed on everything. This is a disagreement between Ethan and Sam. Ethan thinks that 80% of Jews have a positive association with Israel. And Sam countered by saying the point that I've seen, right, is that 70 or 80% of Jews have a connection to the state of Israel, and that does not necessarily imply, right, a positive connotation. That is a disagreement, and so Ethan just kind of hand waves that away, being like, "Okay, no, we agree on this." You know what I mean? Because Ethan does believe that whether he thinks it's 90, 70, or 80% of Jews have a positive association with Israel, that's what he believes. That's what he thinks. He doesn't draw a distinction between a positive association or a connection. Right? But Ethan denies the disagreement is even happening. Yeah, because it doesn't serve his purpose. Because his job here, his role here, is to just make it seem like, right? Make it seem like him and Sam agree. Right? These intricate, like, little differences between their opinions would be the end of the world if it was Hassan. Right? Because I'm pretty sure Hassan has told him this. Right? I'm pretty sure Hassan has told him this. And so this is like what the issue was with Ethan, but now he needs Sam to agree with him. You know? Now he needs Sam to agree with him, so now those differences are meaningless. When those differences are between Ethan and Hassan, they are a canyon between them, right? They are so different, and Hassan is anti-Semitic for even insinuating that. But when Sam holds the exact same positions, now the canyon is now just a little crack in the sidewalk. It's basically the same thing. It's basically the same thing. Because he needs Sam to agree with him, because he needs it to look like that Hassan is the odd man out. Right? That's what he's trying to do. Here, let me close this. If Ethan can make it seem that Sam is closer to him than Sam is to Hassan, Ethan wins. This is the best way I can put it. If Ethan can make it seem like Sam is closer to him than he is Hassan, then Ethan wins. But if Ethan is unable to properly do this, and then makes it seem like Sam is closer to Hassan, right? Then Ethan loses. Right? This is why Ethan lost the debate. This is what happens. Right? It started out being a little bit like this. Right? It was slightly like this, where like Ethan was hand waving away the discussions and things of that nature. He'd be like, yeah, we agree. Until it devolved into something entirely different, which placed Sam firmly closer to Hassan's position than it did Ethan's position, which is the pro-Israel, like Zionist position. Right? Which is why his entire community turned on Sam. Right? Because Ethan made this gap into this. He's a discussion of saying we agree on 90%. Yeah, he's coping. Right? Because he needs that to be the case for the Hassan discussion. He had his talking points ready for the Hassan discussion. He needed, right? He needed Sam and him to agree. So we could go to the Hassan discussion and be like, oh, well, actually, the person you told me to talk to is closer to me than he is to you. Therefore, L. Right? Therefore, you lost and are anti-Semitic. But because this is a reality, because this is what we got, that talking point no longer works. And so, as of yesterday, he was trying to pretend like this was happening, right? Until he gets to the discussion on tomorrow. in which case he's going to have to reckon with the fact that this was actually the case, and he needs different talking points. The H3 subreddit pre and post debate proves that. Yeah. He won't reckon with it, I guarantee. If he doesn't reckon with it, right? If he does not reckon with the fact that, like, this is reality, right? This was Ethan's fairy tale land, right? This is a reality. If he does not reckon with the fact that this is reality, he's going to go into the debate being like, me and Sam Seder agreed on everything, and you're going to get supercuts of him and Sam Seder not agreeing on everything, and Ethan looking stupid. Right? There will be clip compilations of how not very agreeable Ethan and Sam were, and it will make Ethan look stupid. And keep in mind, chat, looking stupid is losing the debate. Looking stupid is losing the debate. So he would be cooked. I think that he will reckon with the fact that this is reality, and he'll just come with different talking points. My lock on this is I don't think he's going to bring up the Sam debate at all. Right? I think he would have if the debate went the way he wanted it to go, like this. But now, I think tomorrow, he's not going to. Because it doesn't serve his purpose. And so he's going to talk, if it happens at all, he's going to talk about the drama. He's going to talk about the CPS call. He's going to talk about how in danger his family is. He's going to talk about how I think he's going to actually agree with Hassan a lot of the time. He's going to be like, I don't think you're actually anti-Semitic. I think you harbor anti-Semitism in like your community or with Frogan, and you like placate Frogan's anti-Semitism and denim, like stuff like that. That's what he's going to do. He's going to try to he's going to totally drop what he was going to do on Friday, right? And more try to get Hassan to agree with him and throw Frogan under the bus and throw Denims under the bus, right? That's what he's going to do. Ethan's probably taking notes right now. And I think he will 100% attempt to prove Hassan is an anti-Semite by proxy, right? And I don't even think so, right? And the reason why I don't think so is because he already conceded that in this debate. He already conceded it. He conceded that, no, I don't think Hassan's an anti-Semite. I don't think Hassan's an anti-Semite, right? But I think that, like, you know, he definitely does some things that allows anti-Semitism to fester. He's already done it. He's already walked that back in this conversation, right? And I think when confronted by Hassan directly, he's going to be like, I think the language that you use could potentially lead to more anti-Semitism, and I think you could be doing better as a non-Jewish person to protect Jewish communities and things of that nature, right? That's going to be his argumentation tomorrow, right? That's what he's going to do. He's going to sidestep anything about Israel-Palestine. He's going to sidestep everything about, the actual harassment campaigns that he's caused. And he's going to be like, your association with Denims and Frogan and Bada Banada and Noah Sampson and all these other anti-Semitic people, and your dehumanizing language against Israelis are, makes, Jewish people unsafe. And you don't understand it because you're not Jewish. That's what he's gonna do. Silence to be disciplined and keep it on Israel's genocide. Yeah. Right? And the problem is not that I think Hassan can't do it. Right? Not that I think Hassan can't do it. But more that Hassan tends to give his haters a lot more leeway when they criticize him. Right? When a great name comes in and says, fake socialist, Hassan is like, you probably calling me a fake socialist because this reason and this reason and this reason and this reason and this reason. But don't you know that this. Instead of being like, what do you believe, right? And let me address what you actually believe instead of what I think you're saying. Hassan does that all the time, right? All the time. And I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing per se in like personal conversations, but like online, you're basically handing people ammunition to use against you, right? He's always on the defensive because of how much the same exact things are brought up every day. Yeah, and I get it, I understand it, right? But in a conversation like this, Ethan will then turn that into talking about something different, right? If you start addressing what you think Ethan believes instead of what he's actually saying, Ethan will take that and will guide the conversation somewhere else. Right? In a debate, people will perceive that as bad, even if he's doing it in good faith. Yeah. So we'll see. Let's continue with this.
If you think
I certainly have an emotional attachment, and it's not, but it's not. I wouldn't describe it as positive.
This isn't the one, is it, Dan? There's the one that shows 73% of diaspora Jews. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Regardless, basically, I want to flesh out my ideas, my thoughts, because I'm being characterized by Hassan and a lot of his cohorts as being, a Zionist, being pro-Israel, being a Israel apologist, being a genocide supporter, being a baby killer, being married to a baby killer, etc., right? My wife is Israeli. I don't know if you know that. So basically, I would like to just take the opportunity to explain my ideas, what I think about Israel, and you can tell me what you think, because apparently I will only listen to other Jewish people. So finally, I can speak to someone whose opinion matters to me. So thank you, as the official sanctioned Jewish man, Sam Seder, everybody. 100% Ashkenazi. You ever taken one of those?
I haven't, but I'm quite sure I have some Sephardic.
This was very weird. This was very weird. I don't know why Ethan just happens to just always go into blood quantums and how what percentage of the ethnicity or race you are or whatever. But because he did it with Lena, right? Not Lena, with AB and Anissa, right? And being like, oh, you're barely Lebanese because you're only 8% Lebanese or whatever. He does it all the time. And that's Nazi things. That's Nazis literally did that. That was their whole thing. Apparently, we was brought into this by Ethan, saying how dare anyone speak on the behalf of his people. Yeah, but that's what doesn't make sense is that they literally just addressed that, right? They just addressed that Sam didn't think that Hassan was saying that oh, you needed an approved Jew to talk to, where he's just somebody who can more identify with your perspective. And Ethan was like, well, Sam Seder, the approved Jew that Hassan wanted me to talk to, ha 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 ha. Also, give me your pedigree percentages. For some reason.
Jewish ancestry too, so I would mix.
That's good.
Vilnius and Hungary, I think.
Good for you. I think that's always a good thing. Hey, my friend, I'm 99.3%, so that's my.
All right,
that's where my authority comes from.
I'll take your word for it.
So.
He's so proud of being 99% Ashkenazi. So it's obvious he thinks it's better. It's just weird. You can be like, oh, he's doing a joke or whatever, but that's so gross. It's such a weird. Just even if it is a joke, it's such a weird joke that why would you even make it? You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make much sense. And it's gross. To act as though, like, being a higher percentage of your ethnic group gives you a more credibility on an issue, even as a joke, it's gross. It's a joke only a Nazi would make about himself. Like, legitimately. It's been his bit for years. It's definitely weird. Yeah, like, someone should tell him to stop doing Nazi shit, maybe.
So at any rate, let me start here by showing you a little context.
Oh, let me also just say,
He said, I think that's good after saying he was 100%. No, you're wrong, Chatter. Like, some of y'all don't listen. He said that after Sam said that he was mixed. He was like, oh, I think that's good, right? And then he said, I'm 100%. Yeah, you get the order backwards.
At about an hour.
Okay, great.
Get
Well, I'll just get into it then.
Food.
Oh, here it is. Not that it matters, but okay, whatever. So let's start here. Let's start with the little icebreaker here. I know we're both fans of Tim Pool. Okay, let's just enjoy this image.
Like, this was weird as well, and we're gonna like 1.75 times speed through this because, like, why are we talking about Tim Pool
together? Tim Pool recently had a wedding.
After Sam literally said, "I only have an hour," he's like, "Let's go into the Tim Pool because we both don't like Tim Pool."
And can you see that?
Did he get married?
Well, I think he's attending a wedding.
Okay.
And he's very formally dressed, except he appears to be wearing a beanie.
I'm aware of his beanie attachment.
Yeah. So I don't know. I thought this was a fine look for our good friend Tim Pool there. Very good.
Nice suit.
Yeah. So well, let me ask you this.
Okay, we're back.
What have you kind of like heard about me? Because I mean, I know that your colleagues have an opinion.
I got to be honest with you. I have not heard much. I have, like, you know, the only thing I really saw that came up in any of my...
In Israel, Ethiopian and Indian Jews have been treated horrendously, as if lesser than other Jewish groups. 100%, yeah. Which is, like, I don't even think Ethan is aware of because I think he's stupid. But, like, again, maybe somebody, I don't know, in his personal life should tell him that... talking about how he's basically 100% Ashkenazi, and like that makes him, like, you know, or that's like a point of pride to be proud of. Be like, yeah, I'm 100% white. Yeah, that's right. What's your percentages? Like, you know, I'm mixed. I'm 50% black, 50% white. Like, oh, that's cool or whatever. I'm 100% white. Like, that's not good. That's a bad thing. Like, not to be like 100% white, but to say that as if it's like a point of pride. Especially when that has been used as to like oppress people in the past. You know what I mean? Like, just by itself being like going in and interrogating other people's ethnic percentages is already weird. But it's even worse to do that when your ethnic group used ethnic percentages in order to oppress other people in the past. You know what I mean? Like, that's why it's gross.
He mentions on Blue Sky, I'm also on Blue Sky, is just this issue about talking to me.
So what do we think for the Prime? So Maggie, probably for the 7-month subscription. The 23 these are scams anyway. No, scams. Yes, but like maybe not in the way like people think that it's a scam. They are basically like data harvesting centers, essentially. Like they're not scams in that like they don't give you things, but they are scams in that they are like they are using what you give them in a way that you are not probably not aware of. It feels doubly weird when you're doing colonialism. Like, my European purity gives me the right to this part of the world. Like the website selling your data. Yeah, but it's worse because it's like it's literally your it's your like genetic data.
And I had presumed that that was it, but I don't, like, look, from my perspective, I'm not, and I know that there's been, you mentioned in the email that there's been a lot of grief that you have taken, and I know that other people have also taken grief on all sides of this, and the personal aspects of this, and I don't believe that people, I don't actively.
Watch the sperm donation advertising on your ad break. I know you don't choose your ads as wild. Oh, you're wrong, chat, Mr. Pencil Dick. I do choose my advertisements, and I chose to show you that one specifically. You're welcome.
Attempt to deplatform people. I don't think people should do that. I don't think people should be swatted, or tried to be fired, or whatever. Or have CPS sicked on them, or any of that. I mean, I just don't think that's appropriate. I mean, I'm more interested in talking about my relationship to Zionism and my perspective on what Israel is doing, and
Bryce Cass, thank you for the prime.
What is happening in Gaza, and
I totally agree. Let's just talk about the facts. Let me start by showing you this clip. So I've been actually talking about my feelings on the Israel-Gaza Palestinian dispute situation.
Dispute. Thanks, Ethan. Like, in my personal opinion, I think this is like strike number 1 for Sam. I think he would be aware of somebody using very neutral language to describe the genocide. Refuse to call it genocide. Oh, actually, you're wrong, chatter. Right? He did call it genocide a little bit later, and then he immediately corrected himself. He called it a genocide, and then he immediately corrected itself. Immediately. We'll get to it. We'll get to it.
For a long time. I lived in Israel for 5 years as well when I was with my wife early on. Here's my position right after October 7th, and you can tell me if you have any. If you have any comments on any of my positions here, but this was posted on. This was from our episode.
I wonder why he's showing this and not, I don't know, what followed this. Like, what happened, like, not near a few days after this episode.
A few days after October 7th.
You know what I mean? Yeah. From the beginning of this episode.
Liars and bad faith weirdos. So here's what I'll say about Israel.
Because he wants to be able to, like, his goal here, filter everything you're seeing through the lens of what Ethan's goal is. His goal is to convince Sam Seder that he is pro-Palestine. That's it. That's it. That's what his goal is. His goal is to convince Sam Seder that he's pro-Palestine. He won't show, which is why he goes like this is what I said, after October 7th, but not from like that, like whatever happened at the end of this clip until now. The next 19 months, essentially, right?
Okay, listen. This isn't the first time I've said it, and I'll say it many more times. The cabinet is run by genocidal maniacs, okay? They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal, okay? He's made a coalition of the most, like, radically conservative freaks that don't represent, by the way, the majority of Israelis. And they're hell-bent on genocide, frankly, overtly. They've committed tons of war crimes in Gaza, including the killing of children, obviously, because Gaza is one of the most densely populated places in the world. 50% of the residents are under 18, so when you bomb a building, the chances that you're killing children is pretty much 100%, okay? It's fucking barbaric. It's unacceptable. It's disgusting. I've seen videos, I saw videos of Palestinian dads holding his dead, like, 5-year-old daughter. I mean, I don't need to watch this part because it just gets a little too emotional. But I mean, so that was my take right after October 7th. And obviously, that was coming off the end of me being like I'm an Israeli citizen. The morning of October 7th, me and my wife were up at 3 a.m. as families were calling into news stations from their safe houses, people being burned alive with their families being murdered.
This is the last time he said it in low key. Even then, like, he gets applauded for what he said here. Even Hassan's yesterday, like, that's what made Hassan think that Ethan was for the cause. Even then, it's not great. Like, especially looking back in hindsight, it's not great. It's like the bare minimum position that you should have on October 6th. Legitimately. Like, it's not great. Doing that same stream he says in World War II. Yeah. So this doesn't exempt everything that he did after it. That makes it worse because he knows what he's defending. Yeah. No, but you have to have a wild level of inhumanity in your heart to say all that and then walk it backwards from it. No, not. I mean, yes, but like it's not unique to Ethan, right? Because I think, and here's the thing, my problem is that Ethan can still like believe this, and I think Ethan still thinks that he believes exactly what he said there, right? But again, it's about priorities, right? He thinks like, yeah, like, man, the Palestinians have it rough and Netanyahu's no bueno. He's not good. I voted against Netanyahu. Right? He genuinely thinks that that's the case, and he thinks that that is the height of activism. And so he's like, okay, I talked about Palestinians for enough. I hit the quota. Now it's time to only and exclusively talk about the Israeli perspective. You know what I mean? And that's something that like I was critical of Hassan about, because like I thought Hassan would pick up on that. Right? I thought that Hassan would pick up on that. And maybe it's because Hassan knew Ethan personally, right? He was sitting in the studio when this was happening, right? But like, from there, going into the last leftover conversation, going into like the months that followed it, his priorities has been and continue to be about running defense for Israel's genocide. You know what I mean?
While on the phone with news. So coming off of that emotional shock, right, was this was my reaction.
Ethan, right? I was also like hopeful, like maybe if you know, in a different alternate reality, if Hassan was able to convince Ethan, that would have been a net positive thing, right? But again, the problem is, and why I didn't have any hope for Ethan being convinced in the first place, is that he had not changed from his anti-SJW days, right? He has not demonstrated that he could actually have his mind change based upon like the rhetoric that he was espousing. He just switched his targets to more acceptable ones. He was still reactionary. He always was reactionary. You know what I mean? And so I didn't have any hope that he'd actually come to the correct conclusion on this. Especially being reinforced by people giving him money. He had no reason to.
Action. Now, I don't know if there's something Zionist or pro-Israel I said there, but maybe I don't understand.
I mean, I think much of what you said was true. I'm not sure, frankly, if what we've seen Israel do in terms of Gaza is not broadly supported in Israel. I've not
This
seen...
is a good point from Sam to pull up, right? Which is like, because it's true, right? Because Ethan, which is why Ethan was dumb to pull up these clips in the first place instead of just saying what he believed. Because now, like, Sam is arguing against a less informed Ethan. Ethan probably wouldn't have brought up that point if he was just telling Sam what he believed, right? He would have just said, I believe things as simple as I don't want all Israelis to die. And I don't think Israelis should be, should be bombed. Right? But by playing a clip, he gave Sam an avenue to attack and interrogate his position. You feel me? Where he said that, like, Netanyahu is unpopular because Israelis don't co-sign what's happening in Gaza, right? And Sam was like, well, that's not true. That's wrong. And Ethan presented it as though, like, yep, this is what I believe, and people are mad at me. So now Sam gets to attack Ethan's position because Ethan has now attributed his old position that entire thing to what he believes now. Right? That's where he messed up. What he should have done if he was going to do this is he should have cut that phrase out of the right, he should have cut that phrase out of the clip. He thought that was a perfectly worded argument, which is why he's stupid. Cuz he should have realized that, like, well, that's not necessarily true. Let me cut that part of the phrase out of the clip, right? Or let me choose a different clip where I don't have a very clear avenue of attack. Exactly, while purposefully lying about his actual beliefs now on the matter, showing a clip from more than a year ago on leftovers is not a fair comparison to his current perspective. Yes, but even then, he left avenues of attack within that clip in the first place. That's where he messed up, right? And so now Sam is clocking that the words you're saying and like now about being pro-Palestine and the words you're saying in this clip are not adding up, right? Because you have takes that are like kind of you know what I mean?
The body politic. I mean, I was doing a lot of interviews with Israeli reporters earlier in 2023 about the protests against what Netanyahu was doing with the judiciary. And there was a question as to whether Israelis would see that this autocracy that
I'm actually shocked that he didn't use the button in this, not once. I don't think it was contentious enough to use the buttons. Honestly.
Netanyahu was attempting to sort of impose on the country wasn't an extension of what was happening in places like the West Bank and in Gaza in some fashion, and more so the West Bank at that time. And so I think it's hard to make an argument. And look, I would make it's not a perfect analogy as to what's happening in this country, but when you talk about the Israeli population not having a problem with what's going on in Gaza, I don't see a lot of evidence of that. There's certainly, I would imagine, a percentage of Israelis, and I know some of them who think that Israel should stop its assault there. But I don't think it's I don't.
So Sam could just say what was behind the button. I don't think Sam would have known what was going on, honestly. But you are correct. Sam could be like, "Oh, he said this," but then the issue would be like, it would be like he said, she said kind of thing, And we'd have to go to Spotify to see what it said.
See a lot of evidence that a year and a half later, after you've said those things, that this is not the character of the vast majority of Israeli society. I mean, I'm not necessarily convinced that they are as aware. I mean, I've talked to people who have reported in the West Bank, and they said they would go from the West Bank into Israel, and the lack of awareness of what was happening in the West Bank by Israelis was shocking to them. So I can't say if the Israeli population had a full understanding of what was happening in Gaza, that they wouldn't change their mind. But I don't see a lot of evidence of it.
So as you touched on, this was made basically before the war started. And I think that the unfortunate, really tragic outcome of the war is
the war.
How much it's jaded and radicalized, I think, people in Israel.
This is something that something that Ethan had, I don't know if he came with this prepared or if he just fell back on this and he thought that it worked. Right? And so his new thing now is apparently calling Israelis jaded to justify the fact that a lot of Israelis co-sign the genocide in Gaza. Right? So he no longer is claiming that what is happening in Gaza is unpopular. Now he's claiming, well, yes, it's popular, but it's because Israelis are so jaded because of how bad Hamas is. You know what I mean? How bad Hamas is.
It's really, I think people in Israel feel like isolated. They feel like, the sentiment in Israel is basically that the world wants, the country to disappear. And whether and
this is Hasbro, by the way. This is directly taken out of the playbook of pro-Israel propaganda. That's what he's doing. When he says that he's not doing that, right? When he says he's not running defense for Israel, he's lying. That's what he's doing. This is Hasbro, right? Buying into the whole idea that we have to commit a genocide because nobody in the world thinks that we should exist, and they all want us to be expelled once again, and then we're being attacked from all sides. That's Hasbro. That's what he's doing. That is what he's doing. Jeez Louise. Obviously, he's justifying it. You question what is Hasbara? Hasbara is pro-Israel propaganda, essentially. It's the playbook that Israel and Israel defenders will use to justify the existence of the apartheid state of Israel and justify the expulsion of Palestinians, the annexation and occupation of Palestinians, to create a, to remove Palestine from existence and create a just an ethno state, essentially. This was a strategy by the Israeli state. Doesn't Hasbara mean propaganda in Hebrew or something? I don't think it means propaganda. It means explaining. That sounds closer to being correct. No, Ethan said Hasbara was a slur for a lying Jew. Really? I don't know if I remember that. And I'm usually tapped into what he says. Yes. And this is something I've been saying consistently for the past 18 months, right? That's Ethan, right? That is Ethan conflating Judaism with Zionism, right? That literally doing that. Like, is anybody here claiming that only Jewish people can do Hasbara? No. You know who also does Hasbara? Freaking Joe Biden. A white American Catholic man. All the time. Consistently. Joe Biden, evangelical Christians, all the time. Literally every politician in America. Like, what are we talking about? Yeah, Joe Biden has the pass. Biden has the pass.
Here is, I just want to show you the beginning of this. By the way, Bad Hespera, he has a podcast where he just solely shits on Israelis. That's what Bad Hespera is. It's like a meme. Hezbollah in Hebrew means propaganda. It's like a weird slur that people started picking up, calling just like Hespera means like a lying Jew, essentially. It's become like that.
Sure. 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 Okay. Okay.
That's a much more nuanced conversation, but the feeling there has, I mean, the sentiment in Israel is basically that the world wants, the country to disappear, and whether, and obviously, like that's a much more nuanced conversation, but the feeling there has definitely radicalized a lot since the war started. It's gotten a lot worse.
And I think that gets to it to some extent. I mean, you have this wholesale slaughter. I was looking up, we killed in Iraq, depending on what numbers you want to look at, but I think it's safe to say directly hundreds of thousands of people. But even like the number of children that we killed in Iraq, I think has been surpassed by what's happened in Gaza. And I think one of the things that I find shocking is that the sense, and look, I experienced this with family members, where the sense that there's a victimization, for instance, let's say on college campus of Jewish students, and I think that to look at what's going on, the totality of what's going on, and to perceive the victims of what's happening here to be the Israeli citizenry or Jews in this country, I think it just blows my mind. I mean,
two people can care about two things at once. Why should people?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
This is where Ethan starts to tip his hand. This is where Ethan feels directly attacked, and he starts to tip his hand, right? He almost immediately, right? Almost immediately loses the whole, I'm pro-Palestinian. I'm pro-Palestinian. They just hate me because they're mad that I don't want to kill every Israeli, right? And Sam was like, a lot of children are dying. And Ethan's like, are they children? Or are they 13-year-old adults? You know what I mean? He can't stop himself. He can't help himself. Sam's like, a lot of children are dying, and like to sit here and act like the victims here are like the Israeli citizenry or like American Jews is kind of crazy. And Ethan's like, well, I mean, yeah, a lot of kids are dying, but like, have you considered that like multiple things can be true, right? A lot of kids dying, Shai Davidi. A lot of kids dying, Shai Davidi. A lot, like that. You got to consider both. You got to consider both.
Who are uninvolved in the war, if they're being like victimized in a separate situation because of their Jewish identity, that's a problem, don't you think?
Oh, I do, but
and you can care about two things. You can't be like, oh, these people are ridiculous for caring about anti-Semitism on college campuses because the war's happening. I mean, both we can care about two things. And obviously, one is way worse, right? One is way worse.
But that's the point. I mean, one is way worse. And what's happening in Gaza?
Who should tolerate being discriminated against based on their identity? You know what I mean? Like, of course, who wouldn't react to that?
And this is where Sam starts to cook him. Here, I'm gonna slow it down. I'm running back. Actually, I'm running back. I'll slow it down.
People can care about two things at once. Why should people?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
People who are uninvolved in the war, if they're being like victimized in a separate situation because of their Jewish identity, that's a problem, don't you think?
Oh, I do, but
and you can care about two things. You can't be like, oh, these people are ridiculous.
And he cut Sam off 3 separate times as Sam is trying to answer his question.
Caring about anti-Semitism on college campuses because the war's happening. I mean, both we can care about two things.
100%.
And obviously, one is way worse.
4 times. 4 times in this one clause.
Worse, right? One is way worse.
But that's the point. I mean, one is way worse. And what's happening in Gaza?
Who should tolerate being discriminated?
5 times. 5 times. It's almost like he doesn't want Sam to say what he's saying for some reason. This is where I think Ethan realizes. I think Ethan is a little bit. This is where he gets tired of cosplaying. He gets tired of acting. Ethan's not an actor, right? And so we've gotten about 15 minutes in, and now Ethan is tired of cosplaying and pretending to be pro-Palestinian. That's it. This is the mask off moment. Exactly.
Against
which is why he's immediately stopped listening to anything that Sam is saying, right? And he's venting now, right? He's venting.
Their identity, you know what I mean? Like, of course,
Well,
who wouldn't react to that?
I don't think that people are. I don't think that people are being victimized. I mean, certainly, listen, anti-Semitism is real. It was real when I was a kid. There was many times I had pennies thrown at me growing up and playing basketball. I mean, there was a lot of. I've experienced anti-Semitism, but I put it in the context of like you're a parent, I'm a parent. If my kid is going through something very difficult, it's obviously difficult for me, but it's more difficult for them, and it's a question of prioritizing. These things. You can have 2 thoughts in your head at the same time, but to center oneself or to perceive that one's victimization is sufficient to ignore the.
I got to stop you because I don't think I don't know who's doing that.
And then interrupt at number 6, right? And Sam is actually saying here what I've been saying for a while now, especially about Ethan, right? It's about your priorities. It's about your priorities. If while a genocide is going on, your priorities are to talk about the Israeli citizenry, right? Maybe you're not as pro-Palestine as you thought, right? If while a genocide is going on, your priorities are to, defend Israel, then maybe you're not as pro-Palestine as you thought.
Well, I mean, I just said you
like
just.
If World War II, your concern was for the German citizens. Exactly.
presented as the Israeli population feels like they're isolated and this and that.
There's two different separate conversations. There's like the American Jewry who's like, I have nothing to do with that place, and then the Israelis, right? So like when you're talking about
in terms of the way that you characterize the Israeli feeling, was that they feel isolated, et cetera, and I can understand that, but to not have the first thought of like we are committing, like you say, genocidal acts. And if people want to call it genocide, I don't, obviously it's got to be, it's a legal term, but I think that it's colloquially speaking, at the very least, it is a genocide. And
I think this also got under Ethan's skin, right? Because he has essentially abandoned calling Israel genocidal in any way, right? Except for like outside of like one or two instances where he'll be like, well, if you think about and interrogate the Netanyahu government, and the acts that they commit inside of Gaza specifically, then those acts put under the lens of international law and shuffled through a framework of historical context, and maybe they are some things that may be some things that people are almost considering close to, if not adjacent to, the term that some people use called genocide. You know what I mean? Like he'll go through like 17 different hoops to just be like, maybe it's kind of a little bit genocidal. I don't know. Right? Yeah, like teetering on the edge of maybe something close to a little bit of genocide-ish. Right? Genocide-ish. Yeah. Right? If he even gets that far at all. Right? If he even gets that far at all. I'll say this is something we talked about as well. Which we don't know. We don't know. I have to be very clear. We do not know. We do not know if Eel was texting Ethan and telling him to change his language.
Are not defending what Israel did in Gaza since October 7th. Like the way they handled that has just been awful.
Yeah.
I don't even have words, we've never once defended what happened there.
I mean, I've even been like, yeah, I mean, I think I've even called it a genocide, and I can definitely understand. I definitely think it might be. It depends on. I don't need to keep continually.
Is that not exactly what I just did, chat? Is that not literally almost verbatim what I just did? He was like, well, I think I maybe even called it a genocide, and maybe if you consider like a little bit in if you take the square root of the answer pi, then you know what I mean? Like,
I definitely think it might be. It depends on. I don't need to keep continually. One sec. Yeah, it's fine. We're just having a side combo, but it's fine. One sec.
We're having a side convo.
Anyway, I'm not talking about Gaza, right? I'm talking about Tel Aviv, which is where I live, and my lived experience there.
And then he moves on. Who can read lips? No, they're typing, chat, so it's not about reading lips. You have to like who has like 22 vision? Who has the best eyes? Enhance. Anyway.
To not recognize that as the fundamental.
You made him write it's not a genocide 100 times on a chalkboard. That's so funny.
Issue, the first issue. I think, speaking, at the very least, it is a genocide. And to to not recognize that as the fundamental issue, the first issue, I think is blinkered. I don't know how else to say it. I mean, it's a little gobsmacking to me.
Well, so I do agree with you that obviously in Israel, people, I think the problem, and just to say on a higher level, I agree with you. Like obviously the people in Israel compared.
$10. I just realized. Ethan reading the same IG post over and over might be because Hiller co-signed that message specifically and is okay with just that. Nothing more, nothing less.
True. True. At least not yet. Unless Hiller realizes that's too pro-Palestine. But yeah, maybe. Remember they gave her the 100. Jeez Louise. They gave her the $10 tip. Much appreciated. Huge W. Paying my rent. It's crazy they cut to that shot. It is crazy they cut to that shot, which is why they cut away so fast.
Do like what's on October 7th, they were victims. After everything that's happened, like obviously Israel, people.
It's a little gobsmacking to me.
Well, so I do agree with you that obviously in Israel, people. I think the problem, and just to say on a higher level, I agree with you. Like obviously the people in Israel compared to like what's on October 7th, they were victims. After everything that's happened, obviously whatever they've suffered pales in comparison to the mass destruction and like wanton death of civilians in Gaza and what's happening in the West Bank too. Lots of awful stuff. That being said, I think the problem with Israel, just to try to explain what's happening there, because I do agree with you, is just like the media apparatus and the feeling that they have there. It's like there's not a lot of space emotionally and like even the information that they're consuming, I think, that would allow them to have that kind of like self-realization. And like you said, a lot of Israelis don't know what's happening.
There's not a lot of space for them to care about Palestinians being genocided. It's like, does he not understand that even if what he's saying is like directly true, right? Even if what he is saying is directly true, that's an indictment on Israeli society. Why are you not criticizing Israeli society then? If you think what's happening in Gaza is a genocide, which I don't believe that he thinks that, right? And you think and you acknowledge that Israeli society doesn't leave a lot of space for caring about the Palestinian people, right? Then why are you not criticizing Israeli society? Why are you not criticizing the Israeli media apparatus, right, for propagandizing Israelis against Palestinians?
Members go up is paying my rent $90.
Jeez.
Okay, 100 it is.
That's crazy. That's okay. You didn't need to do that, but I'll take it. Let's go. Thank you for the $90 dono, bringing it to 100 total. Huge W. That's crazy. That's wild. That's crazy. Much appreciated. We love members go up. We do love members go up. You know, this is why you have to be nice to people who are former Ethaners, chat. They can be saved and they can do well. You deserve it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hopefully, to be honest, if we stay at this viewership, which I don't think we are going to, but if we do stay at this viewership, we are at a point where I could quit my other job and do streaming full time. But we'll see. I gotta give it a few more months. It's the AC rehabilitation program. True. You don't have enough slop. True. W, congrats. Thank you. I think if I do quit my other job, I would probably put more time into YouTube. I just don't have time for it because I literally end stream and then I go and do my other job. Which I talked about. Yeah, there. But need an editor? Well, I would need money for that. What's your other job? I thought you were still in school. Why would you think that? I graduated. Do I give vibes like I'm still in college? No, I graduated like a year and a half ago. I'm an educated man, chat. I'm an educated man. Do you enjoy some of the YouTube videos you've made? I think you do really well on YouTube. I like my long form video essays. I have a thing cooking on Sinners, chat. I have a think piece cooking on Sinners. It's been brewing in my head since I've seen it. I have it. It's there. It's not fully done yet, but it's there. It's there.
Happening
There are some. I mean, you know,
some. Yeah, of course, there's some.
Haaretz, you know, what was it in the fall? You had the publisher of Haaretz, you know, speaking out about what was going on there.
From YouTube, part of it is out to help for free, laid out 2 years by them. Bored? Wait, really? They are laying out a bunch of people's partner managers. Jank, we're there for the 1,000 bits. 1 ticket to Sinners. Think piece, please. I got something brewing. I got something cooking. I need to watch it again though. But here, I'll give you a little sneak peek, a little taste. Right? And that's, I think Sinners is about the cycle of oppression and violence. Unique take nobody has ever had before. Totally unique. Nobody's ever had this take.
The paper was essentially, you know, a cutout, or there was an attempt by the government to basically shut them down to some extent. I mean, so.
Well, so what's your explanation why Israelis don't care? It's not that they're
Mine
evil.
equals a blown. Exactly. Ludwig literally said that. Okay, chill out. Need to ponder on this.
All right.
Well, I think, look.
Oh, was it crunchy? Nah, it sounds normal to me. Sounds normal to me. Very crunchy. Very crunchy. Wait, I can fix it. Hold on. Stream Deck. Perfect. Better? There. Yeah. Fixed. Fixed. Confirmed. I also turned it down slightly. I can turn it back up though.
I'm sure that there is a mass, you know, sort of like
gosh darn it.
A cutout, or there was an attempt by the government to basically shut them down on to some extent. I mean, so.
Well, so what's your
yes,
explanation why Israelis don't care? It's not that they're evil, right?
Well, I think.
It's not that they're evil, right? It's propaganda, Ethan. It's very clear. I think Sinners could have been a bit less libbed up. I didn't get libbed up from Sinners. Did people get libbed up from Sinners? I didn't get libbed up from Sinners. I got extremely radical. I haven't seen it. I won't spoil it, but I didn't get libbed up. Is libbed up when talking about black people. No spoilers in chat for people who haven't seen it. But Sinners made me a Democrat. There are definitely like interesting things. I thought the ending was a bit libbed up. Really? No, I didn't get that at all. You see it in IMAX? I saw it in PX. I don't know how it's different. Yeah, I didn't get that at all. I don't know what. I'm curious about what your takes are, chatter. Like on the film. But I really didn't get that. there are definitely some interesting things that are done in the film. Yeah, I don't see lived up, really. If you here's what I'll say. If you watch that ending pre-credit scene and you get like liberalism, I think you might be a little bit confused. Especially put into the context of that time. But I won't say anymore, but I did not get libbed up. I thought some dialogue was cringe and libs were cringe. Does shadow mean pre-end title or post-end title? But for both of them, I still don't get libbed up, really. I'm trying to find the nice way to call chatter dumb. I'm just trying to understand, honestly. I am genuinely trying to understand. I think I might have missed something. Because I tried my best to stay away from all forms of like spoilers and all forms of analysis until I get my takes on it like out. Because I don't want other people to influence what I got from the movie. But I may genuinely be confused. But we'll save it, chat. Hold it in your soul. We'll talk about it another time. I don't think really buying best way to watch it for real. Yeah. I said it before, but I was watching it with my girlfriend. My girlfriend is the opposite of me in that like she wants to like get every little bit of information about a film before watching it. So she would like watch TikTok analysis and things of that nature. She's a right wing. Yeah. And things of that nature before seeing the film. And I'm the exact opposite in that I don't want to do that. I watched every interview. I did not. I do not want to do that. Right? And so she'll be in the movie being like, oh, watch this part. I'm just like, please, just let me watch it. Let me watch the film. Wait, did you catch that? Did you see that? I'm just like, please. Girlies love spoilers. I know. To be fair though, I think it was both a negative and a positive because she did stop me from leaving before the credits were over. Because if I was alone, I definitely would have left while the credits were rolling. Right? I do that to my girlfriend with video games. Did you watch Kugler's video breakdown of different theater formats though? Well, extremely well-informed and amazing video. I did. I saw that before I knew that Sinners was a thing. Right? Because it was an interesting video that popped up on my Twitter feed. I was like, well, that was interesting. I have no idea what he's talking about, but that's interesting. Right? Yeah, it was this. It was on Kodak's Twitter page. Girlies do not love spoilers.
I'm Ryan Coogler. And
it was a 10-minute video I watched on freaking Twitter. Right? And the time flew by. Like I would watch this man have a podcast talking about movies any day. Right? But honestly, and I'll say it like this, I don't really want to know what white people have to say about Sinners. I'm gonna be real. No offense to my white chatters out there. I kind of don't care. I kind of don't care about what white people have to say about Sinners. I think it's interesting to see what they got out of it, but like that's about it. What about people from Utah? Nah. I am interested to see the Irish reaction. See what Irish people had to say about Sinners. That I am interested in. What if I'm white passing but half black? How do you identify, chatter? I don't know what to tell you. Calvin Echo hasn't covered it yet. What about Puerto Rican chatters? You can have a take. Irish people not white confirmed. I mean, if you watch the film, right, that definitely plays a role in it. I think, okay, here's the problem, right? And we'll get back to the debate in a second, but I have to get this off my chest. The problem is, a lot of people who have such strong opinions and takes on the movies that I'm scrolling past because I'm not reading them, right, do not understand history. That's kind of the issue, right? This film is foundationally based in history. You have to understand, right, history and the history of colonialism to understand this movie. You have to. You have to. Right? Because again, as I said earlier, it is a movie about the continuation in the cycle of oppression and violence. About as black as I am, Irish, so not essentially at all. I bet like 75% of the Americans see as like how random to make this character Irish. Yeah. Like, oh, what a interesting choice. Or they did the subtlety was just lost on them. Like I saw a tweet today. I saw one tweet that I saw. Okay, I'll be fair. I saw one tweet about this discourse comparing the white guy, the main white guy, the Irish guy, with the white guy from Get Out, right? And I don't think that they are similar at all, actually. I think that they are, okay, they're slightly similar, but they're very different. Right? They're very different. We didn't even learn about the history of Ireland in school where I attended. Which white guy from Get Out? The blind white guy from Get Out. Right? I think that there are some interesting takes in there by saying like, oh, both don't think they're racist, but they're both actually racist or whatever. But I think it's deeper than that. I think that's a very, very surface level understanding of the role that white Irish Americans played in colonial America during and after Reconstruction. Right? It's very surface level. You know, very surface level. I don't know if you brought it up, but the music in Sinners was amazing too. Ludwig, not from video game, is the GOAT. The music was great. It was very good. It was very good. That boy could sing, by the way. Sammy, that boy could sing. Like, bro, when I was listening to for the first time, and bro pulled out the guitar, I was like, you better cook. You better cook. Come on. Come on. Come on, bro. I mean, you brought up our goated, how good our Black British Queen was in the movie. Because I'm not doing spoilers. I'm going to give you a little taste, a little bit. A little bit. Just a tad bit. They're the one who took the indentured jobs. Okay, this is what I'll say. This is the last thing I'll say, and then we're going to move on. All right? And then we're going to move on. And that is the role that Irish people played in fleeing oppression in Ireland, right? Coming to America in a similar way that like the Pilgrims fleeing oppression, right? Coming to America and then inserting themselves within the hegemonic power system and then perpetuating oppression upon, right, the underclass, the black population, is very heavily mirrored in the movie. And so if you don't know, right, if you don't know that history, that entire thing is going to be lost on you. But that's the foundation to what the movie is based on. You need that to understand the movie. You need it. You genuinely, you need it. Right? And so without it, it's just like, haha, funny vampire movie, essentially. Right? But that role is required. Right? That knowledge is required to fully understand the movie. It is. I saw a tweet that's saying, "Oh, it would have made more sense if the main guy, right? These are slight spoilers. If the main vampire guy was like the Klan as opposed to being Irish instead, right?" I'm just like, no, you're telling a fundamentally different story if that's the case. Like, you're telling a different story. Like, you're throwing away everything the story has set up for you, right? About the continuation of oppression and colonialism, right? You're throwing all of that away for like a very surface level racism is bad. That would be libbed up, by the way. If that was the case, that would be libbed up. That would be me saying, okay, this movie is a libbed up movie, right? Because it would only be surface level. It would only be surface level if that's the case. And some people just don't have any media literacy at all. It has more to say than just white people, evil vampires. Exactly. But some people want the analogy to be so very clearly, right? Just, you know, oh, it would be great if the analogy was just white bad, right? White, you know, American bad, instead of like a conversation about the, you know, the usage and the integration of formerly oppressed people into the oppressor class to continue doing the oppression. It would be a movie for white people if the analogy was just that. 100%. It would be a white guilt movie. And I don't want to see that. Which is why Seder was so much better than that. See, without knowing the history behind Chinese immigration living in the Delta and how they influenced building the country. Yeah. We are talking about sinners. Yeah, I have thoughts. Right? I have thoughts. But I had to get that out because that was brewing in my head because it made me mad. Right? Because I see people don't understand. People do not understand the movie. Jesus freaking Louise. And yes, Black Panther was a more lived up movie. I would say Black Panther was the MLK to this movie's Malcolm X, if you will. It still wasn't bad. It still had things to say, and it was still useful, right? But it just wasn't as radical as this movie was. So, like, relatively, it was just more status quo adjacent. Still, you know, still relatively radical in comparison to everything, right? But it wasn't like this movie was like above and beyond in like its radical nature. If my father is any indication Puerto Rican, some people are too stupid to understand the consequences of colonialism and negative effects that it had on their lives. Continue to blame their fellow oppressed people for their suffering. That's a part of the movie as well. Yeah. Okay, but no more sinners talk. I don't want to spoil any movie. So I just watch the movie, chat. We'll talk about it another time. Just watch the movie and just talk about it another time. This is why that kind of art is important too. It shows the reactions that people have towards it, and it shows that people misunderstand about living experience of Black people in America. Yeah. Is it on streaming yet? Probably not. Such as Michael B. Jordan's redemption after Black Panther. You didn't realize that they had Michael B. Jordan and then somebody who looked exactly like Michael B. Jordan. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of wild. How do they find somebody to look exactly like him? Anyway, let's move on. Yeah, I have Michael A. and Michael B. Jordan. Okay. Anyway, let's get back to the debate. Let's get back to the debate.
Look, there's I'm sure that there is a mass, you know, sort of like a failure to deal with trauma. I think some of it is, frankly, is a racism. And
I'll run it back so we get the context.
You know, a cutout, or there was an attempt by the government to basically shut them down on to some extent. I mean, so
what's your
yes,
explanation why Israelis don't care? It's not that they're evil, right?
Well, I think, look, there's, I'm sure that there is a mass, sort of like a failure to deal with trauma. But I think some of it is, frankly, is a racism. I think, how can you explain, how can I explain how I just watched a clip of people at a Trump rally chanting USA, USA, to watching a video of people being, taken into that prison in El Salvador and having their head I mean, I don't know how I can explain that. So I don't know how I could explain how the Israelis are able to the extent that they can see what's going on in Gaza, have that reaction. But I know
even being like, so how do you explain it, right? You're not going to say that the Israelis are evil, right? Because that would be anti-Semitic, Sam, right? And then, like, Sam is like, well, like, how do you explain, like, a bunch of Trump supporters cheering for fascism in America, right? Like, if you call those people evil, would that be, like, racist? Would that be like wrong? Like, there's no other way to explain it except for saying that, like, these people have beliefs that they've been propagandized into believing, right? They have beliefs that they've been propagandized into believing, and they have come to conclusions that are bad. Which is the same for Israelis. A lot of Israelis have come to conclusions, right, that are bad, that are not good. I'm just telling people in Iraq 20 years ago that Americans are feeling discriminated against for their Americanness. Yeah.
That it's wrong. And I think, some of it undoubtedly is a racism. Some of it is, maybe some type of mass failure to deal with trauma. I mean, I don't know all those things. I think, part of it, I think there's some of the makeup of, immigrants to Israel over the past several decades. I'm sure all of that enters into it. And I'm not in a position to sort of like be able to psychoanalyze it beyond.
I'm curious about what the chat's saying. I wish I could make a way to make the chat smaller. Does it take up freaking half the screen, YouTube?
On the sort of vague notions,
Sure.
but
Yeah, and I
from
agree,
my perspective, it's
Stressed_trash just subscribe.
Why are they talking about Hassan? Hi, Hassan. Wake up, Hassan. Ethan has more viewers than Hassan. Even is this take even, Sam? Sam is speaking some facts here. He doesn't know, but he knows they're evil. Little everyone knows here that genocide is greater than hurt feelings. I wish Sam knew more about what he was walking into, especially if he reached out months ago, like he said.
It's gobsmacking.
He's right, but Ethan wasn't disagreeing with that.
And, to me, it has shown, and, I never identified myself as a Zionist as a kid or, through the years.
I'm confused. We know. Can someone explain what he's saying? I think I'm too stupid to understand. At least they know. Sam, please actually engage with what Ethan is saying. Well, what is Ethan asked him a question? Ethan asked him, why do you think that Israelis don't view Palestinians as human beings, essentially? Why do you think that Israelis are okay with Palestinians dying? And Sam is explaining that it's simultaneously a lack to deal with underlying trauma coming from and stemming from the Holocaust, obviously, right? And by feeling attacked by every nation in the world, right? Also, particularly being racist, right? Like racism being something that is, imposed upon them by their media apparatus. That's all Sam is saying. People are like, that makes no sense. Explain. It sounds like he just doesn't have much experience from the Israeli viewpoint. Okay, so now Sam isn't Israeli enough to have a take. Is now the take that the H3 audience is coming with.
And I never identified myself as an anti-Zionist. I don't think I think those wasn't real.
Stay focused on your stance, Ethan. He's derailing. Nas Sam, it's hard to follow. I don't know what his point is.
Really, until someone heard me.
So by Sam's logic, we are responsible for Trump's actions. I mean, if you're okay, this person's stupid. Yeah, if you're cheering on Trump's actions, you do hold a level of responsibility. Yes. If you voted for Trump and you're cheering on his actions and you're saying deport more people, and people will blame you for people being deported. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, a little bit.
Articulate my perspective on this, that they referred to me as anti-Zionist, and I have, I don't really care one way or another how I'm labeled, but to me it shows
What? I didn't vote for Donald Trump, but am I fair game to be raped and killed because I live in America?
a failure of that system of government that Israel has. And it has failed both.
Sam using lots of whataboutism. Okay. I could tell why Hassan likes this guy.
From a perspective of, what I think some people had as a notion of Zionism in the
Don't bring Bukele into this. He's actually helping his country.
818. They have given 181 gift subs in the channel.
Man, enjoy this new audience that you've crafted, Ethan. I'm sure it's great. Stress Strategy for the tier 1 sub, and Euphoric Acoustic, thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. But it's a side piece, so I don't know how much I appreciate that.
19th century, it has been a failure in terms of keeping Jews safe, frankly. It seems to be have been a massive failure. And so I can't operate as someone who lives in Israel, but I can operate as someone who is an American.
Shut off the chat, Dan. Wait, did Dan say something? I'm curious. Y'all need to rein it in a bit, or I'll shut off the chat. Be respectful. Ooh.
In terms of like what we support, which is why I think
Hassan is trying to use Google so fast. What are we even talking about?
we should end all aid. And as a Jew who sees my religion being used as what I perceive as a fig leaf for what Israelis or Zionists are doing, and so
AB said, "What is the chat confused about? Maybe I can help clarify."
I mean, that's where I'm coming from with this. That I don't know if there is a psychological state that can justify this. In fact, I don't think there is. And so,
it's just an attempt to understand, not justify. Because I mean, it is what it is, right? Like it is the way that it is, and so that's for a reason. And it's just trying to explain it. That's all. I agree with everything you're saying. But actually, one thing I want to pivot to and ask you about.
Do you think that we should cut all aid to Israel?
I think that'd be.
This is a good question from Sam, because Ethan has never said that he thinks that you should cut all aid to Israel.
Justifiable, yeah.
And
we're talking about like military aid and stuff. Yeah, for sure. Israel.
I mean,
Israel
and then keep in mind, I want you to notice what he's doing here. He immediately then pivots, right, from Sam saying we should cut all aid to Israel to be like, I think that'd be justifiable. Yeah, if we're talking about military aid, right? If we're talking about military aid, then yeah.
Their own bombs and shit.
Every
if they need, like, they don't need American military. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
I think they do need it to do what they're doing, without a doubt. And
well, what I mean is they're not entitled to it. To say more accurately. Yeah. So yeah, I think military aid should be cut for sure. And so,
as a Jew, and I mean, obviously you have a different connection to Israel than I do, as through your family.
I do like that Sam called him out on the. Also, I don't know if you hear the cutting things out there. Sam called him out on the that Israel does not need military aid. Yeah, they don't need it. He's like, well, they do need it, right? But like yeah, well, they're not entitled to it, which he's correct. They're not entitled to U.S. aid, which is why it should be cut. Which is why I'm confused why Ethan is not using his platform to call for that. You know what I mean? That's pretty interesting. Why is Ethan not using his platform to call for an end to the military aid in Israel or to Israel? Why did he spend all of his time crying about pro-Palestinian Twitch streamers?
And through having lived there, but as a Jew, I take such offense to what is being done ostensibly to protect me and my family and my ancestors and my progeny and all of it. It is, I mean, I think it's, I think the conflation of Zionism and Judaism is both not keeping Jews safe and is wrong at its core. And we can see what it's even doing in the context of this country, the way that it's enabled Trump to attack universities and to attack law firms and whatever.
Maybe happy that you're able to be vindicated by Dean Withers. I don't know what he did either. Me neither. But like I'm taking the W here. I'm taking the W here. No one ever believed Sean to the point where everybody was yelling at me. Everybody was yelling at me, but looky. I was right once again. Confirmed.
And so I don't know. And if you agree with that, great. If not, I'm happy to discuss it with you.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with everything you're saying. And part of the reason why, like, this chasm started between
Ethan agrees with the conflation of Judaism and Zionism being damaging. That's interesting. That's new. What's the context on Dean Withers? I don't know what he did this time, but apparently he's being canceled. I just don't like him. I think he's he sucks. Helio Fawn, thank you for the tier 1. Much appreciated. It's like that meme of being like, when that niche internet micro celebrity you dislike gets canceled for no reason. Or something like that. Yeah, it's the Tariq Nasheed meme. When the random E-celeb you dislike for being dumb and annoying and unfunny finally has outed for a legitimate reason to not dislike them. Yeah. Yeah. I don't even know what he did. I'm just taking the W. It is mean because it's so true. Yeah. Were you online? That guy was big. Wait, Tariq Nasheed? Yeah. Isn't he like huge FBA dude now? Foundation of Black America?
And Hassan is very
when you get canceled, chill.
Influential. So when he decides that somebody is an enemy of the movement, for criticizing everything you're saying, and part of the reason why like this chasm started between me and Hassan is very influential.
Hassan, another Hassan mention. What are we up to now? Was this like 8? Hassan mentioned number 7, number 8.
So when he
we'll call it 7 to be fair.
Decides that somebody is an enemy of the movement for criticizing him, which is what I perceive happened, then it kind of becomes reality. For example, one of my criticisms of his is his not supporting Kamala Harris. Now, would she have stopped the war and been like a perfect dove? I don't know, but I know she would have been better than Trump. I know that for sure. Trump's posting like this insane Riviera, Gaza, the Riviera with Trump hotels. I mean, that's and like he's sending the 20-pound bombs. He's telling Netanyahu, you have a blank check to do whatever you want. Now, like
it just came out that Biden didn't, did nothing to.
Yeah, this was like a kind of an L. This could have worked like 3 days ago, maybe, but like it literally was just reported that the Biden administration did nothing to pressure Israel and Netanyahu into a ceasefire. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. So, yeah, that's a roughie from Ethan's part. Yeah.
to. I mean, listen. I think.
Well, I'm talking about Kamala.
I suspect that I suspect that she would not have had the same policies as Trump. But at the same time, I think that it was a massive failure, both on a real human level, like it would have, I think, had she articulated anything even remotely close to what I would hope her difference would have been. I think it would have probably had implications in the election, but I think perhaps even more importantly, it would have maybe implicated the behavior of Israel. So, I mean, look, I chose to support Harris because I perceived her as the lesser of two evils. But
yeah, me too. And I think that that's an important distinction to make.
And he cuts off Sam, right? He cuts off Sam because he knows that Sam's going to say, but he understands why some people did it, right? This is what FD Signifier says. This is what Sam says, right? This is like the normal progressive opinion of like, you know, I supported her, but I understand why people didn't. That's like the baseline position, right? I didn't support her, so I can't really speak on that. Someone's on TikTok are denying this. She said only Drop Site is reporting this. That's funny. Yeah, we agree, Sam. Unlike Hassan, who doesn't believe this.
Like this, yeah.
I can certainly understand how some people were just so repulsed by what was happening that it made it almost impossible for them to vote for Harris. I think, you know, as
I understand.
Tracy, if you're looking for the 5-month subscription, type 1 if you didn't vote. Type 1 if you didn't vote. Type 2 if you voted for Trump. Type 3 if you voted for Kamala. Type 4 if you voted for Joe Stein. Type 5 if you voted for Claudia De La Cruz. Type 6 if you voted for Cornel West. Type 7 if you voted for Ralph Nader. Type 8 if you voted for Josh Stein. Josh Stein was a governor in North Carolina. I don't know. Type 10 if you're not American.
Why they didn't? I totally understand the perspective. Like, I'm so disillusioned with this administration.
Type 69 if you voted for Sean the Black for Rising Star, and type 79 if you're going to. That's right. That's right. Vote for Sean the Black for Rising Star 2025. Voting opens in probably close to like 5 months, actually. And I'm throwing my hat in the ring. If I win Rising Star, OnlyFans. I'm not doing it OnlyFans.
I can't support Kamala, but at the same time, like, a hugely influential political streamer like Hassan, who has a huge influence on people, I think, and who's someone who, you know, who's very vocal about being pro-Palestine. I feel like it's an abdication of responsibility to be like, I'm not voting for Kamala, or I'm not telling you who I voted for. I suspect he voted for Jill Stein personally, but either way, he hasn't said, and he wouldn't endorse her. Now, like, if you're just like a random protester, I'm not voting for Kamala, or I'm not telling you who I voted for. I suspect he voted for Jill Stein personally. But either way, he hasn't said, and he wouldn't endorse her. Now, like, if you're just like a random protester or whatever, and like you're like, I'm so disgusted, I don't want to vote, that's fine. But if you're like a high-level political streamer, and you know, basically, you have the capacity to weigh like the lesser of two evils and what that means, I feel like it's an abdication of responsibility to not make that call.
I mean, you know, I certainly have been critical of people who, you know, generally don't vote for the lesser of two evils, but I think, you know, and certainly, you know, in the run up to the 2016 election, I certainly that was my perspective. But again, you know, what the Biden administration was doing was so horrific that her inability to signal that there would be any change, you know, I think sometimes you have to take this at face value, and I think there would be certainly definitely other things. You would not be assaulting the government like Trump is, but you know, I think probably this is the first election in, you know, in as long as I've been doing this, and I think it's been 5 elections now. I mean, I'm old, that I couldn't really condemn someone from taking that position based upon what we were seeing. I mean, this is,
it's not just some random person. I do, and I'll tell you why. Kamala Harris wanted a ceasefire. She stated that. Trump said finish them. I mean, let's be honest. Like for someone
Biden
like Hassan,
said, I want a ceasefire
I'm not voting
too,
for
and
Biden. I'm not talking
no,
about
I
Biden.
understand, but we found out that Biden, in fact, did nothing to bring that about. So,
Well,
like, you know,
you can talk about Biden. I'm talking about Kamala Harris. What she said.
This is also dishonest from Ethan, by the way, acting like Biden and Kamala were decoupled. Like, Kamala was a part of the Biden administration. She was a part of the campaign to run again before Biden dropped out and she took the reins. There's no separating Biden from Kamala, especially when Kamala didn't do that herself. Right? She said she wanted a ceasefire and then was immediately following it by the next 6 weeks. Only advocating for a 6-week ceasefire, right? And she pushed for getting the ceasefire deal done, which didn't happen until the last week of Biden's presidency before Trump took office for some reason. I don't know what that's about. But like, you can't separate Biden and Kamala. She also said that she endorsed everything Biden did and would continue. Yes. She said there would be no change.
I mean,
well, she's the vice president. I mean, at the end of the day, she doesn't really do that much, right?
No. But I'm talking about the candidate. Biden, as a president, said he wanted a ceasefire. She, as a candidate, said, "I want a ceasefire."
Well, do you not? Even if you're like, I don't know how much I trust them. One's like, I want a ceasefire, and the other one is like, finish them.
Well, listen, I think it was certainly obvious to me that Trump was going to be worse. But I think, like, if you're trying to get the candidate to show some indication of this, I can understand. I mean, I wouldn't do it. I would disagree with it. But
yeah, and I get your point too. Like, ultimately, I understand why people wouldn't want to support them because of what they've seen, and like that, it feels like it feels like
it also shows a tremendous amount of just like electoral malfeasance on her part. I mean, they made an active choice, and I think you could have put that Palestinian lawmaker from Georgia on stage. They made an active choice to signal to whomever they were signaling that they weren't going to do anything. Now, I happen to believe that she would have been better on this than Trump, but they were making an active choice to do that. I mean, it was really electoral malfeasance on her part, in my opinion. But I don't know what the point of litigating this is per se.
Sure. Well, we're talking about kind of my criticisms of Hassan and how this
I don't.
Well, let me show you this.
We're at, is that 8, chat? 8 Hassan mentions.
I don't really care about.
I know.
Honestly, I'm like
Let me show you this. This is more.
Not, I honestly.
Yeah, you don't care. I know.
I don't care. I don't.
And why should you? I don't blame you. We talked about anti-Semitism, and you think that I don't want to put words in your mouth, right? But you seem to have conveyed that, compared to the destruction and everything happening, the genocide, the loss of life in Gaza, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza,
that's Ethan Klein slipping up, saying genocide, and then having to correct himself to be like, the genocide, the loss of life, the humanitarian crisis actually in Gaza. He could never just let it rock at genocide. He could never just call it a genocide. He always has to circle back around and be like, oh, that was an accident. I'm so sorry. Didn't mean to say the G word there. I meant to say the humanitarian crisis. Meant to say the bad things that are going on. Not the genocide. Not the genocide. I would never say that. Please, my wife, leave me alone.
That's obviously that's way more important. So let me show you an example of something. And again, I know you don't care about the drama. To me, this isn't drama. This is one of the biggest, most influential streamers spreading something that I think is really dangerous. And you can agree or disagree, but it's a short clip, but I'll show it to you, and you tell me what you think.
Hassan mentioned. We're at, what is that, 9?
This will never happen, but in a totally just world, any kind of, regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher as Felix was posting, if they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive.
Lesbian Kafka, thank you for the tier 1, and then Doofus 9090, thank you for the too much read description. Much appreciated.
Feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
Now, by the way, he didn't misspeak. He doubled down on it yesterday.
It feels so much more than 10. To be fair, I started counting like super late, and I'm only counting whenever he brings up Hassan into a new time in a conversation. Not every time he says the name Hassan. Right? Whenever he brings Hassan back into the conversation, when the conversation wasn't about Hassan.
He said, no, I agree. That's what I think. Now, just to recap, he says, anyone that's had positive feelings at any point about the state of Israel is a neo-Nazi that's not fit to be a dog walker. Now, to me, that seems like extremely dangerous, dehumanizing language about what could arguably be 70% of the Jewish diaspora, and certainly probably people you know in your family.
I'll tell you, there's some
and I just want to point this out. This is like saying, I hate people with hair. I hope people with hair go to hell. And you're just be like, don't you know that like 99% of Jewish people have hair? So you're saying that 99% of Jewish people should go to hell? That sounds anti-Semitic. Like, not only Jewish people have hair. This applies to pretty much everybody. A lot of people have hair, actually. So, like, what are we talking about here? This is what Timbo says every night before bed. Yeah. Yeah, it's literally an example of, like, all squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares, right? But that's not even a good analogy either, right? That's what Ethan is claiming. Ethan is claiming that, like, 70 to 90% of Jews are Zionists, right? But ignoring the non-Jewish people, the Christians, who are also Zionists. So when you say, man, I don't like Zionists, he's like, you don't like Jewish people because, in his words, like 70 to 90% of Jews are Zionists. But, like, he's ignoring the fact that, like, Zionism is not exclusive to Jewish people. And it's not Judaism. Yeah, not all Zionists are Christian. And not all Zionists are Christian. Most Zionists so not all Zionists are Jewish, and not even just not all Zionists are Jewish. Most Zionists are Christian. There are more Christian Zionists than there are Jewish people in diaspora in the world at all. Like, and he just ignores this. He completely ignores this because that doesn't fit his worldview.
Verbally there, but
that's putting it mildly.
I mean, he says Zionism, and I'll tell you what I think is really.
Sorry, I got to correct you. He says Zionism, and then he says if you had positive feelings about the state of Israel at any point in your life.
I got to tell you,
which he did not say. Did I miss that, chat? Did I miss the part where Hassan says if you have positive feelings about Israel at any point in your life? I feel like he added that part on. Right, he said if you've exhibited positive feelings about Israel. He says ever. In your whole life is added.
Someone be the fucking local dog catcher as Felix was posting. If they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
He did say ever, and it was a hyperbole, but I do feel like, again, you can't. Okay, this is what I'll say: you can't quote Hassan and then add extra stuff on top of it to contextualize your quoting of Hassan, right? And it's kind of the issue, right? Because if Ethan felt as though what Hassan said was bad enough on its own, he would have just quoted what Hassan said. Why did he feel the need to add? He said, if you've ever experienced a positive feeling about Israel at any point in every time in your life ever, in your entire existence, then you're a bad person. You know what I mean?
Now, by the way, he didn't misspeak. He doubled down on it yesterday. He said, no, I agree. That's what I think. Now, just to recap, he says, anyone that's had positive feelings at any point about the state of Israel is a neo-Nazi that's not fit to be a dog walker. Now,
Not what he said. I assume by ever he means that if you support Israel with the full knowledge of what Israel is doing, which that if you're good faith, then yeah, that's what you would say, or you would assume, right? Which is why I just my question, and this is like it's a small rhetorical difference, and we're getting a little bit into semantic territory, but like this is something that's dishonest that Ethan is doing, and that he will take small semantic twists on the words that Hassan says to make it sound worse. Right? Hassan was like, if you've ever exhibited positive feelings of Israel, you should not be the dog catcher. He'll be like, oh, if you've ever what's it called? If you've ever in your entire life had positive feelings about Israel, you should not be able to ever walk a dog ever in your life or whatever. Like, it's like small semantic differences, but like it changes the meaning of the phrase in a way that he tries to make Hassan look worse. Also, shout out to Chatter. The Chatter is back. I'm still only 1K viewers. Chat, I'm sorry to say this, and I hate to keep bringing it up, but I still make more money than your father does. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. I found your content through Hassan. I really enjoyed your commentary. Cheers. Thank you. I appreciate you, Chatter. 1K is like top 0.1% of all streamers. No, you're incorrect. 1K is top 0.01% of all streamers. It's like an insanely, it's crazy. Does not clarify while watching that he was quoting Felix? Yeah, but he still stands by it. He's not like, walking it back. So I think that's a moot point in general. Most people have 0 viewers. True. It's only down from here. True. Rising Star only has 1K viewers. Psh. 1K is concurrent as well. It doesn't factor in people who come in and leave. Yeah. Nobody's telling that Ethan has no words for Felix. I mean, we know Ethan is just ducking.
Seems like extremely dangerous, dehumanizing language about what could arguably be 70% of the Jewish diaspora, and certainly probably people you know in your family.
I'll tell you, there's some hyperbole there, but
that's putting it mildly.
I think, he says Zionism, and I'll tell you what I think is really.
Sorry, I got to correct you. He says Zionism, and then he says if you had positive feelings about the state of Israel at any point in your life.
I got to tell you,
that's also not what he said. Like, and this is my problem, is like. It's not even just an Ethan Klein thing. It's a problem that I have in general. Is that when people editorialize, when they're trying to make quotes, you can't say "and he said," and then editorialize the quote that you're quoting. Just quote what he said. I hate the people who like editorialize, like direct quotes when the words are in front of them. Like I hate it.
Yeah, if you look at what's happening right now, and you have positive feelings
bad
about
enough, you don't need to editorialize. Exactly.
Israel.
He said at any point in your life, Sam.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He did not say that. That is your own editorializing. You are adding that in. Those were not words that left Hassan's mouth. He said ever. He did not say and at any point in your life. This is the problem. If what Hassan said was so bad, Ethan would not need to lie about it. If what Hassan said was so bad and dangerous, he would not need to twist it into something Hassan didn't say to make it seem like Hassan said something that was super bad. Now, what are we talking about? Jeez Louise. They're cutting out the street in front of me so I could hear it. Wait, let me turn on my nose gate a little bit. There we go. Same with Dog Walker, yeah.
Just to be clear about what he said.
Would I have said at any point in his life, someone's life? But I just think this is such a petty, like the idea that we're going to police. Hold on, let me respond. You want me to respond to this? Like I say, I don't care about this, but if you're going to force me to respond to it. What Israel is doing right now is so far beyond the idea that someone says any time in your life or not or whatnot. He's talking about Zionism, and frankly, I think it's very difficult for me to understand how someone could have positive feelings at this time. Now, you want to say in the past and what? Okay.
Yeah.
Like I say, I will grant you at any time in your life that is a Protestant, but wait, let me finish.
Yeah.
But see, You go in and you're.
This is where they shift. You lost me, Sam. That's the problem. Sam. I don't care. Ew. He doesn't care because it doesn't affect his life at all. What do you mean by that? Is Sam not Jewish? Sam for this take.
You're making this about anti-Semitism by doing this hopscotch about a poll that people had positive feelings that Jewish people do, and then therefore he is anti-Semitic. And honestly, that type of conflation, I think, is so dangerous and so disingenuous. I mean, I don't want to get too passionate about this, but I will tell you something. I have had a guy who went to my bar mitzvah, my sister's bar mitzvah, my kid's bar mitzvah, sat at Passover with me 3 or 4 times, call my father and ask him if I'm anti-Semitic. Now, this is just that is just an example, an illustration of conflating when he's clearly talking about Zionism. Was it hyperbole to say any time in life, whatever? The fact of the matter is this conflation is dangerous for Jews. It is a fig leaf and a way of weaponizing anti-Semitism that has enabled Donald Trump to do the shit he's doing, that has enabled the slaughter of thousands upon thousands of children and women and men, for that matter. It is not keeping Israelis safe. And this type of conflation, Ethan, is what I find far more irresponsible, frankly, than the idea that he said positive any time. I mean, look,
I told you, chat. I told you. This is where Ethan tipped his hand. He showed his cards a little bit too much. If Ethan would have cut this discussion before he showed the Hassan clip, right? I think he probably could have spun this in a way that was positive for him. But he was so hopped up on trying to get Sam to denounce or condemn Hassan, right? That he got caught off guard. He got caught off guard when Sam, actually, held his feet to the fire. When Sam was like, you're doing the thing that you claim you're not doing. He was so ready and so prepared, right? He came with a list of talking points. He came with a plan. Get Sam to agree with you. That was at the top of his sheet, right? Notes for Sam debate. The subtitle, From Destiny's Community. Number 1, get Sam to agree with you. And he tipped his hand a little bit too far, right? He tipped his hand a little bit too far, where he tried to push Sam into condemning Hassan to engage with the drama. And Sam was like, I know what this is, right? You're conflating anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism, right? As I said that he's done all the time. As one of my consistent criticisms of Ethan is that he oftentimes conflates anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, right? He'll say if somebody says Zionist, that they secretly, in their heart of hearts, in their mind of minds, right, in their mind's eye, they're thinking about the totality of Jewish people, right? They meant to say Jews, but they accidentally said Zionists. And Sam called him out on it, right? Sam called him out on it. Sam was like, I know what you're doing. That's bad. You're doing a bad thing. You're doing bad guy.
You do a show Sam, 4 hours a day. He does a show 5 or, as far as I could tell, 15 hours a day. And to focus in on that one tiny clause.
This is not one tiny clip, Sam. Well, you don't know. This is a totality of behavior.
But you
and by the way, it's easy. And I appreciate that you can hand wave it away and say that it doesn't.
And then he interrupts Sam once again. We're up to 10, right? Maybe even more of direct interruptions to questions that Ethan has posed. Ethan has posed the question, right? Sam is in the middle of answering the question. Show his chat here. No, if you want to look at the chat, look at the chat. I don't care about what the chat says right now, right? They're gonna be like, oh, Sam is bad. Sam no good, right? That's what they're gonna say, right? I think this is infinitely more productive to analyze what Ethan is saying here and what Sam is doing rhetorically that works, so that you can take what Sam is doing here into your own personal life and call out this behavior when you see it. Like, y'all just want to see the chat be like, Sam's a bad guy now. He's an enemy. That's what you want to see.
Waving it away.
Well, you kind of are.
I'm saying this
You're saying it doesn't.
Angry Sam. Is Sam brain dead? The gaslighting is crazy. Sam, you good? Why is he yelling? Sam is losing it. Ethan is the one conflating. Hassan is the one conflating. There are victims on both sides.
You're saying actually I'm wrong for caring about it.
He's kind of cooking. I will say there were a few instances where the chat was like, okay, you know. Well, to be fair, these might actually be like these snarkers. I don't know. It's hard to tell. You know? The few snarkers who are still around, who still subscribe to be a part of the drama. Or to still, you know, have memberships. Paid members only chat though. Yeah, but like, you think that snarkers won't pay money to like, you know, dog on Ethan a little bit? Like there are people who like watch the show like religiously to see if Ethan slips up. Like this is the thing that happens. There are a lot of gifteds as well. Nah. I say if there are snarkers in here, most of the snarkers in here pay for the subscription if they are chatting. I think that they probably shouldn't be paying the chat or whatever. And there's a lot of snarkers who just watch, but there's a good chance that like snarkers are too broke for all that. Nah, I don't think so. I think there are a few that will pay just to be like leave a snarky message just to get banned, you know? Just to be like, I got banned for this message that I had, and it was a nothing message. Why would you pay someone you hate? People pay Hassan all the time. Like you'll see like long-term community subs, right? Who like hate Hassan, but like they're subbed for like, you know, like 60 months or something. Like, maybe not 60 months, but like long enough. You feel me? Hey, watching is paying us on. But some people have subs. Shouldn't be watching either, to be honest. It only helps his metrics. Be a top tier snarker and watch through Sean the Black. Well, I'm not watching it every second of every day. Where do you think I get my information from? I get it from when y'all come in here and tell me about it. You know what I mean?
No, yes. In fact, I'm saying
gives AF about Biden when Trump is doing what he's doing. Liberals are so stupid. Liberals are so dumb.
I was about to go get the head.
this inflation is incredibly dangerous.
Halos Dine. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. I can't read. 5 haters have not been gifted a sub. Now they'll just leave hate messages. I will look forward to when these chatters start leaving hate messages. I'll look forward to it. Also, I love that the 5 people I just pulled up just have no recent messages. This one doesn't even follow me. That's so unfair. I'm so sorry, chatters. This person doesn't even follow me. I don't even think they have a single message in my chat. Nope, no messages. Still got gifted a sub. That's rough. That's rough. Sorry, chatters. That's an L. The sub algo is so stupid for multi-sub discounts. I mean, the idea is you get a sub for somebody you don't even watch, and it pulls you to go click on their channel and watch it, and maybe you'll stay around. I think that's what the idea is. Maybe. Right? Because I get subs for people I don't watch either. Right? Sometimes I would like exit off of the stream and get a sub for them like 2 days later. But sometimes I'll get a sub for somebody I've never watched before. You know? It used to be for people you followed only. But then like if you're a small streamer and you only have like 50 followers, and people gift more than 50 subs, what do you do then? Twitch still wants its money.
It is disingenuous.
I think it's dangerous to ignore what's being described as dehumanizing violent language for American Jews. I think it's dangerous to.
Yes, in fact, I'm saying this.
You're saying it doesn't. You're saying actually I'm wrong for caring about it.
No, yes, in fact, I'm saying this conflation is incredibly dangerous. It is disingenuous.
I think it's dangerous to ignore what's being described as dehumanizing violent language for American Jews that have nothing to do with the word.
That is a complete mischaracterization of that.
It's not. He's not fit to be a dog walker.
He never says the word Jews.
He says a neo.
Listen, how many members of Kufi have positive feelings towards Israel? How many millions of members of Kufi, the Christian organization, have positive feelings for Jews? It is clearly not a function of their Judaism. It is not a function of their Judaism, and so it is not
describes
specifically.
Most Jews.
No.
Yes, it does, Sam.
It describes most Christian evangelicals.
It's again, this is like my hair situation, right? Being like, I hate all people with hair. Oh, don't you know that like black people, pretty much all black people have hair? So you're saying you hate all black people? Like, what are we talking about? Do we not understand how that's stupid? That's dumb? Sure, maybe 99% of black people have hair, but just saying you hate people with hair does not mean you hate black people inherently, right? Them having hair is not an inherent function of their blackness. You know what I mean? It's not something that is unique. Yeah, inherent. It's something that is unique to their black identity. So you don't find anything to get this up. It's worse because you're saying the group represents that bad thing. I mean, yeah, but it's just an example. I'm trying to state. Also, Hassan's statement specifically says the state of Israel, not even just Israel. Yeah, but what Ethan is claiming is claiming that like, because as he says, 70% of Jews feel a positive feeling or feel positive feelings toward Israel. That means that Hassan's statement is inherently anti-Semitic because he's talking about 70% of Jews. And in order to do that, right, in order to have this be the take, he has to then ignore, right? He has to then ignore the like millions of Christian Zionists that exist, right? Who feel positive feelings towards the state of Israel, right? Because then his take would be incorrect. It'd be wrong. What did Shatter say? Isn't Zionism closer to Jewish people than hair is closer to black people, though? No, Zionism is not an inherent function of Judaism. That's the issue, right? That's the problem. Zionism is not an inherent function of Judaism, which is why there are more Christian Zionists than there are Jewish people in diaspora in the world. Like you're doing the thing that Sam is criticizing as well, right? And then you're conflating Judaism with Zionism, and it's not the same thing. It's not inherently or intrinsically linked, right? It is a colonial project similar to other colonial projects, and those colonial projects also were not inherently intrinsically linked to the identity of those people. Zionism has to do with Israel, which is a Jewish ethno-state. No. Are you saying that like this is a good? Okay, hold on. I'm going about just saying the hair thing is a bad example. I got confused. Well, you're wrong. You're incorrect. One, Israel should not be a Jewish ethno-state. Like it's not a Jewish ethno-state, which is the problem because Ethan will also claim that it's not an ethno-state. Right? Because that's what people are criticizing the state of Israel for, right? And two, even if Israel claimed that it was an ethno-state, it still does not represent all Jewish people because it is still not an inherent function of Judaism to be a Zionist. It's not. And again, as we all are ignoring, Christian Zionists outnumber Jewish people in the world. There are more Christian Zionists than there are Jewish people in diaspora. And so it can functionally not be an inherent part of Zionism to be intrinsically linked with Judaism, right? Because of the existence of those Christian Zionists. You know? So the Pope doesn't represent all Christians. It's supported by Christians who want Jews exiled to the desert for the rapture so they can all burn with God, save evangelicals. I think this is also like, Hassan says this a little bit. I also think this is also reductive because there's a lot of people who are like Christians who want, or who are Zionists for purely political means, right? Because you have like religious evangelical Zionists and then you have political Zionists who want the existence in the state of Israel to exist purely for political means. Like, I don't think that freaking Marco Rubio like truly cares about like the rapture beginning and sending all of the Jews to the desert or whatever. I think that he wants Israel as a state in the Middle East as a stronghold for political reasons. Huckabee does? Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. That's true. I do think it's important to call out that there's a multiple different reasons of how people can arrive at that position. You know what I mean? Secular Christian imperialism. Exactly. I can see Mike Johnson believing in the rapture. I see more Mike Johnson than Marco Rubio. For sure. Marjorie Taylor Greene? I don't even think Marjorie Taylor Greene cares enough, honestly. I think she just believes whatever the last person told her that was anti-Semitic. Like legitimately. I think that she said it. Yeah, but I don't even think she actually believes it. I think she's just like, oh, that sounds anti-Semitic. I believe that thing. It's just whatever the last person told her that was anti-Semitic is like what she's like, I like that. I believe that, Not necessarily that like she's like, like invested in like the state of Israel because of like religious justification. She's just anti-Semitic. I think her anti-Semitism comes first, followed by everything else. Marjorie doesn't believe in it. She is the rapture. Yeah. I'm amazed that Zionists believe that when Hassan says he meant it because they believe that God has ordained Palestine for them 300 trillion years ago. Something she loves. 1, CrossFit. 2, anti-Semitism. Unironically, yes. Like, legitimately, if I have to boil down what Marjorie Taylor Greene believes, it's number 1, CrossFit. Number 2, anti-Semitism. If it doesn't fall into either of those, she just doesn't really care. And she'll be like, yeah, I'm a Christian, but like, wait, can I be anti-Semitic and a Christian? Really? Then yeah, give me that. I'm a Christian, so I can be anti-Semitic. That's her worldview. 3, infidelity. No, that's Lauren Boebert. It's Lauren Boebert. They're only slightly different. There's Zionists who believe the rapture, Zionists who want to kick out the Jews, Zionists who want military power, Zionists who want donations and political points, and Zionists who believe in the ethno-state project. Exactly. Those are different people. Yes, there are different people who are Christians because they get to be anti-Semitic, and people who are anti-Semitic because they believe Christianity is inherently anti-Semitic. Right? They sound similar, but they're slightly different.
Evangelicals too.
It may do them too, but it also describes 73%
so
of
that
Jews.
Is not anti-Semitism. That is about
I don't know.
a
What do you call it when somebody's discriminating against the vast majority of a racial or religious group, Sam?
That's so funny. Again, I bring it back to my hair analogy. And just like, I'm not racist. I just don't like people with hair. Well, don't you know the vast majority of black people have hair? So you're discriminating against the vast majority of black people. Therefore, you're racist for saying you don't like people with hair. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? The hair analogy would break Ethan's brain. I do think it would break Ethan's brain. Cause like what he's saying makes no sense. The better analogy would be like, I hate all streamers, so you hate black streamers. Not even. Right? Because it has to imply that there are some level of streamers who are black streamers who aren't streamers, right? And so the 70% wouldn't work because 100% of black streamers are streamers, right? That's closer to the all squares are rectangles, all rectangles aren't squares type thing, right? I think hair is a good analogy because there are some black people without any hair, right? But most black people do have hair, right? You could say from anywhere from 90 to 70% of black people do have hair. And so if you hate people with hair, you hate 90 to 70% of all black people. Therefore, you are racist. Even though it exists other ethnic groups and racial groups that also do have hair and not have hair. Having hair is not an inherent function of it being a black person. You know what I mean?
Evangelicals too.
It may do them too, but it also describes 73%
so
of
that
Jews.
is not anti-Semitism.
It's more, I hate just chatting streamers, therefore you hate black people. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. What do you call it when somebody's discriminating?
I like my hair analogy better.
Against the vast majority of
It's not anti-Semitism. That is
well,
about
I don't know.
a
What do
belief.
you call it when somebody's discriminating against the vast majority?
Not to be a devil's advocate, but Ethan's example is sort of like the sundown laws or the jaywalking ones that technically apply to everyone, but in reality are only used against black people, whereas it's still not a thing because there are more non-Jewish Zionists than Jewish Zionists. It can't be anti-Semitic. You answered your own question. It's the second part, right? There is some truth to like there are cases where people will use Zionists as a stand-in for Jewish, just so that they can be anti-Semitic, right? But the critique of Zionism as a colonial project and Zionists for believing in that colonial project is not inherent to Judaism, right? That would be like saying all jaywalking laws are inherently racist because of the utilization of some jaywalking laws, which, I mean, you have a conversation about that, right? Or like all laws in general, it would be like saying all laws in general are inherently racist because some laws were utilized in a racist way. You know what I mean? Jaywalking is legal in New York City now.
Majority of a racial or religious group, Sam.
I'm sorry. You want to look at evangelical Jews?
I don't care about evangelical people.
Okay, but I'm talking about the way you want to look at evangelical Jews?
I don't care about evangelical people.
Okay, but
he says I don't care about evangelical people, but those are Zionists. Again, bringing it back to the hair analogy, right? Bringing it back to the hair analogy, it's like saying I hate all people with hair. Oh, so you hate black people? No, white people have hair too. I don't care about white people. But like, it disproves your argument. You say you just don't want to talk about something that disproves your argument. It disproves your argument. The fact that like Zionism is not an inherent, trait of Judaism, right? Is an inherent trait of Judaism, then like if that was the case, if you believe that's the case, then like we know what you believe and you're incorrect and you're wrong, and this criticism is like totally apt, right? But if you don't think that that's the case, then like you can't like lampoon Hassan for being like anti-Semitic because he's criticizing Zionism, unless you just don't want Hassan to criticize Zionism at all, and you think anytime he criticizes Zionism is him being anti-Semitic. And so my question for Ethan is there a time where Hassan has ever criticized Zionism that did not apply to all Jewish people? My question to Ethan is it possible to criticize Zionists and Zionism without it being anti-Semitic in his mind? Because I don't know if that's the case. I do not know if that's the case.
but I'm talking about the way you're constructing this.
I think
and so
you're,
you can say the same thing about Christian evangelicals too. It is not anti-Semitism. It is not. It just isn't.
Like, taking one example in isolation, which is what we've done here.
Well, you're the one who gave it to me.
Yeah, well,
I don't even want to talk about
fundamentally,
it,
I disagree
but I'm
with
using
you.
your example, and in that instance, you're the one. It just isn't.
Like, taking one example in isolation, which is what we've done here.
Well, you're the one who gave it to me.
Yeah, well,
I don't even want to talk about
fundamentally,
it,
I disagree
but I'm
with you.
using your example, and in that instance, that is not anti-Semitism.
Well, I
And this
disagree.
Conflation. Okay, well, that's our disagreement.
Yeah.
But I think that conflation is
Oh.
incredible.
But I thought Ethan and Sam agreed on pretty much everything. I thought they agreed on pretty much everything. Wow, I thought I'm incorrect, I guess.
Incredibly dangerous.
Well, I
It's
disagree
dangerous
as well
for
on that.
Jews.
I think
it's dangerous for this society.
I think, frankly, I think it's dangerous
Wait,
to.
he disagrees that the conflation of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism is dangerous for Jews in diaspora? I don't think these are just like mild disagreements. I don't think they agreed on 90% of things. This is like a big disagreement. Like, this is not like a small, like, oh, we disagree on like verbiage of like, oh, I don't think anybody should say the N-word, or like, oh no, I think black people should be allowed to say the N-word and nobody else. No, this is like a foundational disagreement. Like, so he can't just hand wave this away as being like, oh, we agree on pretty much everything. This is the chasm in the scale of disagreements. Yeah, this is, again, exactly what I drew here. Ethan expected, right here, I mean, add, this is Ethan, this is Sam, and this is Hassan. Ethan expected, right, for him and Sam to be way closer than Sam and Hassan. That's what he expected. But as the conversation continued, the gap grew, and then Ethan and his chat realized that Sam is a lot closer to Hassan than Sam is to Ethan. So now he either has to pretend like this is reality when it very clearly wasn't, right? Or he's going to pretend like this gap isn't as big as it was. Which is what he's trying to do. He's like, oh no, we agreed on 90% of things. This was a 10% disagreement, right? 10% disagreement here. But that's not the case. I mean, he's so good with MS Paint. I've had practice.
What I perceive as hand waving what's happening here.
Beta Banana is not on the scale at all. He's not in the conversation. He's not relevant. Right? The scale only exists because Ethan had a conversation with Hassan. Or with Sam. So he's not you can't be on the scale because the scale is very specific to this situation.
I know you said you aren't doing that.
I'm not hand waving.
You're doing the opposite. You're endorsing
decades of thought about this.
So right, sure, but the point is, you're saying that this is not dangerous. How dare you care about this? I think it's dangerous
I'm not saying that at all.
I personally, I mean,
yesterday the first time that Ethan learned Zionists could be non-Jewish. No, you're incorrect. He's been told this before, right? And he's still going to even after today going to pretend like that's not the case. He's still after today going to pretend like he thinks that Zionism and Judaism are intrinsically linked. And that if you were saying Zionist, you are also inherently talking about Jews entirely, in totality, because he's making that conflation that they're linked. Yeah, this is true. Yesterday was the first time he couldn't say that the person he's talking to is anti-Semitic, though. Right? And the reason why I think there has been no Instagram stories yet is I think that Ethan is doing his rounds in searching his subreddit, searching the Snark subreddit, talking to like the Orbiter communities that give him his talking points, and seeing what he did wrong to prepare for the Hassan debate, or find a way where he can drop out of it. there's been an Instagram story, but it's about Anissa, then I'm still correct. That's what I'm talking about. There's no Instagram stories about this debate. We're talking about the debate, chat. He'll probably label Sam as self-hating any day now. No, he won't. His community will, right? He'll be like, no, we had a conversation and we agreed on 90% of things. That's it. He's not gonna say that. He'll say that, you know, maybe Sam was misinformed or whatever, but like, he's not gonna like come, like super tough on Sam, right? Because he still needs some out. Going into the Friday conversation, he needs this to be correct, or he needs to change what he's going to go into conversation with, right? He needs to pretend like him and Sam barely disagreed so he can use this and weaponize this against Hassan. Or he needs to come with something crazy, like bringing Destiny on. So it's either he reckoned with the reality here, right? Or he lives in his delusional land here. These are the only two options. Is it? I was gonna ask, I don't know what you were saying, but I think he said he agreed with Sam purely because he doesn't want to debate Hassan. Like Ethan agreed that he would debate Hassan if Sam didn't change his mind. I actually don't think he's gonna bring anyone based on what they were saying after this debate. I mean, it depends, right? I'm just telling you that either he's going to live in his delusional land and he's going to act like he's going to pretend like him and Sam agree on everything, and basically he's going to do to Hassan what he tried to do to Sam and failed, right? He's going to try to pretend like him and Sam talked it out, agreed on everything, had some small disagreements, but Hassan is still anti-Semitic regardless, right? And he's going to focus primarily and specifically on all the stuff that they agreed on, as opposed to like the chasm that they disagreed on. That's his only option. It's either that or cancel the debate or do something else that's insane. I really feel like he's going to try to get out of it. Maybe. I don't know. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Jewish people have a collective memory.
Hassan commissioned IDUs for the Content Cop video. They probably think he's paid off Sam Seder somehow too. I don't think they actually believe that. Genuinely. I think they are coping when they say stuff like that. They don't believe it, but they're hoping that it catches on and it sticks. You know what I mean? I mean the audience. No, I don't even mean the audience, right? I genuinely think that they are trying to like manifest that being a thing. They're hoping that it catches on to people outside of the community who don't know anything to be like, well, it would actually make sense if that's the case. Right? That's what they're hoping for. I don't think they believe it, but I think they're hoping other people believe it when they say it. And if they don't lose anything. They're like, oh, that one didn't catch on. Maybe next time it will. And if it does, they're like, haha, that one caught on.
Of trauma, Sam, and it starts a certain way, and it starts with people. It starts with dehumanizing language, like saying you're trauma, Sam. And
I'm not saying that at all.
I mean, you're saying that this is not dangerous.
Of thought about this.
So right, sure, but the point is you're saying that this is not dangerous. How dare you care about this? I think it's dangerous
I'm not saying that at all.
I personally, I mean, Jewish people have a collective memory of trauma, Sam, and it starts a certain way, and it starts with people. It starts with dehumanizing language, like saying you're not fit to walk a dog. I mean, what are we doing here? It's irresponsible language.
He's not talking about
Jews. He's talking about 73% of Jewish people.
No, you said that.
No, that's a poll that's readily available.
No, you made that connection. He did not. Because we have millions upon millions of members of Kufi. We have millions upon millions in this country of evangelicals who also believe the same thing.
Does your dad have...
You cannot say it's anti-Semitism.
Could you describe
You cannot say it's anti-Semitism if you're also including millions upon millions, far more Christians than Jews.
Would you say that your father, who you mentioned, said something to you, that he's ever in his life had positive feelings about the state of Israel?
I've had positive feelings of Israel.
Whoa. Does your
That one caught Ethan off guard, by the way. That one caught he had no idea what to do. He had no idea what to do. Bro had to do a system update. He was like, "Oh, wow, didn't expect you to say that." Bro needs a better flow chart because he's getting talking points, right? I'm going to assume that like Destiny is literally like messaging him on Discord, being like, "Ask about his dad." He said that his dad had positive feelings. Ask about his dad, right? He brought it up, and then like, or Hila. I think Hila. She's real invested too, is all I'm saying. I'm just saying is I don't know if I'm not gonna say it. It may have been Hila. Maybe. Maybe. That's what I'll say. Sure.
dad have any positive feelings about it now? Not in terms of like I support them, but does your dad have any positive feelings about the state of Israel?
I've had positive feelings of Israel.
Whoa. Does your dad have any positive feelings about it now?
That's so funny. It's like, okay, bring it back to the hair analogy. It's like, imagine like Hassan said, like, oh, I hate people with hair. And then Ethan's like, oh, does your dad have hair? He's like, I have hair. Well, has your dad talked about how he loves his hair before? Like in this talking point, it shouldn't matter if Sam's dad has positive feelings about Israel or not. You have Sam in front of you who he himself said, right? He himself has said he has positive feelings about Israel. Why is his dad even relevant anymore? You got what you wanted, right? Sam has had positive feelings about Israel before. Okay, start arguing on that basis. But that's the problem. Whoever is sending him his talking points told him to ask him about his dad. He can't actually engage with what Sam is saying because he has to go down, this is what your dad said route, right? My flow chart says talk about his dad now, not actually do any criticism.
Who you mentioned said something to you that he's ever in his life had positive feelings about the state of Israel?
I've had positive feelings of Israel.
Whoa. Does your dad have any positive feelings about it now? Not in terms of like I support them, but like I think
positive feelings. I went to Israel on.
Okay, good. Then you're a neo-Nazi, not fit to walk a dog. How do you feel about that?
No, that's you saying that.
That's literally what he said. I'll play it again.
No.
I think like this will never happen, but in a totally just world, any kind of, regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher as Felix was posting if they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
Another thing he's doing, by the way, and Hassan
listen,
he plays around with the term Zionist, right?
You can say that's a wrong thing to say, but he's not talking about Jews. He's talking about people who have exhibited these positive feelings, and that includes millions upon millions of Christians. More Christians.
Okay, well, listen, I don't think they're neo-Nazis, not fit to walk dogs, either. I think it's insane language.
Listen, you don't want to tell me that you have.
Okay, but you cannot. Okay. So so this is the problem. If you acknowledge, this is Ethan's first time acknowledging Sam's point and conceding to it, you then have to acknowledge that it's not anti-Semitic. You then have to acknowledge that it's not anti-Semitic. If you're going to concede this point from Sam, you have to then concede his argument's framing, that it's not anti-Semitic. But he did not do it. He's like, I still think it's anti-Semitic. You've broken down my argument foundationally, and I've conceded every part of my argument to what your argument is, but I'm still gonna believe what I want to believe. If people thought he won this debate, come on.
Never engaged in hyperbole. You and I both are in this business, and we do that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You know, I just think that, you know,
listen, you can say it's an inappropriate thing to say. It's an unfair thing to say.
I just think like Arabs that support Israel aren't fit to walk a dog.
It is not anti-Semitism.
Okay, well, we're at an impasse on this one.
Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, but anyway, another thing he does is he says Zionist tendencies.
Once another disagreement. A disagreement number 2, but they agreed on everything.
And he's someone that plays around with Zionism. He calls me a Zionist, and again, I know we're arguing here about semantics.
Also, Hassan doesn't call Ethan a Zionist, by the way. I don't think I've seen a single clip where Hassan has called Ethan a Zionist. He will say that Ethan is defending the state of Israel, right? He will say that these are Zionist talking points. As a liberal Zionist. Even then, I don't think he's said that Ethan is a liberal Zionist. I think he said that he's used liberal Zionist talking points. Right? He's useful for Zionism. He has. At this point, he may have. I just haven't heard it. I mean, is he not? I don't know. Let's ask Ethan. Let's ask the audience. Ethan won't take the label of Zionist, right? He will always say that like, oh, 90% of Jews are Zionists, but he'll never say that me, Ethan Klein, am a Zionist. You know what I mean? He won't do it. For some reason, I don't know why. Ethan called himself a Zionist? No, he does not. And this is something that he does pretty often, which is pretty disingenuous, is that he has slipped before where he has insinuated that he's a Zionist, right? But he has never willingly put the label on as Zionist, right? He doesn't call himself, he doesn't identify as a Zionist, right? He'll say it sarcastically, things of that nature, but like he'll never, yeah. Hop on Rivals, bro. Hey, chill. Maybe we'll play some Rivals a little bit later. And as I just do Zionist things, that means it doesn't mean I'm a Zionist. Like, come on. But this is the thing, right? Because if he does identify as a Zionist, he can't call people anti-Semitic for calling him a Zionist, right? That's the point that I'm getting at. The point that I'm getting at is that he doesn't label himself or identify as a Zionist, right? So that when people call him a Zionist, he could say, I agree with you. The only reason you're calling me a Zionist is because you're anti-Semitic, right? But that would fall flat if he identifies as a Zionist himself, which is why he doesn't call himself a Zionist. That's the point that I'm making, right? But he'll always say like 90% of Jews are Zionists, but he'll never like identify as a Zionist for that reason. And that's why it's disingenuous, dishonest.
Of what Hassan said, but I don't think that you could accurately characterize me as that, as it's used colloquially. You don't know, right? But he's saying Zionist.
He's saying that I don't think you can characterize me as that, as it's used colloquially, which is like, so he's now claiming that he's not a Zionist, right? I'll play it again so you hear it.
He calls me a Zionist, and again, I know we're arguing here about semantics of what Hassan said, but I don't think that you could accurately characterize me as that, as it's used colloquially.
So now he's claiming that he's not a Zionist, right? But he also simultaneously claims that like from 70 to 90% of Jews are Zionists, right? Again, because if he labels himself as a Zionist, then if Hassan does call him a Zionist, he would not be anti-Semitic because that is how Ethan would label himself, right? That's like saying that Hassan is anti-Semitic for calling Ethan because he goes by the name Ethan, right? But if Ethan's like, I've never called myself Ethan. I've never said my name was Ethan, right? And you calling me Ethan is offensive. Is essentially what he's doing here. So he has to like, yeah, as Nice Bachman was saying, that he wants to have his cake and eat it too. Right? He wants he wants like pretty much every Jewish person to be a Zionist, right? When it fits his argument, but simultaneously to not be a Zionist so that it makes anybody who calls him a Zionist anti-Semitic when they call him a Zionist, because it's because of that he's Jewish and not because he's a Zionist, because he's not a Zionist by his own admission. Does that make sense?
You don't know, right? But he's saying Zionist tendencies. What does that mean? What's a Zionist tendency?
This was also pretty funny to me because like it's defending the state of Israel. Like, I don't think this is like a crazy take to have. Say someone has like Zionist tendency, as in like they do things that work to defend the state of Israel. Like, he's trying to get Sam to say Hassan is being secretly anti-Semitic. It's pretty self-explanatory. I'm surprised that Sam responded the way he did. I think he was just caught off guard.
I don't know.
Yeah.
You're going to talk to him on Friday. You can ask him what his Zionist tendency is. I suppose I would guess. And, you know, like I've looked at polls too, where, you know, people have various different understandings of what not Zionism is. But I think it is my guess, and I don't know what he was thinking specifically, but the notion of an ethno-state that engages and allows whatever in the name of Zionism allows for this mass slaughter, I think is horrific.
Sure, me too.
Sam dropped the ball here. I think it's a very important teaching moment. I don't think he dropped the ball because I think he circled back around to where it needed to be, as in like he explained that a Zionist tendency is essentially defending the apartheid ethno-state that is Israel. I think the issue is that it's not necessarily incorrect to state that like Zionism means different things to different people. But like, it's like trying to give Ethan a definition of Zionism. He's just going to disagree with it. Like, because Ethan wants it to be any Jewish person who has a positive feeling about Israel. You know what I mean? That's what Ethan wants it to be. And so any definition that Sam gives that's not that would be unproductive. Because Ethan will just huddle back down to, well, don't you know that like 70% of Jews have a positive feeling about Israel? Therefore, 70% of Jews are Zionists. And then at that point, you're arguing about like what the definition of Zionism is, instead of like what the topic of discussion is. But again, I don't even know. Like, I don't even really know what freaking Ethan was trying to get at here. You can't just set the definition of words though. That needs to be clearly established in any convo with him. But the problem is that like even in society, like the determination of even like within the left, the determination of what is and isn't a Zionist is nebulous, right? To the point where like Bada Banata has called me a Zionist. You feel me? And I haven't exhibited any positive feelings towards the state of Israel. And so when you get into a conversation about like, you know, how like what exactly the term Zionist is, it can vary. If you're not very poignant in what you're talking about, it can very quickly devolve into like a different discussion, as opposed to like Ethan, regardless of being a Zionist or not being a Zionist, is still doing Hasbara. You know what I mean? That's why you see we love Sabra, don't you? I've never had Sabra hummus actually, so I can't even speak to it. I think Sam has gathered enough from this conversation with his years of experience with these talking points to know exactly what the problem is in this whole dynamic. His own definition, Zionism is the belief that Jewish people should have their own homeland. That's all it means, defending an ethno state. Look, the whole point of Israel is that in the wake of the Holocaust, that the Jews had their own country, so they wouldn't, they couldn't be, but with again, that's it. Yeah. And so for Ethan, it's very easy to be like, and even in Ethan's own definition of like Zionism is just believing that like the Jews should have a homeland. Like that doesn't change any of what Sam and Ethan has argued about in this discussion, right? The fact that Ethan is very clearly leaving out the millions of Christian Zionists to further enforce his narrative that like criticizing Zionism is inherently anti-Semitic, because that's what he's doing. Regardless of what he says, he is conflating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, right? And he is touting any criticism of Zionism as anti-Semitic because he claims that 70% of Jews are Zionists. That's what he is saying. Cut through all the BS, that's what he's saying. This hasn't Benabana said something like diasporic Jews, including active anti-Zionist Jews, benefit from the apartheid state of Israel. Kind of opened my eyes to how he may actually be anti-Semitic. It depends what you mean by benefit. Like, I don't know what he means by benefit. Like, it's a lot to get into, but he did say that. He would need to describe what benefit means. I don't know his take. Honestly, I don't necessarily care. He says it isn't hard to figure out, or am I crazy? You just can't make a judgment about anyone based on their Jewish identity. Then he said, Jews, not Israelis. Anti-Semitism is worse for me as an anti-Zionist Jew. Yeah. Like, if we're having a conversation about, like, and this is what I was saying, from, like, very bare bones of me projecting what he's trying to say in, like, as best faith possible. Like, no, actually, I got nothing. I got nothing. I'm sorry. I tried. I did try. I tried to distill it down into something that makes sense. I would need to see his take, because I don't know if I'm understanding it. It's also Sam's point: Jews in the West are less safe due to Israel's actions, and that the anti-Semitism that follows. That's what, yeah. Which is why I don't know what Ben Abanana was saying, that the state of Israel does not like make like anti-Zionist Jews or even like Jews in diaspora more safe, right? Because of that conflation that the state of Israel commits between Judaism and Zionism, when the rise in as Israel continues its horrific campaign to oppress the Palestinian people and commit genocide, then there will be an inevitable follow-up rise of anti-Semitism due to the state of Israel's actions. That does hurt and harm anti-Zionist Jews and Jews in diaspora across the world after those genocidal acts. So maybe if we have time, we'll take a look at the take. But yeah, it's not particularly insanely relevant. You know what I mean? How am I getting Discord pings? Just have streamer mode on. Streamer mode on. There we go. Entire politics is literally being right on the internet, not even worth talking about. You can't spam my Discord. Too late. Too late. When anti-Semitism works in Israel's favor, they need settlers to colonize Palestine, and if international Jews aren't afraid, then they won't have a good reason to move to Israel. Yeah, but that's the point that I'm making, right? Is that doesn't benefit Jews in diaspora, right? It benefits the state of Israel, right? It actively harms Jews in diaspora. You feel me? You think God has invited you to debate him? I don't believe that. Could Banada have meant that Judaism? No, I am joking. Yeah, I didn't believe that in the slightest. Could Banada have meant that Judaism is used as a sword by Israel to elevate Jews over Palestinians, like how misogyny benefits all men because it says they are inherently more worthy as people? Maybe, but even then, like I was thinking like white supremacy as well. How white supremacy, you could say, serves at the benefit of like white people, even those who reject white supremacy. But the issue is it still works to harm white people overall, right? In totality. In the same way that the patriarchy, while serving to benefit men, still works to harm men in the long term, right? In numerous different ways. Like the point is, these overarching systems of oppression never actually work to the benefit of the working class people inside of the hegemonic group. Whether it's men, whether it's white people, talking about like Jews in the state of Israel, like regardless of all of that, it never works to benefit anybody except for the ruling class in general. Like white, poor, working class people are still harmed, right? Are still harmed by white supremacy. Because white supremacy is used in order to justify a division of the working class, right? And the expansion of like the capitalist system. You know what I mean? And so I can understand the take, but like I disagree with like the overarching premise, right? And that's just how I see it. Number one. And also, I do want to address this as well. I hate this idea that you can't criticize the people who are on your side because it's like supposedly punching left. Like, Bada Banana is not free of criticism. He's not like infallible. You are allowed to disagree and critique the people even if they are on your side of the issue. That's totally fine and fair. This is the same thing as like freaking liberals crying about purity testing and stuff like that. It's dumb. Everybody will catch criticism from me in the same way that people can criticize me. Palestine will be freed by Palestinians. I agree with that point of his, but allies do exist and they deserve to be evaluated on their actions, not based on their nationality or ethnicity. Yeah. Right. I do think that there is a take that I do understand, because I've had a similar take about like the black issues, is that is bred out of a disdain for society, in that how society looks to elevate like the voices of the like oppressing class that speak out against the oppression, like how white people are elevated as the voices, the spokespeople of racism, instead of the black people who experience that racism. And that can be frustrating. And I'm sure it's also frustrating for Palestinians to not be listened to and not be heard, while you have a lot of attention that is given in Western media to Israeli like objectors, conscientious objectors, anti-Zionist Jews, as opposed to like the Palestinians who are affected by the genocide. I do understand where that frustration comes from, because I experienced that as well. But I also don't think that like it makes allies useless inherently. Also, who's Bada Banana? Who's the Bada Banana to the left of us posting on YouTube is it activism? Oh geez, you're looking to get me canceled, Brett. You could just defend them if you feel it's invalid, or is it that a bit too much to ask for? Yeah. You can join the polycule. I mean, you've also criticized Hassan. You criticize people you align with and people you respect. Yeah, but to be fair, people got mad at me for criticizing Hassan too. You know, that's just life. You feel me? Which is why I don't understand people who are like, who yell at me about criticizing Bad Empanada. Like, that's life. You're going to get critique from everywhere. Right? You can be like, leave my favorite content creator alone. You meanie bobini. Like, no, I think everybody is and should be critiqued, so long as it's productive. And I do try to be productive, right? I try to keep my critique towards everybody, right? Including people like Ethan Klein, productive. I appreciate that you added your perspective about Hassan as how we expand our views. Yeah. Disagreement isn't shooting left. Yeah, that's fine. That's chill. It's okay. Yeah, but you're supposed to criticize the people you associate with the most is a sign of a healthy and communicative community. Yeah. Bad Empanada shooters are mostly Hassan fans who got horny at the idea of someone criticizing Hassan. Yes. But more just like, I think that there's a lot of like drama obsessed people who realize they get blood sport a lot more from Bad Empanada than they do from Hassan. So I think it's less about Bad Empanada criticizing Hassan and more about they get their fix of blood sport, right? From Bad Empanada a lot more often than they get their fix of blood sport from Hassan, right? Like people who come in here expecting me to like, you know, eviscerate the crew to the same extent that I eviscerate Ethan Klein, right? And when they don't get that, they will then go to other streamers who are more critical on the crew because they want the blood sport, right? They want the drama of it, as opposed to like something that is like inherently productive. And that's not entirely bad, right? I'm not saying that this is wrong, right? I'm mostly just analyzing that you can accept and enjoy content from a plethora of sources and a lot of different people without being like, okay, now Kith. Now Kith. Now Kith. You know what I mean? But that's my take on Bad Empanada, and I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at that. If we have time today, we'll get into the we'll get into the take. But just on this, in my interpretation, he's not talking about all Jews, but just the settlers. If you watch a bit after the statement, not that it isn't subject to criticism, I would just respond to like this interpretation of the clip, and just like, you know, maybe be more clear on the words you say, especially in a situation where if you do understand that the state of Israel does contribute to a rising anti-Semitism, right? There's a level of responsibility to not paint as wide of a brush as this, right? Because if you mean settlers, you should say settlers. But I do understand that, you know, sometimes people misspeak, or sometimes people don't say everything in the most specifically, you know, awesome way possible. But that's what I'll say. You see, Ethan is sick. No members show today. I did not see that. What he means is he's going to do research to get a bunch of Hassan clips. A lot of people are parasocial too. They want a creator they like to also like each other, so they don't have to feel like they have to pick sides. Yeah. The only actual frustration I have with how often Hassan holds water for him, bro cannot learn his lesson from D or Ethan. Keeping others around will blow back on you. That's fair. That's fair. I do think I understand where it comes from. Like, Hassan is like attacked a lot from a lot of different sources, and so when you have somebody who will like stick their neck out and defend you, even if they are like critical of you, you're gonna let that slide a little bit. But yeah. I think Hassan tries to ignore Bada Banana, but chat always brings him up. I agree. Right? This is the problem why I like, criticize the Bada Banana chatters is that, and this is a thing that chatters do all the time, not even just for Bada Banana, but they'll be like, chatters will have their like favorite smaller streamer than Hassan, and will spend every opportunity to like, be like, talk about this other smaller streamer, which is fine. Not even just drama baiters, but just people who like want their smaller content creator to grow. And that's fine. I think that's totally chill when it happens, right? People do it for me, and I'm like, I appreciate you, chatters. You don't need to do that, but I appreciate when you do. For Arun, if India comes up as a topic, people are like, you should call Arun. That's fine, right? And so when like when Ethan Klein comes up, people are like, oh yeah, it's Bada Banana. Bada Banana talked about this. Watch Bada Banana's video. This or that. This or that. This or that. Right? I don't think that's inherently wrong. The problem and the issue is when like they now expect their worldview to be reinforced by Hassan is where it becomes an issue, right? That's where it becomes a problem. It's like, they're like, okay, Hassan now watched your video. You don't understand Bada Banana's humor. He's making a joke here. You don't get it. Like, it's when people extend even further than that. It's just like, okay, that's a bit, that's a bit, just be normal. Exactly, they are always kind of thinking about it too, like, well, he thinks this and is to the left of you. Or like, one of the most annoying things is when people are like, oh, you know what would be funny? It would be funny if like Sam Cedar brought Ben Banana on the call. I'm just like, no, it wouldn't have been. It wouldn't have been productive. I don't think it would have worked very well. And that was never gonna happen. Like, let's just like, you can like Bada Banana, but let's just be normal. Because I always say this, it's fan fiction. Yeah, they literally do fan fiction. Like, and do your fan fiction, but like, just be normal about the fan fiction. Right? Just be normal. It'd be so awesome. It would be so awesome if like Bada Banana just like rocked up to the studio and was like, Ethan, I'm gonna debate you. And he threw down his glove, and then Ethan was like, not George. And then they're like, okay. And Ian came down from the ceiling and was like, we're doing Creator Clash 2.5. In the red corner, we have Ethan Klein. And in the blue corner, we have Bada Banana. Like, that's how some of y'all be. I want to be entirely real. Like, that is what some of y'all do, and it is very cringe. So, like, stop doing that. I think you're mostly describing fans. Like, to watch wrestling instead. Debating whether or not to check AO3 for this down. Who's y'all? Hey, the shoe don't fit, don't wear it. I'm not writing fan fiction. I think imagining fictitious scenarios in your head and post them online is a waste. Yeah, it's just like, just be normal, right? You can like Bada Banana. I don't care what you do, honestly. But like, don't expect other communities to like love him the way you love him. Right? No need to defend his honor. And even most, this is the problem, right? Most leftist spaces are not like directly antagonistic to Bada Banana. Like Hassan, Mike, Denims, Gremlo, me, or whatever. Like they're like, Bada Banana is just like a side thing that exists that people are just like, let exist. But like, we're not like, yeah. To be fair, like, my mods are just insane. Like, they're like, we're gonna get him out of here or whatever. But like, like, nobody's just like, we're nuking Bada Banana from yeah, there's a reason why I didn't say you, Brett. Or nuking that Bada Banana for the from mentions. But people are like, that's not enough. You must stand Bada Banana or I hate you. You must stand him or I hate you. You know what I mean? Like, we're not that. So, like, I don't know what they expect. Someone put Bada Banada as easy to ignore, and that does seem true. Yeah, because, like, he's his own little thing over here. That's fine. He can do his own little thing over here. That's okay. The first time here, found you through Jason. Oh, hello, Berry Crumble. What's up? We hate Jason here. Who did that with Hassan too? They post like everyone online knows Hassan. To be fair, that makes more sense because like it's freaking Hassan. Like Bada Banana is a way more niche than Hassan is.
Okay. I mean, then I think
Jason poops like you.
the three of us
The moment
agree
he got VIP. That's why he's not a VIP anymore.
on that regard.
Yeah, I think we're so another thing is like to take it even further. I mean, Hassan pretty much like openly
Well, let's
supports
not talk
Hamas.
about Hassan. Let's talk about this.
Oh, another Hassan mention. What is this, like 12?
Agree on that regard.
Yeah, I think we're so another thing is like to take it even further. I mean, Hassan pretty much like openly
Well, let's
supports
not talk
Hamas.
about Hassan. Let's talk about this.
Sure. I mean, what do you want to ask me?
Well, I mean, if you want to ask me about, I mean,
well, let me.
I'm not here to explore.
Yeah. I have a list of things
feelings,
that.
but if you want to talk about Hamas, I mean, I think look.
Well, how do you feel about Hamas?
I mean, I feel that Hamas, people can perceive it as a liberation organization. We call them terrorists in this country. We call the
What
ANC
do you think
terrorists.
about them, Sam?
Listen, I think there are parts, I would imagine, of Hamas that have done good for the people in Gaza, and I think they have done bad things. But I sort of feel, I guess, ultimately, probably like Ehud Barak, when he said that were I Palestinian and I was living in Gaza, that it would be likely that I would join Hamas. I mean, that's what Ehud Barak said on multiple occasions. And I think that is very, that is a...
Okay, now I kind of do want to know what the chat is saying about this. Just, I'm slightly curious.
An understanding of human nature.
That you're...
Whoa, what? That's wild. Wild, what? Oh, no, what? I would disagree there, Sam. Oh, so you would just, like, let Israel bomb you and your family and your kids and your siblings and your cousins? This dude has no spine. He's dodging the question, always deflection. You're actively being protested against.
You're not affording Israelis, by the way, just to point out an inconsistency there.
What?
Understanding of human nature.
That you're not affording Israelis, by the way, just to point out an inconsistency.
You're not affording Israelis? I mean, are Israelis being occupied? Is Ethan claiming that Israelis are being occupied by Palestinians? Like, yeah, if in a, fictitious, imaginal parallel universe where, the Palestinians were occupying Israelis who lived there for generations, and there was a mandate to move Palestinians, which, again, this is a fictitious world, into where the Israelis were. Like, if the roles were reversed, then sure, you can join the Israeli version of Hamas, and that would be justifiable. If we go back in history and we just switch the roles of like the Israelis and the Palestinians, then yeah. And if there was an Israeli version of Hamas, then yes, the Israelis could join Israeli Hamas. I think Sam would be fine with that too. Sure. The problem is we don't live in a fictitious reality, a parallel universe where the roles were reversed. We live in the real world, in this reality, in this world line, that things exist the way they exist.
Consistency there.
How so?
Well, you're like...
Yeah, look, the chat's going crazy. They're terrorists, full stop. OMG, what? What? W, Ethan, whoa, what? L, oh no, Sam, what? This is crazy. I think I'm gonna sit this one out. Yikes. Imagine being held at gunpoint by your audience so hard you say that. And this is the craziest part, right? Sam can't have any actual beliefs. You can't believe anything. You must be like audience captured.
I refuse to understand human nature and their reaction. It's just evil, and I don't know how to explain it.
I didn't use the word
What?
evil.
That's not what. Yeah, that's not what he said.
Right. I'm inferring because I asked you if you think they're evil, and you didn't really answer that.
Listen, I don't know what Gazans felt on October 8th, but toward Hamas.
Whoa, hold on, bro. Sam is the super new Ben Shapiro. Why is Sam so scared of talking about Hassan, the biggest political streamer on Twitch? Is relevant to the convo? Clip that. Major yikes. It's insane. Sam supports terrorism. Oh, bro.
But I can tell you that, we have there is a long history of terrorist organizations or so-called terrorist organizations like the ANC or the IRA, even the PLO,
Now, Sam,
that ultimately become political organizations.
I think the comparison to Hamas to what happened in South Africa is
the biggest political streamer on Twitch. He is now. He's the biggest streamer on Twitch, full stop, currently at the moment. And sorry, in North America. Let me be very clear. He's the biggest biggest streamer in North America on Twitch. He's passed Speed, he's passed Kai, he's passed Hassan, he's passed every other streamer. It's Asmongold is at the top currently for the last 90 days. Yeah. This is Ethan's community. Member for 44 months. 44 months. What a lovely community you've crafted. What a lovely community you've crafted.
Is insanely disingenuous, and I personally hate when people do that.
I mean, Mandela didn't think so.
Well, Mandela did think so. He explicitly stated that he avoided committing violence on the citizenry because it would make reunification impossible. That's something he said.
I think you could say that tactically speaking. Listen,
by the way, Sam, in the totality of their campaign, I think under 200 civilians died, and the people who did kill civilians were almost all held.
I mean, I'm not gonna listen. You know he's wrong. I know he's wrong. Hassan proved him wrong in real time. I think, to be fair, I think when I was watching this, when Hassan was watching it, I think he spent too much time on proving Ethan wrong on this because he's so wrong on this take. It's insanely wrong that he missed some of the more insane stuff that's coming up. And so, yes, he's wrong about Nelson Mandela. We've proved him wrong before on this because he made this claim in the content nuke or in one of the was it the content nuke he made the claim? He made this claim in another stream, right? But we said how he was incorrect. We said how Nelson Mandela has supported violent resistance when peace is not an option. His words, right? Oh, it was with Boner Box. You're right. That's what it was. So I was practically taking his shirt off. Yeah, Hassan was going crazy. I'm so interested in tomorrow's conversation. I might have to call out of work so I can stream for longer. You know what I mean?
Held accountable for what they did. That's a difference, Sam.
Well, I mean, I can tell you that
a significant difference.
Well, it is a significant difference. I mean, I imagine many of those people who committed atrocities on October 7th are dead now. And so
what does that have to do with anything?
Well, that's accountability.
But I mean, being held accountable by the party that they're presumably doing the violence on behalf.
But you're saying the entire ANC was held accountable?
No, I was saying Nelson Mandela's party, if someone killed a civilian, they would hold them accountable. They would charge them. They would disavow their actions.
The ANC did?
Yes.
Well, the IRA was bombing places in England and throughout Ireland. I mean, we have even the Irgun or the Stern Gang when they killed over 100 villagers in 1948. I mean, the history is full of examples of organizations that commit terrorist acts. Now, I will tell you.
Yes, I do agree with Hassan in that it's not the best comparison, most apt comparison. But I do understand. I do understand Sam's overarching point.
People look at South
personally,
Africa.
I do not condone the killing of civilians. Which
and
is why
the issue and the problem is that, like, here's the problem, right? The problem is that Ethan is cowardly. Did you poll whether or not Ethan's gonna cancel or not? We can't. I mean, we can poll, but like, I was gonna say we can do a prediction, but a prediction will end in 24 hours. So I'm gonna have to start a prediction tomorrow morning. Right? What was I saying? Oh, Ethan is cowardly. Right? And so because Ethan is cowardly, right, he will just be like, well, all civilian deaths are bad, no good, no bueno. Right? All civilian deaths, no bueno. It's pretty poor. Pretty right? And so he doesn't have to actually engage with things like violent resistance. Doesn't actually have to engage with things like like resistance organizations, or like what the definition of terrorist is and things of that nature. Like, everybody knows the adage of one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. Like, the fact that Nelson Mandela and the ANC were on the United States terrorist list. So even in Ethan's neutered, watered down version of who Nelson Mandela was, that didn't save him from still being called and attributed as a terrorist to the United States. So maybe, right, just going off of saying like, oh, they're a terrorist, end of story, is not the most apt way of analyzing the harm or usefulness of that phrase or that word. Mandela was on the list until very recently. It was like 2008. He got taken off, I believe. I think he died in 2012, if I'm not mistaken, or 2016.
Which is why, obviously, I'm upset about what Israel is doing.
Sure. The part that I don't like about people say, like, I feel like people sweep for Hamas by saying, like, what do you expect, right? But the truth is that people use South Africa as an example, but what South Africa shows is that you don't need to commit a violent war against civilians to liberate yourself.
Well, I mean,
ANC didn't commit any violence in order to liberate themselves. Is kind of a funny take. The term is worthless to me. The ANC were deemed terrorists and not the KKK for decades. Yeah.
Listen, we had for a year, we had the Great March of Return, where, you know, Sinwar himself.
Oh no, this was funny. This was probably the funniest part. The funniest part of the entire conversation is where Ethan started to justify sniping unarmed civilians because he said there was Hamas activity at the feds. He was like, well, Sam, was there Hamas activity there? Was there Hamas activity? Oh, what you're not saying is there was Hamas activity there. They were throwing rocks. They attacked the fence. They were trying to cross the border. I wonder why. I wonder why, for the Great March of Return, they were trying to cross the border. No idea. No clue. That doesn't make any sense, actually.
Involved in that, there was Palestinians marching on a regular basis over the course of the year. I don't know how many it was.
Ethan? 50. Who knows? Return? What? That word makes no sense.
Lula's
Or whatever.
Wasn't that I thought he brought out twice? No, that was like the entire second half of the discussion, essentially.
Thinking they are right is something.
Lula's Beekeeper, thank you for the 19-month resubscription. Much appreciated. I'm surprised he even knows about it. Oh, no. Don't get mistaken, chat. He didn't know about it. He circles back to it because somebody told him about it. I don't know who it was, whether it was ChatGPT or Google or his wife or an unnamed sex pest, but someone tells him about it. He gets fed that talking point.
Where innocent people went there and snipers are shooting down unarmed civilians. And so time and time again, and over the course of the 20 years that I've been professionally, covering this, my attitude towards Israel's willingness to have peace has changed, and my understanding of it has changed. And I can only imagine how more intense that feeling is to be living in a place that is, functionally like, the Warsaw Ghetto, insofar as like you don't have access to resources, you have 50% unemployment, the apartheid that is taking place in terms of the West Bank. I mean,
I agree with those characterizations, by the way, Sam. Just to say,
but I can't imagine that my response wouldn't be to pick up a weapon.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
It's not really working out.
Well, none of it's working out, is it? I mean,
well, okay.
Wouldn't be to pick up a weapon.
Okay.
And so he doesn't say, no, he doesn't say you're invalid for thinking that, right? He just says, okay, but it's not working for them. He doesn't disagree, or he doesn't agree. He just like, he deflects, he moves on. He doesn't engage with anything, right? He doesn't engage with anything that Sam actually said. He's just like, okay, well, like, it's not helping the Palestinians by fighting back, so just lay down and die, I guess. You know what I mean? That's what his implication is. The implication is like, just lay down and die. I hear what you're saying, but like, have you considered that them fighting back is not working? So like, they should just stop fighting back and let us kill them.
I mean, I don't know.
It's not really working out.
Well, none of it's working out, is it?
No, not much at all. Not really much at all.
I wonder why. What is he? And this is the problem. What does he even mean by working out? As in, like, Israel has not stopped murdering Palestinian children? You're right. Like, he just says, like, this is a problem with, like, the very neutral language that he has. He just says, well, it's not working out for the Palestinians very well, and Hamas is not taking care of its own citizenry, and they are leading Israel to do the things that they're doing. Like, he doesn't even say that either. It's purely passive, right? It's like the Palestinians are being faced with like a natural disaster, right? There's like a hurricane that just keeps blowing through, right? And that Hamas is like, they just keep batting down the hatches, and you're looking at Hamas being like, see, it's not working. You're not stopping the water from coming in. People are still dying. It's not working. Like, Israel is not a natural disaster. They are dropping the bombs. At any point, they can stop dropping the bombs. They can stop killing Palestinian children. They can stop killing Palestinian civilians. They can stop killing their own hostages. They have choice. They are not a natural disaster.
The greatest attack on Israelis in 75 years. The notion of Zionism and the way that Israel is organized as a society is not protecting Jews. Well, it's not protecting Israelis. It's not protecting Jews worldwide.
True.
It is, there may have been a time where Zionism had and there were certainly proponents of Zionism in the early 20th century, in the late, perhaps late 19th century, where there was a notion of a multi-ethnic democracy that fell by the wayside. Folks like Hannah Arendt and Einstein, left the Zionist Congress, and what it has evolved into is, I think, a nightmare for everyone involved. And so, I don't know how I would react in that type of miseration, frankly.
Well, can I ask you?
But again, Ehud Barak said that he would pick up a weapon were he one of them. And
that's fine.
He's far closer to the conflict than I am.
I'm not saying I don't understand why people pick up weapons.
Okay.
Right?
What's the problem?
So let me ask you this. What do you think about October 7th attack?
Wait, what's the problem then? That kind of sounded like a justification of Hamas from Ethan. So if you understand why people bring up weapons, then why is your critique specifically focused on Hamas? If you can contextualize the fact that Hamas is created as a reaction to the inevitable, the continued oppression of the Palestinian people. If you understand that, then what's the contention here? I don't, and then he just moves on to something else. He lives fuming right now, and that's the funniest part is that like this has not convinced him or convinced the pro-Palestinian side that he's pro-Palestinian, but it's probably upset like the Israelis in his audience, like the pro-Israel, pro-genocide side of his audience. So like he's got nothing out of it. Nothing positive came from this discussion. You know what I mean?
What do I think about it?
Yeah.
I mean, it was horrific.
Mm-hmm. And this was like a military action by Hamas to what end?
I mean, I suspect. I mean, I don't know what the strategy was. I mean, they attacked 2 military bases. I don't know if they were aware of.
Say your goodbye. The Majority Report, thank you for the raid. Perfect timing. We're talking about, oh no, Sam Seder, another nightmare. We're watching the debate. And honestly, Ethan got cooked. Ethan got cooked. Like, yeah, there's not much more to say. Huge raid. He got spanked by Untrue. Welcome in, Raiders. So there was already word shot. I didn't say GG's like I always go work on some stuff. Glad to see this again. Adult news watchers in chat now. True. And I respect the adult news watchers. There. Let's continue. I have to also reevaluate my tier list. Move up Sam Seder. This debate was a masterclass and like Ethan just being embarrassed. The president just dropped. Ready for raid to your Rising Star Pipeline. Hello, welcome to the Rising Star Pipeline. We are the Rising Star Pipeline. Hello, humans. That's crazy. And Hassan posted January 6, 2.0. You're old? Y'all are old. I am not old. I am a perfect age. Let's continue. Tragedy seems like it was to ruin Israel's standing in the global community and to turn public opinion against them. Maybe. I can't speak on the intricate strategy that Hamas had. But what I can say is that it was a reaction. That's what's very clear. Right? It was a reaction. I think part of it was to take hostages, banking on the idea that Israel would not strike to kill their own hostages, which, you know, the Hannibal Directive says otherwise. Take hostages, stop the hostilities from Israel to try to push for some sort of leverage to move towards the direction of freeing Palestine, right? In a number of different ways. I guess instead of best, it was to make the apartheid as costly as possible for the belligerent state of Israel. Did you see how American imperialism and colonizing the entire manifest destiny body mass of the U.S. is cool and fine because enough time has passed and he doesn't have to actually interface with any hard decisions like, am I living on a tribe where a tribe used to live, or should I give all of my properties and money? So again, it's like the whole argument of colonialism is selling rich. Yeah, I did not consider the colonizing the entire manifest destiny and body mass of the United States is cool and fine because enough time has passed. I have not considered that. It'd be hilarious if Hassan surprises Ethan with Norm Finkelstein during the debate on Friday. Only problem is I don't know how caught up Norm would be. And so I think Norm would be confused about everything going on.
They attacked 2 military bases. I don't know if they were aware of of that the dance.
The Nova rave.
Yeah, I don't know if they knew that that rave was happening. I suspect it was to derail the Abraham Accords, which were going to leave the Palestinians out of the equation, where an authoritarian
you leave out that they attacked
Sam
kibbutzim,
did
by
and
the
make
way.
him stay on Israel. The only problem is, again, like that strategy only works if Ethan tips his hand, right? Because like if Ethan wasn't stupid, he probably could have guided the conversation better away from stuff that he just doesn't know, like the history of the state of Israel or history in general or things in general, right? He could have just stalled out the entire conversation just talking about Hassan and drama. Because there were certain instances where Sam was giving him a little bit of the drama talk, just a little bit. Right, but he was too stupid to be able to capitalize. But Ethan is stupid. This is true. Ethan is stupid. Right. I'm just trying to not underestimate Ethan because maybe he'll actually surprise me or something. Ow. And ugly. True.
No, yes, of course they did. But I'm saying that they, I don't know what the strategy was. On their
Okay,
part.
so what do you think, like, would you expect the response of Israel would be to that?
I had no doubt.
This was great from Sam because this is what I've been wanting somebody to do to Ethan. Flip the script on him. Right? Flip the script on him. What do you think Israel should have done? And Ethan could not answer that question.
That day that Israel was going to respond.
Go insane.
I mean,
Yeah, right? It was going to be horrific. We all knew.
Yes, but I think I think the lack of proportionality.
And what Ethan is trying to do here as well is trying to be like, yes, everybody knew that if you attack Israel, they would attack back 20 times harder, right? Therefore, it's on Hamas and it's Hamas's fault for attacking in the first place. They should just lie down and take it because they know if they speak up and they talk back, Israel would come back 20 times harder, right? Like everybody knew that they would do a Holocaust. So therefore, it's Hamas's fault for not safeguarding the Palestinian people. It is victim blaming, right? It's like finally talking back to your abusive parents and you get like, you get punched. And then people being like, well, you knew they were abusive and you decided to talk back anyway. So like, yeah, maybe you don't actually care about your face that much. It's like that.
Was just beyond, frankly, and I was aware that this was going to be a horror show, but I don't think I had the level of awareness of what they would do to go in and literally level it, destroy what is it, 80-90% of the.
That's the point. As Chad's saying, ignoring the hostages, right? The idea that like most people thought that Israel would bomb their own hostages to kill every Palestinian is not what like most people thought, right? Like there were people who knew this would be the case because that's just how Israel, like his own policy exists as, right? Annual directive is literally that. Right? But like most people were not like, yeah, Israel will definitely kill their own hostages to kill every Palestinian. That's kind of crazy.
The structures in Palestine, bomb hospitals, that they would use.
Well, Hamas did know that because that's why they attacked.
And
Ethan is like, well, no, Hamas did know that they would do a second Holocaust, right? And a genocide of the Palestinian people. So that's why they attacked. He's trying to victim blame Hamas. He's trying to say that Hamas is at fault for the genocide because they attacked Israel knowing what Israel would do. No agency for the people who are actually dropping the bombs. Hamas took hostages to potentially avoid that. Well, Ethan's saying that it doesn't matter. Ethan is saying that Hamas knew that Israel would do what they're doing now to the extent that they're doing now, and so it's Hamas's fault. Even worse to say they're at fault. He's saying they're going to happen. Yeah. He said that they wanted it to happen. Why? Because Hamas is bad and evil. Right? Because Hamas is bad and evil, and that's the reason why.
A weapon.
I'm more interested in like the justification for what they're doing
probably
there.
took hostages with the idea that they would be able to negotiate.
I understand why they took hostages. I don't understand why they took children and elderly.
I
look at his face. Ugh, he's so disgusting.
I understand why they took hostages. I don't understand why they took children and elderly.
Yeah, I cooked there. Yeah, I cooked there. Yeah, answer that one, Sam. I got you. Like, no, they took children hostage as well for the same reason. Like, the same reason. They thought, right? Maybe naively, they thought Israel were rational, right? Israel was a rational state and would act as though rational actors and would not, I don't know, kill their own hostages. Again, maybe it was naive of Hamas to think that that's the case, right? Thing is that historically, hostage taking in exchange is not even new to the Palestinian liberation movement. So, like, it's even more surprising if Israel does, what it did, than otherwise.
I believe that they probably, I mean, this is all conjecture on my part, that they would be able to trade them as a way to inhibit Israel's doing what they're doing. And I don't know if they could have even imagined that. I'm not going I'm not going to endorse Hamas's, strategy here.
Well, I'm just trying to flesh it out here because this is what I'm getting to is Hamas. I think they knew that this was the reaction that would happen. You know?
I can't imagine that they assumed that there would be this level of destruction.
I mean, that's why they hate Israel. I don't think they underestimate how violent the IDF can be. You know what I mean? That's why they attacked.
How violent the IDF can be. Oh, Ethan almost did a little bit of no-no. Almost said that Israelis were violent.
Israel. I don't think they underestimate how violent the IDF can be. You know what I mean? That's why they attacked.
I certainly underestimated that they would go this far. Use
I didn't think they go this far, but
bomb hospitals and shoot EMTs and have rules of engagement like this. I mean, and I think Hamas is certainly up to criticism for their strategy here.
If that's an understatement.
Well, I mean, if that's well,
I mean, they're a terrorist organization that intentionally antagonized like the IDF to come mass slaughter their civilians.
They intentionally antagonized the IDF to mass slaughter their civilians. Are you insane? Are you crazy? Zero accountability for the people who are doing the mass slaughtering. None. This is literally genocide apologia. Yes. Literally genocide apologia. That's crazy. That's crazy. So he's saying that Israel is basically taking orders from Hamas? Essentially, yes. Yes, he's saying that Hamas is like the propaganda puppet masters that controlled Israel to go and attack their civilians for some reason. For some reason. Is he going to explain what that reason is? Other than just Arab scary bad? Or Hamas terror organization? Probably not. But for some reason, Hamas was like, we want to kill all of our civilians, but we're not going to do it ourselves. So we're going to attack Israel so that Israel then sends the IDF to then go and murder every Palestinian. For some reason. Because they're bad and evil and bad. And evil and bad. Hamas benefits from Palestinians dying with increased support. Support from where? And even if that's the case, then maybe Israel should stop killing them. Like, it doesn't make sense. I'm not yelling at you, Chatter. It's just, I can't believe he actually believes these things.
If they overestimated whether Israel cared about the hostages, without a doubt. I mean, there's I don't know that there would be anybody who would make a case that this is what was their plan for have Israel respond this way. That's absurd.
Well, and the same is true of, like, I guess Israelis feel the same way. Like, it was totally unprecedented. You know what happened. So maybe they didn't think that their mission would be as successful as it was. On the other hand,
I have no doubt that they did not think that they would that they would have been able to overrun that. I mean, I think we were told that the technology of Israel's fence, et cetera, was perfect and something we should emulate in this country. I mean, Trump was all talking about that. So I have no doubt that Hamas overestimated
or overestimate the IDF. Yeah, I got you.
What they would be able to, what kind of destruction they would wreak, and they underestimated the violence that Israel would perpetrate on Gaza. I don't know that anyone could have imagined that Israel would have engaged in this level of destruction and immiseration. And
hear his type in chat. You hear his typing? Did y'all hear that? Y'all catch that?
Would have engaged in this level of destruction and immiseration and bombing churches and bombing hospitals and one could have imagined that Israel would have engaged in this.
Now I hear you hear his little fingers typing away. I don't know what he's typing about, but you hear his little fingers typing away.
Gaza. I don't know that anyone could have imagined that Israel would have engaged in this level of destruction and immiseration and bombing churches and bombing hospitals and blowing up universities and destroying the infrastructure. I mean, it's almost beyond belief.
So one thing that when I was talking to Hassan, and I'm just going to talk about his point. This is about him personally.
13, Hassan mentions.
And I asked him, because this was obviously the million.
Doesn't engage with anything that Sam just said. Right? Doesn't engage with a single thing that Sam just said. He's like, but Hassan, have you considered? Hassan, confirmed.
A question, right? By the way, just there's not one public bomb shelter in Gaza.
Interesting. Where did that come from? Where did that come from? That point came out of nowhere.
JC Hinte just subscribed.
That point came out of nowhere. I don't know. He was just typing away, and then he switched the conversation to this random, unrelated point. I don't know. I think that's pretty interesting. Jay Chinte, thank you for the prime. Much appreciated. Oh, also chat, we are 66 follows away from 28K. That's all I'm saying.
There's not one public bomb shelter in Gaza?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I just think that's interesting. It's pretty fucked up, don't you think?
Bro, just look how smug he is. Just look how smug he is.
Do I think it's fucked up?
Yeah.
Like, his point is like, why did Hamas not build any bomb shelters in Gaza? Because they don't care about the Gazan civilians. That's why. Like, maybe, and this may be off base of me, so let me know if I'm off base on this chat. Israel should stop bombing them. Maybe. I don't know. Man, I could be off base. Again, he's acting as though like Israel is like a hurricane, right? It's like, imagine if like we're talking about like Tornado Alley in America. Like, we're talking about the Midwest. Like, isn't it weird where how the governor of Minnesota is not Minnesota? What's the Midwest? Montana. Governor of Montana has not built any tornado shelters in Montana. That's crazy. Like, yeah, maybe that take would make sense. Kansas, right? Like the governor of Kansas has not funded any tornado shelters. That's kind of weird. That's kind of crazy. Like, maybe that would make sense. You know what I mean? Maybe that would make sense. But this is Israel choosing to commit acts of violence. They don't have to drop the bombs. They are not a force of nature. They are a genocidal state. They don't have to drop the bombs. Maybe they should, I don't know, not drop the bombs. Maybe. I might be off base on this.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understand the point. Like,
well, I mean,
do you think anything would be standing anymore?
Well, bomb shelters are underground. I mean, they would definitely be a lot safer.
I've seen what happened to tunnels under hospitals.
Your statement is, oh, there was. So you say there were tunnels under hospitals?
Israel built the ones under the first one that they went into. They built it when they were occupying Gaza.
Are you and right? That's true of that one. But I mean, they have a vast tunnel network, obviously, as everybody knows. But I don't care. I don't want to get into the weeds on this.
Oh, he's so stupid. He's so stupid. He's like, well, there's tunnels under the hospital. He's like, oh, well, you're saying there's tunnels under the hospital? He's like, yeah, Israel built it. Well, we don't have to get into like the tunnels under the hospital thing. You brought it up. You brought it up. You know, maybe I'm biased on this, chat, but it doesn't feel like they agreed on everything.
The $1 million question is like, what can we do? Now, it's obviously insanely difficult to say.
I think we can stop aid immediately. I mean, obviously, it's not going to happen under
I'm
Trump.
in favor of that, by the way.
Okay. I mean, good.
I mean, I just think
he wanted Sam to applaud him. Because I'm in favor of that, by the way. Sam was like, okay, all right. What do you want? You want a cookie? You want a cookie? He wanted Sam to be like, wow, Ethan Klein, you're so pro-Palestinian. What? You're man, I'm so glad you're with the cause. You're the woke of the day, but in a good way, Ethan. Man, I heard you were not pro-Palestinian, and now I know you are pro-Palestinian. Thank you, Ethan Klein. Thank you.
I'm in favor.
As Americans, I think we can stop aid immediately. I mean, obviously, it's not going to happen under
I'm
Trump.
in favor of that, by the way.
Okay. I mean, good.
I mean, I think
we should call for all aid to be ceased, and I think we should stop protecting them in the
What
UN.
should have Israel done on October 8th, I guess? Like, what would have been an appropriate response for their government?
Why is he gripping the mic like that? I think he's stressed. I think he's stressed.
Without saying not this.
What should they have done on October 8th? I mean, I think.
What should Israel have done without saying not the genocide they're doing now? What should Israel have done instead of? But you can't. Okay, it's like a riddle. Like, what should Israel have done? But you can't say not genocide. All right. Not genocide.
That I think that there is they're hitting strategic sites to attempt to take out leadership. They should have, but let's talk. You know, like
the leadership was underground.
to look at that, that moment in history, like maybe it was.
I disagree because they had to do something.
Maybe in that moment, they had to go in and bomb or whatever they do. I think that any action that they would have taken at that point, frankly, was a function of literally decades of oppressing people and attempting to bring this to an eventuality.
Right.
I mean, this was.
And so, what should they have done?
Ages ago. Well,
stop that oppression. I don't know. And this is dishonest things that, like, it's not something that Zionists would only do, right? But any dishonest person when you're arguing would be like, but especially when talking about like communism, right? They'll always be like, "What's your solution? What's your solution?" Oh, your solution won't work. Your solution won't work. Actually, I have poked this hole in your solution, therefore it won't work. You know what I mean? I've poked this hole in your solution, therefore, no, it won't work. You must give me a foolproof, full solution. Nothing else. Heard it was an apolitical stream from enemy of Ethan Klein, Mike from PA. No politics here, right? 100%. We are apolitical. We don't do politics. We never do politics. We only do pop culture. This is a pop culture stream.
You're avoiding, yeah.
Okay, I think what they should have done is be written ages ago. Well, I mean,
you're avoiding, yeah.
Okay, I think what they should have done is begun empowering Palestinians in the West Bank. They should have done
this is my favorite answer, Sam. You're saying that this is what Hassan told me. They should disband their
14. Wait, he also didn't let Sam finish. He didn't even let Sam Okay, so it's almost like he didn't even want the answer. It's almost like he didn't even want the answer from Sam. And he just wanted to be like, oh, you want to know what Hassan said instead? I hate when people ask you questions where they don't actually want to know your answer. It drives me insane. Drives me insane. Like, what do you want for dinner and you decide? Oh, I want this freaking McDonald's and I don't know. I was trying to think of a joke of like ball for BDS. Or I want, pizza. And they're like, well, I don't want pizza, so you have to pick something else. Like, then it's not my choice, It's not my decision. You know what I mean? You don't want me to choose then.
Government and lift the borders in response to the worst terrorist attack that's ever happened.
I think, honestly, when you are...
now he's like, I don't care what you have to say, Sam, but you address what Hassan said.
When you see that your policies have failed. But I don't think
you actually don't believe that that's a real thing, though. I'm interested in having like a real conversation. You can't like live in a fairy tale land where in response to the worst
And now he's getting mad at Hassan's position. Sam didn't even say anything. Sam has not even yet responded to the point that he has made. He's interrupted like 17, 18, 20 times. Right? And so now he's arguing with Hassan, using Sam as a proxy to get his frustrations out. If you have a problem with what Hassan says, take it up with him tomorrow. Talk to Sam and what Sam is saying.
Terrorist attack of all time. Israel, who's already, as you state, like genocidal and racist and all these terrible things, is going to lift their borders and disband their government.
Wait a second. You're asking me what they should have done, and that's different.
No, in a realistic way, not in a fairy tale, Sam.
Well, listen, there is no realistic thing. Their agenda has been, it has been quite clear. Their agenda has been, since Ariel Sharon walked on the Temple Mount and tried to scuttle peace talks, the agenda since the assassination of Rabin by arch Zionists in Israel, the agenda has been to bring about this moment. There is no doubt about it. The annihilation of the Palestinian people has been an agenda in Israel for far too long. So from the perspective, it's anything I say is fantastical relative to what they would actually do. Anything.
There's nothing they could have done that because of the situation, anything they would have done would have been.
There was no plan that on this day they were going to do this. But if you go back 10 or 15 years ago and look into Bibi Netanyahu's brain, the idea that this is ultimately going to happen was definitely the agenda.
What, in terms of like attacking Gaza or inciting an attack?
I would imagine both, frankly. But to find a way to eliminate the Palestinians, this has been...
Wait, that's kind of what? That's kind of what, Ethan? Do you think that Netanyahu did not envision a world where Israel would be ethnically cleansing Gaza? What does he mean? Like, this is the thing. This is something that is widely supported in Israel, right? This is something that Israeli politicians overwhelmingly support, and that is ethnically displacing, right? Cleansing Gaza from the population. Like, and taking it over. That's the case. I'm confused.
What, in terms of like
Find a
attacking
way-
Gaza or inciting an attack?
I would imagine both, frankly. But to find a way
kind
to
of-
eliminate the Palestinians, this has been the agenda of at one time what I think was a smaller segment of the Israeli body politic, and I think has increasingly become an even larger a portion of the Israeli politic. So I mean, anything I say in terms of should is fantastical. Anything.
So
yeah, I mean, Sam's correct. Where you're asking what should Israel have done without saying end the apartheid and stop the oppression. He's like, well, what if you want me to tell you something that does not include ethnically cleansing Gaza, right? That's going to be in fairy tale world, because that's what Israel's plan has always been. Because it has. Does he think that like the plan for like the Zionist colonial project was to like live harmoniously with the indigenous population? In the same way, we're like for the colonial American project, right? During colonial America, it was to live in peace with the indigenous population, of course, and not, I don't know, to cleanse the land of that population and occupy on it, settle on it, and create a settler colonial state in the first place.
Yeah, okay. I mean, so this is like I understand where you're coming from, right? Like
There was an opportunity for a ceasefire that was called in November, in December. They could have held a ceasefire at any point, and the amount of killing would have been far less. They could have done that. They could have ended it after a week.
I mean, Hamas could have ended the war anytime too.
How could have Hamas ended the war?
By releasing the hostages?
Now, I don't know what Ethan means by this. What does he mean by Hamas could have ended the war by leaving? What does he mean? Like leaving the Gaza Strip? To what end? Like, does he think that like, okay, Hamas just leaves and then the Palestinians who are there can govern themselves? Like, what are we talking about? Leaving this, oh yeah, leaving by leaving this mortal coil. You're totally right. I didn't even think about it like that. Who is Hamas? Who does he consider Hamas? That's a great question. They've already agreed that they will leave if Israel stops bombing and agree to a permanent ceasefire. No, they agreed to laying down their arms. They still don't have to leave. It's still their land. Like, what are we talking about? Where would they go? They're still Palestinians. I mean, they will cease to function as a group, not Palestinians. But that's not what he means, though. And that's the problem, right? I know what you mean, but that's not what he means. He means like Hamas, as in the individuals who occupy or make up Hamas, will physically leave the land. Anybody who had any hand in the civil wing of Hamas or the violent wing of Hamas or any connections to Hamas would have to physically leave. Is what he means by leave. Because he would have said, I don't know, there are better words to use, like disband, right? Lay down arms, things of that nature. But yeah, exactly. Like I say, Hamas run health ministry. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, they can just pack up and leave as if all the ways to leave aren't blocked by Israel. That too.
No, listen.
And the PLA
Israel has
actually
said
left and
time
they're
and
still got killed by Israel.
time again that the release of the hostages is not going to. Listen, Israel has said time. How could have Hamas ended the war?
By releasing the hostages?
No, listen. Israel has said time and time again that the release of the hostages is not going to end their assault on Gaza. They have said this over
I don't believe
and
that's...
over and
And
over.
then, like Sam gives him what Israel has said, and she's like, I don't believe it. Israel would never, and that's the problem. This is why people think that Ethan Klein is a Zionist, because he always calls into question the words that Israel has said themselves. He never believes it. He could Google it. He has it in front of him. Right? I don't believe that they said that. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. But like, Israel claims that there was a systemic mass rape on October 7th. He doesn't have to see any evidence for that. Right? Him being proven incorrect by making incorrect statements about a specific individual being raped on October 7th. Take their word for it. Right? The families of the hostages that were returned a few months ago. Right? Israel said they were killed by Hamas. Right? They were brutally strangled, he said. Ethan made that claim. Doesn't have any evidence for that either. Right? But for this one claim that Sam makes, he requires evidence for. Sure.
I haven't seen those statements.
Oh,
I've seen the opposite.
He hasn't seen it, those statements. He's seen statements that said the opposite, which means he saw statements that said that Israel would end the war once they got the hostages back. The Israeli war cabinet said that. Really?
I believe that
you really haven't seen those statements?
No, I haven't. I'll review them. I mean, it depends when it depends when they were made too, right? Like, what's in response to?
At any time they could have done that.
Well, what has Hamas done to end the war?
Hamas offered
what have they done to end the war?
Early on to say Hamas offered all the hostages in agreement in response to Israel not coming into Gaza. I mean, there's just to defend Israel's actions.
That didn't happen either.
Being inevitable. Hamas offered all the hostages in agreement in response to Israel not coming into Gaza.
That did happen. It happened in October 13th.
I mean, there's just to defend Israel's actions.
That didn't happen either.
Being inevitable. When do you think they should have ended it? When do you think they should have ended it?
So who have ended what?
You've asked me the question, what should have Israel done? You tell me what they should have done. Do you think what they've done is right?
And now this, and so I'll let it slide that Sam didn't push him on that level of argumentation, because I do want to know what he meant by saying that Hamas never wanted to end the war. But this is good argumentation. This is funny. I want you to watch it.
Right.
Well, I've clearly stated no, Sam.
Okay, so tell me what they should have done. Do you think what they've done is right?
Well, I've clearly stated no, Sam.
Okay, so tell me what they should have done.
Yeah. So I mean, obviously, hindsight is a beautiful thing, but in my opinion, like you said, I think some more specific strikes. I think more moving slowly, because as you kind of pointed out but didn't really acknowledge,
when do you think they should have ended?
Do you want me to answer?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the leadership is obviously underground. So it's going to take...
Sinwar. Sinwar was not underground. He was the only one that was underground. That wasn't underground. The rest of them were underground, right? Sinwar above ground. The rest of the leadership underground. Sure.
It's going to be a long mission of trying to get them. It's going to be a difficult mission. But I think militarily, they probably have some...
So he still thinks that there should have been an invasion of the Gaza Strip by Israel. Okay. But there should have been boots on the ground, an invasion of the Gaza Strip by Israel.
Obligation to their citizenry, at the very least, to like take out we're ignoring the fact that missiles are being shot into Israel nonstop. And
then he just moves on. Yes, he still thinks they should drop bombs, or just bombing but slower. But the question is, like, why has he not talked about the hostages?
Acknowledges
when do you think they should have ended?
Do you want me to answer?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the leadership is obviously underground.
Like, he's talking about targeting the leadership and not releasing the hostages. Okay. This actually sounds very much like Israeli media. This is what Israeli media also does. immediately when posed with the question, what should Israel have done? It's just like, well, we have to get the leadership. We have to get retribution for what they've done to us. And not like, let's figure out how to get the hostages home. It's almost like Ethan himself also doesn't care about the hostages either. When given the floor to describe what Israel should have done after October 7th, the hostages did not leave his mouth. I think that's very interesting. It was just about how many Palestinians should we kill. That's it. Sam asked Ethan very clearly, what do you think should have been done? And the hostages did not even leave his mouth. Nothing about what to do about the hostages. It's just, well, okay, how many Palestinians should we kill? But he cares about the hostages though, right? But he cares about the hostages though, right? Okay. Sure.
So it's going to be a long mission of trying to get them. It's going to be a difficult mission. But I think militarily, they probably have some obligation to their citizenry at the very least to like take out we're ignoring the fact that.
And again, he didn't say obligation to the citizenry to return the hostages. He's saying that the IDF has an obligation to the citizenry to take out the leaders of Hamas. Where are the hostages? Why is he not speaking about what the hostages have to go through? I thought he cared so much about the hostages. I thought he was so invested on returning the hostages back home. But for him, when given the reins, given free rein to describe, right, what has happened so far, it's only about we need to kill Palestinians. That's all he has in his mind. All he has in the mind is how can we mobilize militarily to kill Palestinians? Not about saving the hostages. Not about protecting Israel. It's about what retribution can we enact on the Palestinian citizenry, right? In order to get, right? Give them what they deserve.
Missiles are being shot into Israel nonstop. And I know you're
Yeah, he's doing eye for an eye principle. Yeah. It's like they attack some of us, we have to attack them back. Not, okay, well, as somebody who cares about the hostages, and this is all pro-Israel defenders, by the way, none of them care about the hostages. Once you interrogate what they actually believe, none of them care about the hostages. None of them. Right? It's always about retribution, right? And how to kill Palestinians. American Zionists as well. Right? They never sit back and interrogate. We want the hostages back. What do we need to do to get the hostages back? It's always, we have to kill the Hamas leadership. They've wronged us. We have to wrong them back. It's always, we have to invade the Gaza Strip. Boots on the ground. We have to kill the leadership. We have to kill Hamas. We have to eliminate Hamas. And never about how do we get our hostages back? Because that's the problem. If they actually came at it for how do we get the hostages back, they wouldn't invade the Gaza Strip. They wouldn't be bombing the Gaza Strip. Because that does not safeguard the hostages. They cannot simultaneously act like they're doing this for the hostages while dropping tons upon tons upon tons of bombs on those same hostages. So if you thought Ethan cared about the hostages, let this be a lesson that he does not. Don't ever let Ethan claim that he cares about the hostages. Ever. Because when given the opportunity to express in a parallel universe, right, his own, if he was the person drafting the plans for what to do after October 7th, the hostages never left his fucking mouth.
Say, Iron Dome stops most of them, which is true. But at the same time, I mean, a country needs to respond to that. They can't just allow missiles to be shot in.
Tell me the non-fantastical version of what they should have done. Should it have been 2 weeks, 3 weeks? How many Hamas leaders, how many members of Hamas should they have killed before they leave? Because we know that Blinken said on his way out that virtually every Hamas member of Hamas that they've killed has probably been replaced by someone who's lost a family member or an entire family or whatnot. So you tell me, Ethan, if you're the one with the sensical perspective on this, and mine is fantastical, what should they have done that would have been appropriate in your mind?
Yeah. So besides like special operations and stuff, I think it would have been a good idea to, I think there's a space where they could like try to find peace partners in Gaza before destroying the whole thing? Like, obviously, they approached it completely wrong, right?
He said, try to find peace partners before destroying the whole thing. Not, they shouldn't have destroyed the whole thing. They should have found peace partners before destroying the whole thing. Thanks, bro. Thanks. Well, which peace partners? The ones that they are killing, or the ones that they are killing? You know.
But there are ways, I think, that could have happened that are realistic, like trying to forge some kind of peace partner, some kind of alliance, some kind of international
All those
coalition.
people were marching. They were marching. They were marching in the Great March of Return, week after week after week.
Sam, was there Hamas activity at the Great March?
Sinwar was marching. Sinwar was marching with them.
Were people attacking the border wall?
I told you. I wasn't joking. He's saying that there was Hamas activity in the peaceful March of Return. Look at his face. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. His smugness is going to kill me. His smugness is going to kill me. Yep, that's right. I got him. You're probably wondering how Sam got here, actually. He was invested by my intellectual prowess. Yep. Well, that's right. I gotcha.
During the Great March of Return, the first dozens of these things before the snipers.
I didn't verbatim. Yeah, we know. Which is why people were talking about like, oh, it was Hila. Hila's giving him talking points. Maybe. But those talking points originate from Destiny's community. Let's be real. Let's be real. Let's be real. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. I'm just gonna tell you.
No, they weren't. So there were the people for peace.
There was Hamas activity. They were attacking the fence. They were like trying to cross the border.
They were
but not
attacking
militants. Militants were trying to cross the border.
You're telling me that in the first dozen of these marches, there were people attacking the fence?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, again,
like to the point where like there were chatters in his chat who were being like, Ethan, don't do this, please. Ethan, please stop. Because what he's doing, even if what he's saying is true, which I don't believe him, he's justifying the sniping of unarmed civilians. This is a well-documented event, by the way. This is not like, you know, far-flung history where like we don't really know what happened. This is a well-documented, photographed event where the IDF sniped unarmed civilians with little to no provocation at all. That's what Ethan's defending. That is what Ethan's defending. Even Benny Morris is going to give ground.
I think that there's a way for Israel to try. I think they can obviously pursue peace. The way that they're doing it is impossible, right?
But
like,
this is not something that like he's going further into the Hasbara than like most people who are pro-Israel go, right? Like, this is something that like they like hand wave away as like it happened so long ago, you know, whatever, it doesn't really matter. It's not really relevant to this discussion now. Or like, you know, some people made some mistakes. But like, no. Like Ethan's like, yeah, but they were attacking the wall. So it's just, he's justifying the unjustifiable as he's always done. But like, it's hard to explain if you've not seen the way that like pro-Israel propagandists have talked about these events. But Ethan is going above and beyond, right? Above and beyond to defend it. This is like the Finkelstein debate where Benny Morris was trying to get Epstein to shut up. Exactly. Because it gives the game away. Right? Which is why it's more evidence that this is coming from Destiny's community. Because, and this is the problem is like Destiny doesn't care. Right? Destiny does not care. He doesn't care about Israel. He doesn't care about Palestine. He just cares about being right or appearing as he's being correct. Dunking on people in debates. Right? And so if you're using Destiny talking points, you're also going to come across as an unhinged person who doesn't care and just wants to win debate points. Yeah, you're not supposed to defend this. You're supposed to move on to other things. Exactly. Lonabox talked about Fence, I think, before, so he might be talking to him. Maybe, but Lonabox got called out specifically for defending like children being sniped, which he has done. Because Lonabox is like stupider Destiny.
It's fucked up. It's insane. It's genocidal. It's horrific.
They're not pursuing peace.
I'm not saying. I'm saying the opposite,
I don't
Sam.
think Israel is.
Well, you
pursuing
asked me
peace.
what should they have done. I mean, obviously
Yes.
they're not pursuing peace. I agree with you. Like quite the opposite. That's not what they're doing. But I'm saying there could have been a path, although it's not. It's. I think unfortunately, I think their response was inevitable based on everything that happened.
I think their response was inevitable.
Inevitable that they would kill these many people and they would use food supplies as a weapon, that they would have leveled hospitals and universities and 80-90% of the homes.
Like, wait, okay. Isn't that Ethan's take about Hamas? Isn't that Ethan's, like, is it, okay, please. Isn't that what Ethan says Hamas's take is? That this level of Israel's response was inevitable and that's why they attacked? Because they wanted this to happen? But Ethan just agrees later on that, like, yeah, no, this level of attack was inevitable. And this is not a critique of Israel in the first place. If you have a state whose inevitable response to provocation is to commit genocide, you can't be surprised when people want that state to be eradicated. Like, genuinely. If you have a state who's inevitable, like, I don't think he knows what inevitable means. If you have a state whose inevitable response to any sort of provocation is to commit genocide, then that state should not exist in that form. I don't even believe that. I don't think, like, Israel as a state is inevitable going to commit genocide. It doesn't have to. Maybe in its current form, it's going to lead to there, right? But it's a choice. It's a conscious choice made by the people in leadership that doesn't have to happen. They don't have to do this. They don't have to commit genocide. They don't have to uphold or apartheid regime. They could just not. Like, they could stop. But like, if you genuinely believe that it is an inevitability that Israel, whenever provoked, will commit genocide, you cannot be against people who don't want Israel to exist. When people call for the destruction of the state of Israel, you should understand why they do so. You think a genocide is an inevitable response? If he doesn't understand the implication of what he's saying because he's too stupid to, yeah. But that's crazy. That's insane. That's insane.
I mean, how
I don't know to what extent, but a huge response was definitely inevitable. I'm not just
like, if that's the problem.
Justifying it, Sam. You asked me a question. I'm answering it.
He's like, I'm not justifying it. You are justifying it, number one. But even if you're not justifying it, if you understand that, you should understand why people call for it to be dissolved. If you understand that a reaction of this magnitude was always going to happen when faced with any level of provocation, you should understand why people call for the state of Israel to be dissolved. Right? But if you think it's inevitable, this is the point. This is the take. If you think that the state of Israel committing a genocide is inevitable when faced with any level of provocation, and you still think that there should be a state of Israel, you are pro-genocide. You are pro-genocide. That's it. That's it. If you have a button in front of you, right, that kills all black people, and you know it kills all black people, and it is inevitable that it's going to kill all black people, and you still think someone should push it, you want all black people to die. It's very simple. If you think that it is inevitable that the state of Israel is going to commit genocide at the slightest bit of provocation, and you still want the state of Israel to exist, you are pro-genocide. You want that genocide to happen. Yeah, you destroy the genocide button. If you are against the genocide, you would destroy the genocide button. You would say, no, I don't think you should push the genocide button. We're going to take this genocide button away from you. You would protest against the usage of the genocide button. But Ethan doesn't do it for some reason. You're saying the existence of Israel is something you care more about than a genocide happening. Exactly. Exactly. This is like full mask off from Ethan. Once you start to interrogate the words that he's actually saying, it gets pretty disgusting, actually.
You're putting this on me like I'm saying.
No, I'm just saying inevitability. I wonder.
He describes abolishing apartheid as an impossible fantasy, but he would consider the idea of destroying a genocide button laughable. Exactly.
Think of I wonder what
True,
you
no one
must
else
think.
is saying Israel committing genocide is inevitable. That's his logic. Exactly. Exactly. Like, not even like Zionists, like full-throated like Zionists are like, yeah, this is inevitable, right? They think it's good and it's a conscious choice is made, right? But like Ethan's like one of the only people who are like, yeah, it's inevitable that Israel is going to commit a genocide, right? You know, which means do about it what you will, you know, act accordingly, right? It's as inevitable as gravity, right? You drop something from the sky, it falls. Israel will commit a genocide if provoked, so never provoke them. I would think that person who says that is pro-genocide, right? That sounds like pro-genocide rhetoric to me. This move has liberal Zionism, the full reactionary Zionism. Yeah. Like, and it's what he is again, this is crazy to me. He's literally saying that Israel as a state is inherently genocidal. I don't understand how he doesn't understand what he's saying. He is saying that Israel as a state is inherently genocidal. That's his point. That is the point that he's making. He's saying that Israel as a state is inherently genocidal, but it should still exist. And that makes him pro-genocide.
Think of an Israeli body politic where this level of atrocity is inevitable.
Well, you described your and Hamas's understanding of the IDF. I wouldn't say that. I can't say to what extent, but you agree that a huge response was inevitable.
I listen. I believe a response that was inevitable by Israel, and that is because I have a much more theoretically jaded view of that country and their agenda, I think, than you. But like to expect that what they've done is inevitable.
To what? Well, Sam,
I just wonder like what it is that you think is in that body politic. Like, listen, like I don't think it's inevitable just to use
exactly. Sam is saying what I'm saying, and that is Ethan doesn't know what he's saying. Like he does not know what he's saying. What he is saying is like on the complete opposite side of what he thinks he's saying. He is saying that like the Israeli state is inherently genocidal and cannot and will not exist without committing genocide. And I don't think he knows that's what he's saying. I don't think he understands it. Like, because if you understand that and you defend it, then you're being genocidal. You're being pro-genocide. And so like Sam is like trying to be like, bro, I don't think you know what's going on here. I'm gonna be real. I think you're out of your depth. I think you're saying things you don't mean. I think you're saying things you don't mean. And he's like, no, like, it was inevitable. They were always gonna respond with genocide. Like that was gonna be the case. Like he does not think that deeply, which is using D's arguments will lead you there. 100%. If you go down the Destiny rabbit hole, that's where it will take you. Because Destiny, by his own words, is pro-genocide. So if you use a pro-genocide heirs argument, you're going to come across as pro-genocide. He's saying that it is inherently atrociously violent if provoked, so don't provoke it, but it is untrue because historically they did the Nakba unprovoked. They did many other atrocities unprovoked as well. Yes. Right? I mean, he doesn't even know the difference between a dog catcher and dog walker, or we're not dealing with Einstein here.
Example in this
Shout out
country.
Einstein.
I don't think that it's inevitable that we are going to be deporting and disappearing, immigrants in this country. I think it's possible, but my perspective on America
Ethan
is
saying this because of his racism. I think what he thinks he's saying is that it's inevitable that Palestinians would be genocided, which is incredibly Islamophobic and racist, but it's a clear blind spot to him, even if it's genocide denial in actuality. I don't think so. Like, I think that, not that I don't think so. I don't think you're incorrect, but I'm more interrogating the words he's saying as opposed to what he means by the words he's saying. Right? I'm not going into like what he thinks. I'm going into what he is saying, and what he is saying leads to the point that I made, is that like he's saying that Israel is inherently genocidal. Right? He may think different, right? And it's pro-genocide in a different way, but the words that he is saying is not leading to the conclusion that he thinks it is.
still too optimistic to think that's inevitable. I can't even imagine what I would think would be inevitable. And I think, listen, our invasion of Iraq and the
just why he doesn't realize what he's actually saying here, as it sounds to everyone else. Yeah.
Complete lack of caring, and the only thing that would even mitigate that is like there was.
I'm sorry, my phone died, but Ethan saying Zionism, including genocide, is inevitable, confirms that he is pro-Zionism. Yeah, because he doesn't think it's just he doesn't think it necessarily shouldn't happen, right? Because if you think that genocide is an integral part of the Israeli state and you're still pro the Israeli state, you are pro-genocide. It's like straight like the associative property in math, right? Where the meaning of it is pointless. He doesn't understand the meaning of words. I think it's funny though. Like, I wish Sam was a lot harder on him, especially after watching you break it down further. It sucks that because when he debates Ethan, Hassan is going to be more about Ethan trying to gotcha clip of a moment. At least with the conversation with Sam, he's more willing to listen and at least let Sam talk. Yeah, but in the moment, it is very difficult to do this in the moment. I don't think I could have picked up on a few of the things that he said in the moment either, right? This is my second time watching it. And so it's very difficult to do that. And so I think Sam did a decent job, a good job actually, breaking down some of the stuff he said, getting him to say some of these things so that we can interrogate it. You know?
There were no images coming out of Iraq, or very few, and certainly I was exposing them more than the American population writ large. But
sure, I agree that he was listening to Sam. They should have had a convo in private a year ago. Yeah, I agree.
Perceive what we did in Iraq as inevitable.
It's a different situation. That's completely, that was completely unpredictable. But we kind of touched on it.
No, it's the same thing. Why does he think that, why does he think that Israel and the Israeli response to October 7th was inevitable, but the American response to Iraq was not inevitable and it was unpredictable? That doesn't make sense to me, right? I think neither was inevitable, and they were both conscious choices made by people in power that were built foundationally in racism and dehumanization, right? But neither was inevitable. We didn't need to respond the way we did after 9/11 to start attacking random Middle Eastern countries. That was not necessary, really, at all. He's trying to be pro-Israeli and anti-genocide and fail, but as an educated person knows that it's contradictory. Yeah.
This even matters is It doesn't ultimately, but you know,
Just threw
Hamas
darts
knew
at
that they were going to
because
bomb
you have
the
the most
fuck
oil
out
and poppy. Yeah.
of Gaza.
Listen, I would imagine Hamas thought there was going to be a response, but they wouldn't have taken hostages if they thought that they couldn't use those hostages
Of course
as a way
they thought they could. I
Yeah,
don't
exactly.
deny
deterring
that. Yeah.
of deterring Israel from entering, and that was a
Yeah.
miscalculation on their part. They presumed that Israel was more interested in those hostages, I think, than they had assumed.
Well, and that's part of what a lot of the civil unrest in Israel is about, is that a lot of people do care about the hostages and think that the government needs to stop the war and focus on getting the hostages back and not killing innocent civilians. So
he's like 50% correct on that. There is a movement in Israel for the return of the hostages. That's not necessarily congruent with stopping to kill civilians. And that's something that Ethan did not understand in this conversation. Those are not inherently or intrinsically linked.
I wonder about that last part, but
exactly.
Which
but
part?
The part about the killing of innocent civilians. I mean, you know, I think that
I said that's what they're doing.
No. I'm saying I wonder if the Israeli body politic.
Oh, you think the Israelis want civilians to die?
I think
they're not necessarily opposed to civilian deaths, like by and large, according to the polling that Ethan loves so much.
I mean, obviously not all Israelis, but I think that enough of Israelis to maintain this government believe that Palestinians in Gaza, that their lives have no value, that they are all future enemies, that they that they all represent a threat to Israel, and I think that's I think that's a twisted perspective.
Yeah. If he thinks this retaliation for violence is inevitable, that he shouldn't be surprised that Hamas is fighting back, considering Israel has been slaughtering Palestinians endlessly for decades. It proves that he doesn't think Palestinian lives are valuable. Yeah.
Just so you know, there were massive demonstrations in Israel, tens of thousands of people in a country that's relatively small. So I think characterizing like the majority of the public as wanting to kill civilians is a little sick, personally. But you know, it's. I guess you could say whatever you want.
I'm basing this on conversations with you know.
Why can't it pass Ethan saying that it is inevitable for that Israel would respond the way they did, but not be able to wrap its head around 75 years of illegal and violent occupation from a foreign country? Doesn't matter. It's insane to be able to say genocide is inevitable, but a response out of desperation from a rebellion force isn't. He's not that bright, but I don't think Ethan understands his own points. Exactly. That's my point. 100%. Is that I don't think he understands what he is saying and what he means by it when he says that like a violent retaliation was inevitable after October 7th, right? Because if you extend that logic, it would also have to then apply to Hamas. And maybe that October 7th was that violent, retribution or that violent retaliation. But then the problem is that history starts on October 7th and nothing exists before that.
It's. I guess you could say whatever you want.
I'm basing this on conversations with Israeli reporters that there does not seem to be in Israel a majority at the very least of people who are concerned about the fate of the Palestinians in Gaza. Certainly they want hostages, and again, not all Israelis, but look, I can make analogous assessments of the United States at various times about things that reflect poorly on our national body politic as well. But the proof is in the pudding.
Can I tell you something? 300,000 protesters in Tel Aviv, 200,000 in the rest of the country. That's 500,000 people out in the street protesting the government of a country that has maybe 6 million or 5 million.
This was just dishonest from Ethan. He just didn't want to understand that there's a difference between protesting the government to return the hostages and protesting the government for killing civilians. They're not the same thing. He tried to pretend like they were the same thing. They're not the same thing. right? They're not the same thing. Because polling in Israel demonstrated that after the hostages were returned, there was a very sizable, right, not insignificant portion of the Israeli population that wanted to continue or ramp up a campaign in Gaza. They wanted it to pause so that they can get the hostages back, so that they can continue in the future as well. And so cooks them on this too by pointing out that there was no protest once Israel broke the ceasefire.
Are you talking about the protest about the judiciary?
I'm talking about to release the hostages.
Okay, to release the hostages.
Yeah.
That's not against civilian deaths.
To stop, to ceasefire. Ceasefire, Sam. That's what that means.
No, that's not what that means. That's not what that means. There's a difference between, I don't know, pausing so we can get the hostages back so we can continue, and ceasing hostilities to kill Palestinian civilians. Those are not the same thing.
They were
500,000.
They were calling for a ceasefire, or they were calling for a release of the hostages.
Well, what do you mean?
They're not the same thing. And Ethan is pretending like it is the same thing because it serves his purpose. It serves his point. But they're not the same.
Point of telling Hamas to release the hostages. Yeah, of course it's a ceasefire.
So that they can kill Hamas, or not just Hamas, so they can ethically cleanse the land without killing the hostages. That's what the point is. The point is not a ceasefire. The point is, hey, give us our people back so we can kill you all without worrying about them. There's a difference there.
Fire, Sam.
Well, but Israel has, and I know I'll look this up.
Deal with this.
I don't have much time.
500,000 Israel.
Wait. Let's look this up and see how many times the Israeli government has said return of the hostages will not end.
Sam, I'm responding to you saying the majority of Israelis want civilians to die. 500,000 people came to the street for a ceasefire of a country of 5 million. Sam, that's 10%.
Israel just broke the latest ceasefire. Okay, where is the political response from the Israeli people? I mean, the idea.
True. Where is these 10%? Right? Where's this 10% of the population protesting Israel's flagrant disregard of its own agreed upon ceasefire? 10% is a crazy low number? Not necessarily. 10% of the entire country is not a crazy low. It's not insignificant. The problem is they're not protesting what Ethan says they're protesting. Right? Yeah, for a public protest, it is a lot. But they're not protesting what Ethan claims they're protesting. They're not protesting the civilian deaths. Not saying that they don't care about the civilian deaths, but they're not protesting the civilian deaths. Right? They're protesting the return of the hostages. And the polling stated that there are, again, not an insignificant amount of Israelis that would want the campaign, the military campaign in Gaza to continue after all the hostages were released. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh snap, Emily. Gotta hit tweet. The amount of stupidity in the H3 community is beyond comprehension. Looks like someone attended a Hassan 101 seminar. This whole debate is so Hassan coded, and the fact that he's getting agitated shows that he doesn't like being challenged. Yeah. Emily W. Hi, hello. Good tweet.
That Gazans can be held responsible for an election that happened 18 years ago.
Sam, you said the majority of Israelis want civilians to die.
I think the majority
also not what Sam said. He said that there was a large portion of the Israeli body politic, this is what Sam uses, who don't necessarily care about the lives of Palestinians. Right? Wanting Israelis to die is an active as an active decision, right? Not caring is completely passive, and is not like not backed up with polling. So if you support Palestine, you're Hassan coded. I'll take that.
Israelis do not have a problem with what's going on in Gaza.
Yeah,
that is
I think that unfortunately might be true.
And then Ethan just concedes that point after claiming that Sam was lying. But he justifies it by saying, but they're jaded now. That's why.
That they've gotten.
Well, then we agree.
They've gotten much more radical. Unfortunately, tragically, everybody's been a lot more radicalized since October 7th. And that's tragic. I agree. I think people in Israel are jaded and they are cynical and they don't care, like you said. And I think it's tragic.
And keep in mind that Ethan doesn't say it. What do they not care about, Ethan? What do they not care about? Civilian deaths in Gaza? So you're justifying them not caring about civilian deaths in Gaza because they're jaded? That's your okay, sure.
Yes, well, that's what my contention was. I mean, I'm looking at something from May.
I wouldn't say most of them want to kill civilians, though.
That's not what he said.
I think that they don't.
And I wouldn't say that there isn't a sizable portion of of Israeli citizenry that want a ceasefire. When 500,000 people, Sam, marched out on the street of a country of 5 million for a ceasefire.
This Pew research, 39% say Israel's military response against Hamas in Gaza has been about right. 34% say not gone far enough.
Sure.
Now, granted, that was in May of this past year, so maybe that's changed. I would hope, but
it's over 60%.
No, that's all the most recent
horrible.
data.
Yeah, no, I know that the sentiment
40% last year said that Israelis should govern the Gaza Strip.
I know that people.
I don't know what's left now.
Yeah, I agree. It's tragic what's happened because I agree with you that they become jaded and they've become very comfortable with the idea of violence happening there in general, right? And I think it sucks. I think it sucks is an understatement. I think it's tragic.
And you notice how his language shifted so much? You notice how his language shifted so much when talking about how dehumanizing, right? How bad and how gross and mean Palestinians and Hamas are when it comes to like Israelis. Like, man, it's tragic that they feel as though violence is they want violence to happen in Gaza, and it sucks. Where's his strong condemnation? Where's his strong condemnation for the Israeli populace that wants more violence to happen in Gaza? Where's him saying that, like, where's him condemning that? Saying he disagrees. He has such smoke for pro-Palestinian supporters, Arabs, Muslims, leftists, communists. Like, come on. Come on.
Like, it just, I don't know what. Truthfully, the situation is so fucked up that, and like, it just feels hopeless sometimes. But
it certainly does. But in the meantime, in this country, and we may not have the opportunity for a while, but we should cease all aid to Israel. We should stop protecting them in the UN. We should stop trying to pressure the ICJ and the ICC, and that's
well, incidentally, I agree with all those things too. I think that that's the most we can do as a country to try to stop the war, and it's something that we should be doing. And I think Kamala Harris would have been a lot more likely to do something on that.
Okay, I do have to call here though. I need to go to a meeting. But yeah, that's the Sam Seder, Ethan Klein debate. There's some debate recap stuff that we'll look at tomorrow before D-Day, if it happens. We'll see. We will see. I will be streaming the conversation. I will be here. E-Day, yeah. I will be here. I will be streaming it. So if you want my perspective, he was just afraid to finish watching the debate. Yeah. He is sick for today. His memes on the street, by the way. Yeah, I saw. He's just getting his talking points ready. Just put on your best fit for the debate. Yeah, maybe I should do it. Ethan Klein. Put on my streamer award fit. Something like that. I'm ready. We're gonna see. All right. I do have to go though. Wait, did somebody at me in Hassan's chat? Why did somebody at me? That was so random. Anyway, I'm out. Thanks for watching. Shout out the majority report for the raid. Raid Hassan. Sure. We'll give him a little boost. A little morale boost for tomorrow. Yeah, support up and coming streamers. He does need it. All right. Also, bye YouTube chat. Thanks for being here. Adios, amigos. Goodbye. Adios. Boom. Okay, YouTube chat's gone. Wait, did we hit it? No. We're close to 27 or 28K. We're less than 50 followers away from 28K. We're close. We're almost there. I'm going to the bathroom.
I was about to go get the Henny.
Emily, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Whoa, much appreciated. Thank you. W Emily. Emily. You know what's happening tomorrow if E-Day comes? Huge gift bomb. True. Okay, I got these bathroom. Adios. Goodbye. Ugh.